super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. Super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio.
Are
we
we not
go.
fake? Hello.
There we go. There we go.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
Welcome to
right on
Create
time.
and Connect 2021. Definitely on time, definitely not running late,
Of
and
course not.
definitely
No.
no technical difficulties whatsoever from AVerMedia and its staff.
Yeah.
Woo!
We did it.
All
We did
right.
it. We're here.
Bad.
We're live.
So, the point of this event is to highlight and celebrate our amazing community of creators while giving back to the community with free educational content, fun gaming, and a huge giveaway, which I'll just repost that in the chat right now. Which the winner of which will be announced tomorrow on stream at 5:30 p.m. If you're not watching on stream, you are not eligible for the reward. Anyways, we have a ton of exciting content prepared for you today. We have 5 panels in order. We have a panel on growing your stream, which will be happening in just about 10 to 15 minutes. We have an interview with one of our partners who is also an author, just had a recent book release, and also a discussion on atypical success as a creator. Then we'll have an interview with the one and only Girl DM, the VTuber, on becoming a VTuber. Then we'll have a panel on how to protect your mental health and set boundaries in a parasocial world, followed by tech setups with the one and only Steve Bowling of Good Vibes Gaming. We'll also have throughout the stream various product Q&As. Will help to we'll remind you that there's a huge giveaway. So if you haven't signed up, you'll have plenty of reminders to do so, because this is one of our biggest giveaways we've ever done. I think this might be the biggest giveaway we've ever done.
Yeah, that's right.
In modern history, not since the 1800s when we gave away parcels of land. But yeah, this is going to be a great event. We also have a lot of deals running. So if you sign up for the giveaway, you're like, man, I want all of these products, I want all of them. Well, lucky for you, even if you can't get them through the giveaway, we do have a bundle on our e-store for all those products, as well as various other sales.
That is correct.
We have a ton planned for this event. This event has been basically like the 3 of our entire lives for the last like 4 to 6 weeks on top of other work responsibilities. So it's been a busy time, but now we're seeing the results. We're making things happen, and it's going to be a great time for everyone. So thank you all for joining, and I look forward to what we have in store.
That is right. Thank you, Andy, so much for that really quick recap of what we're going to be doing for the rest of these 2 days. So is there anything else that you guys want to add? Or should we just go on with...
The Nexus works with the Shure SM7B. Don't listen to anyone. I'm using a Shure SM7B on the Nexus.
What are your settings for the SM7B right now with the Nexus?
I have it on. I actually have much lower gain than they recommend, because the recommended gain actually gives you no headroom if you're talking loudly. I'm using 48 decibels of gain, 90% volume. I have a compressor. I have a really customized EQ specifically for my voice, and a noise gate. So it's nothing crazy. I'm 12 decibels lower than the recommended, just so I have headroom in case I like scream out of joy or fear. 50-50 chance of that's how I'm gonna scream at 90 point during this event.
You never know.
But yeah, SM7B works with the Nexus, but so does the AM330 dynamic XLR microphone, which Shu is using right now, just slightly off screen.
Slightly off screen. This is the one I'm using right now as well.
I'm waving to it, but you guys can't see it.
I was actually using the pod mic before, and it does work as well. So, any microphone that you want to use with it, it's compatible. There's no problems. There only might be a slight... you have to be aware when you're using condenser microphones, just because they tend to be a little bit more on the loud side because they're most sensitive. But for dynamic microphones, you guys are hearing how the Nexus sounds like directly to your stream without any other equalizer or software other than what is on the Nexus app itself.
Yeah. And as Mad Runner said, like the only possibility of you having issues with a mic on the Nexus will be like the absolutely most sensitive condenser microphones, just in case they might be too loud. But if you give it headroom, like lower your volume, give a little extra distance or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
even sensitive condenser mics should be no problem with it. Just lower your gain and adjust settings from there.
Yeah. Just taking a look at chat really quickly. Data Rhyme 713, late night UK crew, it's good. Thank you for dropping by so late. Is it like what, 8 or 9 around there? Either way, I mean, it's just beginning to be the afternoon for us, so we really appreciate anybody who's a late nighter stopping by right now. And then Captain Bubbles TV says that is AVerMedia still relatively new into the streaming and content creation world? What do you guys think?
I don't think so. I think AVerMedia has been around as a company far longer than the other company.
Yeah, it's been
AVerMedia's been around since I believe the 80s.
30 years
So
ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So while the shift to like really, really hyper focusing on the creator space is more of a like last decade thing, it's still, I would not consider AVerMedia new in the content creation space.
Right.
Yeah. As your said, is it quote unquote the other company?
Well, I mean, there are other companies, so you never know.
Yeah.
One or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other. All right. Let's see here. So, what should we do? What should we
So
do? I'm going to let you guys. So we're still waiting our partners to jump into and get ready for our panel. So, Andy, do you want to talk about do you have a BU1113, which is the live streamer cap 4K,
I can
which is
actually
the
switch
one
to that right now.
okay, go ahead and do that.
Yeah,
It's the one that we
I might
actually launched
be clipped off.
a couple of weeks ago. Do you want to talk a little bit about that before we get our partners for the next panel set up?
Yeah, I'm on the BU113 now. I'm on the BU113, the live streamer cap 4K, which is connected to my Sony A6600 at 4K 30 FPS. The BU113, as Epos Fox described in his review, is one of the lowest latency capture cards you can possibly get on the market, and it's weirdly compatible with way more things than you expect it to be. So this is an amazing, amazing capture card. It's only $99. And if you need to connect a camera, even a retro console with a splitter, although you're always going to have more ease of use if you just use something with pass through. But if you're connecting a camera, the BU113 might be your new best friend. It certainly is one of my best friends. I like to switch between a BU113, my PW513, and my PW315 when I'm streaming on my channel to get a lot of fun, unique camera angles. Like, for example, if I'm doing like a sort of pre-prepared like 20 to 25 minute like video essay-esque bit on my stream where I'm talking about a certain topic, I'll use my BU113 on my A6600 for like a more zoomed in look. If I'm gaming and I want to like have a more zoomed out look or want to show things around, I'll switch to my PW513. And if I want to get an alternate angle, I'll switch to my PW315. See, it's right there on the side. Anyways, we have between capture cards like the live streamer cap 4K
Let me
and
go grab it.
webcams like the PW513 and PW315, we have you more than sorted when it comes to your content creation needs. Switching back to my
Just went to grab it, and here is the. Well, let me focus. Focus. There we go. So this is the live streamer cap 4K. It's pretty small size. So on one side you have the USB 3.0, and on the other side you have the zooming. Is it focusing? There we go. The HDMI in. So it's a pretty small capture card, but it's very powerful.
small but powerful really describes almost everything we make. The Nexus is much smaller than the combined aspects of other products you could use. It's equally as powerful, if not more so. A lot of our capture cards are tiny, like right here, Live Gamer Ultra. This is like, let me just compare it to my phone. This has a smaller, like width and height than my iPhone. I mean, of course, it's thicker, but There's that was barely in frame. Let me try again. This is smaller than my iPhone in terms of like width and height. Our cards are tiny and they're powerful. Just very passionately talking about how much I like tiny capture cards.
All right, we're almost ready for our next panel. We're just missing one of our partners that will be joining us, and then we'll be able to get that started.
And as a Hammer said in the chat, get Andy a tea. I actually got one brewing just a minute ago before we started. I'm gonna go grab that now before we start the panel. Because as I was complaining about on Twitter, I got like suddenly very sick on Thursday. But thankfully it was like a 48-hour head cold, and now I'm basically all better with only like residual stuff. So I'm more than fine for the event. But yeah, I do gotta be taking care of my throat. I'll be getting my unsweetened green tea.
Go, 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 go.
There he goes.
Kirkulad, thank you for the follow. Is that how you read it? Is that how you say that name?
Oh,
Kirkulad? Kirkulad, yeah. How's it going? How's it going? We are
Captain
just
Bubbles.
waiting for one more of our partners, and then we can get the first panel on the road.
I am actually not sure where your location is, Captain Bubbles, but on our e-store right now, we do have a 10% off for any products that are part of the Creating Connect event right now. So if you're looking for a little something that might be able to help you probably, you know, add it to cart or anything like that, it's definitely an option for you. In addition to all the other products that we have that are on our e-store right now. Let me see if I can pull up the link for that really quickly for y'all.
For our store?
Yeah.
I can put that in there. I have it already loaded up on my Nexus.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah,
Really
there's
easy.
a few products here, mostly from what we're talking about today, and then a few products that if you're interested in are also in our giveaway. So either of those places are probably great options for you to start as well.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and the giveaway is US and Canada, just for FYI, because we do have Canadian partners participating here. And while we can't ship to the UK for the US team, Canada is just like so it's a little close guy.
Wait, so do we
So
have
we are
have
allowing
a
Canadian entrants to the giveaway.
Okay. Oh, we do? That's nice.
Yeah.
More people are going to have the chance to go one of our devices into their streams. Do we have a code for our store?
Yeah, it's actually on the Creating Connect page for our store. If you use the code CC2021,
Oh,
you'll
there we
be
go.
saving 10%.
I was looking for it. There's our little Nex shouting out and telling you guys what you can use to get. How much is the percentage that they're getting off?
It's 10%.
10%. Okay. Let's add someone in here and we're almost ready, you guys. Sweet. Okay. So we're all good. Okay, guys, I think we're ready to start with our first panel. Our next panel is going to be, Andy, can you please refresh my mind? It's best practices for growing your stream.
Yeah, best practice for growing your stream and establishing your brand, featuring Retro Crystal, Mikael Casanova, and It's Yosh.
Okay.
So we got all of them in the call right now. We're just about ready to start the panel. Let's make sure we hit record so we can let everyone do what all the participants do what they please with the VOD, and let's get going.
Yeah, so let's start with our first guest speaker. We're going to be introducing them one by one so that you guys can get to know them a little bit. And so let's start with, let me check. Let me see here if everything's okay. Who wants to go first? I'm going to go with, it's Yosh. So here we go.
Hello. Hi. How's everybody doing today?
You're doing great. You're doing great. Do you want to introduce
Doing great,
yourself?
doing
Talk
great.
a little bit about
Oh
yourself.
yeah,
What
yeah,
kind of
for
content
sure,
you
for sure.
create? You're right now the highlight
Hi-
of our show right now. It's a full
oh,
screen on
great.
you right
Yeah.
now.
Awesome. Hey, my name is Yosh. I create content on a multiple platforms, and yeah, I do single player gaming, and I do tech reviews of emulation handhelds and kind of how PCs perform on emulation and stress tests. And yeah, and I'm proud to be part of this panel. Super excited.
All right. Thank you for that introduction. And now we are going to go over to Mikkel.
Right. What's up, everyone? Aloha. I'm Mikhail Casanova, Hawaii content creator. I do a lot of tech reviews, streaming as well, variety content. Also host Hawaii's #1 podcast, the Casanova Podcast, where I interview various celebrities, voice actors, and people in the gaming and tech industry. So if you're into any of that, hey, I'm the one who can hook you up with that in Hawaii.
All right. Thank you, Mikkel, for that quick introduction. And now, last but not least, Retro Crystal.
Hey guys, yeah, I have no idea where to start. First of all, if you see anything, apologies, I'm moving, so everything is everywhere in the background. My name's Retro. I used to be a Mixer streamer for a couple of years, and then recently I moved over about a year ago to Twitch and YouTube. I do live streams, I do guides, reviews, unboxings, and yeah, I'm probably like any other creator. I just, do the usual. I don't know if I'm supposed to give more information. I'm not that interested, to be fair.
That's good. That's good enough. Of course, everyone has something to be interested about. And let's start our panel now. We have everyone on the screen. And Andy, I'll let you take it away.
All right. So we got various questions and topics prepared, but this will mostly be an organic discussion. I've sent all of y'all various questions just as like an outline or skeleton for the discussion. But if there's any topics that come up that we want to dive deeper into, it's not an exhaustive list. So we're just going for an organic discussion about growing your stream and building your brand from scratch as a creator. So to start things off, all of you have reached some level of like noteworthy success in your sector. If you could attribute one thing that you've done over the course or done repeatedly over the course of your creative career, what would you attribute most to your creative success?
I would say for me, it would be my willingness to constantly evolve and learn more. Just because uh, there aren't that many, like here in Hawaii, when it comes to content creating, you see people doing unboxings and streaming, but when it comes to wanting to do more, there's not a lot of us out here that do that. And so one of the things that I was always inspired with seeing other creators, constantly change and take risk and do more and more things. And so that just inspired me to just keep changing and evolving my content over the last 6 years that I've been doing this. And, anytime I feel like, okay, I've done enough of this, okay, shift gears and do something else. So just constantly evolving.
Yeah, evolution is one of the most important things you can do as a creator, because if you are just doing one thing and never even making small iterations and small changes, oftentimes your content can get stale, and that's when people move on. So if you are moving with your audience, then you're much more likely to keep that audience. Great points. Um, so Yosh or Crystal, any things you can think of on what one thing you might attribute most to your success?
Mm, I would say actually just a simple one of shooting your shot. I think a lot of times my success has just been being the right place at the right time and just going for it. And then if you don't get something you shoot for, not to be disheartened. I feel every streamer does at some point get really disappointed if they ever get like rejected or anything like that. But I would say use that as sort of a starting point to then, you know, move forward from, and keep going and keep trying, because at the end of the day, if you're not gonna, you know, reach out to companies or, you know, like AVerMedia, or at least ask for feedback or go, okay, this is where I need to improve on to, you know, and then in a year's time, this is where I want to be. You're never gonna move forward because you'll just be in the same spot. So I feel like that's always been something that I found really helpful in sort of continuing to grow as a creator.
Yeah, that's a really, really, really great point, because a lot of people, they'll never go for what they want to do, and they'll, like, for example, like working with brands, like, oh, if you want to work with a certain brand, if you're talking yourself out of doing it, then you're telling yourself no before they even can tell you no. So it's really important just to actually set goals and pursue them, because you can't hit a target if you're not aiming at anything. All right, and
Yeah.
Yosh?
Yeah. One of the things that I attribute most to my success, to be honest, is having a good surrounding, like the support of my friends and my family, because I am a family man. I have a wife and a kid, and whenever you're a family man and you're trying to get into this space, it's actually really hard because your time is very, very limited. Because you have a job, you have a family, and you have your content creation on top of that. So without the support of my wife, to be honest, like I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am at now. And you know, as far as the moves that I made, a lot of it was just trying things out. You know, I think one thing that content creators are scared of doing sometimes is they want to kind of stay in this one bubble right when they start, and they're afraid to venture out depending on, you know, what they do. Because like a lot of people, if they start out as like a shooter streamer, it's like, oh, I want to play an RPG game, but what if my community doesn't like that? And it's kind of like taking those risks too, because in the end it's your content, and you kind of need to do what you feel is right for your content, or else you're not going to put out the best content that you can, because you're going to, you know, you got to feel proud of what you're doing, and you have to love what you do. So
Mm-hmm.
but definitely my family is the number one attribute to my success with, you know, creating content.
Yeah, it's, especially if you have a really busy life, like a full-time job outside of making content, it's nigh impossible to do so consistently without a really solid support system. So that's really, really solid. All right. So those have been some great points. Now let's, now that we've talked a bit about our own journeys, let's consider like just someone who has never made content before but wants to like be a streamer, make videos on YouTube, something, just become some kind of content creator. Um, what should be somebody's very first consideration when trying to develop their voice, start making content and things like that? This can range anywhere from like technical to mindset to branding to anything. Keeping this open ended very intentionally.
um
Um,
Go ahead.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I think for me, something I always say is using the platforms around you. And what I mean by that is, as when you're starting up, like a lot of people haven't found your original stream, whether that be Twitch, whether that be YouTube. And I think you need to sort of advertise it and get it out there. And the best way for that is like Twitter or Instagram. I mean, Instagram has now opened up that not everyone needs to swipe up. You can just add a link. I feel Twitter is a very good way to network as well, and in that like retrospect, as you start to grow all your social brands, this then hopefully can drive your audience towards your streams or YouTube videos, depending on obviously what you create. And I know specifically, only recently started on YouTube. I'm quite fresh on it compared to my streams, and I noticed that a lot about, I think it's about 80% of my audience at the moment is just driven through my Twitter and creating posts towards my videos. So I definitely think for anyone starting up, definitely utilize more than one platform if you have the time. Don't forget you can schedule things for it as well if that makes it easier. But at the same time, don't become a walking billboard, as I tend to call it. I I'm like, excuse me, no one wants to see you being like, hey, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, like constantly. Like, make sure you make it about yourself as well. Like, you know, whether it be just post your pets, everyone likes pets. But but yeah, and I feel that's definitely a good starting point. And not only that, you're bringing people from various places, and you know, and that's where you can organically grow your audience, especially if you're just starting out.
Yeah, I really, really like that point of don't be a walking billboard. Because, like, while yes, like you do need to advertise, like for people to watch your stream, especially if you're on Twitch where there's little to no discoverability whatsoever, you also want to be a person on Twitter because people are not going to care about what you post if everything you post is I'm live. And if they're like scrolling down your profile and like they see that 80% of what you post is like I'm live, check me out on Twitch, they just will probably unfollow you and be like, okay, this person's just a walking billboard. So two notes that I think of are A, if you're using a second platform, make sure you actually are making content for that platform. Like you suggested pet pics. That's solid. I post my cats all the time on Twitter, and it's just like I farm engagement that way. But on the other note is after you post like going live, you should just delete that post after you finish your stream. Like there's no point in leaving it up because otherwise it just clogs your feed from people who want to see your cat pics, you know? But yeah, that's a really good point. You can't, people won't find you if you're not findable.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I learned whenever I did Twitter, of course, you know, I think everybody kind of falls into the same traps of, you know, hashtags and all this other stuff. And it's a lot more, people follow your social medias to follow you. I That's what I've kind of learned, because there are some bigger streamers out there that don't have big social media presence, but they have big, you know, they have big I mean Twitch presence. And you know, that's because they pretty much use their Twitter for as like an advertisement, like as Crystal said, kind of like a wall board. um a lot of considerations that I think that someone should make when making content though is kind of what do they aim for with their content. And because it's easy to be the shooter streamer or the sports streamer or, you know, the battle royale streamer, et cetera, but what do they aim their content for and how do they plan on carrying it? It's kind of like a question within a question right there, because those are some questions you really need to ask when you start out as a content creator, because you kind of need to know who you are and who you're about. And the cool thing about you is that you're an ever evolving person. So your content will always evolve as your interests evolve. And use your content to cater to your interests and your hobbies and things that you love. That's number one thing that I really liked about making YouTube content. I really started focusing on it this past year, is I started really using that as an outlet for things that I'm passionate about. And it's getting like really, you know, really well reception. And so it's always, you know, you just got to kind of know what you want to cater to when you kind of first start there.
Yeah, exactly. Because like as you said, it's really easy to be like a shooter streamer or a sports streamer, things like that. But it's still ultimately you making the content. So like you need to use what is uniquely you, and you also need to think about like what kind of sports streamer, what kind of shooter streamer, like what kind of audience are you looking to build? What type of content within that genre do you want to make? What vibe do you want your entire brand to be? Like it's the more specific you can think about these things, like great and like, oh, I want to be a variety streamer who is funny. Like that's not unique at all. So just incorporating unique things about yourself and actually having a goal to shoot for. That's really, really important.
Yeah, and I
And then
also think
Mikhail.
that I'm sorry, I just want to just jump in here and say like I also think that it's really you make a really good point in saying that your persona or your brand is an ever evolving something that you're working on. So whatever you choose to start with right now, the type of brand that you want to come up with, I mean, you can still tweak that to where it gets to a point where you feel, okay, this is what I actually want. So it's not to think of, yeah, so right now, what you start with, if as you start playing shooting games or if you start playing any type of games or any type of content creation that you're doing, it doesn't mean that you're going to be stuck there. It's always going to be an ever evolving thing that you can work on. And then, you know, as you evolve, you'll just get better and better.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, I would say I have two considerations that I've often spoken about to other creators here in Hawaii, and elsewhere as well. One of them is understanding that, going into content creating, that people where you're at, wherever you are geographically, or whatever state or country you're in, or city or whatever, people there who know you may not follow your content. They may not like it. They may not share it. It's very different than, regular posts. Like I post about my daughter or my daughters and my cats and whatnot, and people will share that, they'll like it, they'll engage. But if I post about, partnerships or what I'm working on or this, they don't engage. But you'd have to understand that sometimes people where you're at just may not care about that, but that doesn't mean that people around the world don't care about it. Like they probably will. I have more support from people around the world than I even do in Hawaii. So just understand that that's just, don't take it personally if people who don't care about your content or don't outwardly show that they care, because this just part of the gig. And the second thing I'd say is a consideration would be the label a lot of people put on themselves. And I think Andy, you and I talked about this before, but it's the label of small content creator, or I'm a
Yes.
small content creator. Don't do that, because you're gonna box yourself into thinking small and not really taking chances. Like, you're a creator. Like, don't say you're a small creator. You're just a creator. Always be creating. Create whatever you want. If there's something you want to do, take the risk, because what's the worst that can happen? If you want to reach out to a company, it can say no. They may say no now, but that doesn't mean no indefinitely. So just don't label yourself a small creator or a small streamer. Like, you're just a streamer, a creator. Just go from there.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you keep saying like, "Oh, I'm a small streamer, support small streamers," you are telling people that you're not as good as other streamers. You're telling people that you're small and you're not going to get bigger. You're not going to get better. You're not going to improve. So it is like, even though this is like kind of a nebulous, moderately woo-woo mindset thing, it is really important to just, if you make content, you are a creator. You are not a small creator. You are not a small streamer. If you stream, you're a streamer. If you make content, you're a content creator. And that's just such an important thing. Like on Twitter earlier with two other AVerMedia partners, AF Kate and Sir Caitlin, we were like, so AF Kate was talking about like, oh, we want to support small streamers. I'm not going to look at any replies or check any of your channels. I'm just farming engagement, as like a sarcastic post. And I responded to that like using the small streamer hashtags as a joke. And then I posted pictures of Link from Legend of Zelda, like, oh, I'm dropping my links below. And then the small streamer Twitter account bots retweeted that. Like, it's just like, it's so, I think it's just, you're feeding into a trap, feeding other people's engagement when you label yourself as a small streamer rather than just a streamer. So be who you are, create what you create, and own it. Don't say you're small. Don't say you're less than. Be who you want to be and own it.
Yeah, kind of coming from somebody who fell into that trap at the beginning, because honestly a lot of people do. I mean, they're just starting out and stuff like that. When you post that and you see somebody engaging with your content when you're just starting out, it feels good. It not to like make anyone feel bad or anything like that, but it feels good getting that retweet or that like, because you're just starting out and you feel like somebody's recognizing you. And I think a lot of things that streamers kind of fall into the trap of when they first start is they want to immediately see success in their content. And a lot of it is, it's the age old quote, it's a marathon, not a sprint with your content. And all the content that you make and you put out there will be there. It'll always be there. Like if you make YouTube content, there's some YouTube videos that I made like a year ago that are getting a lot more engagement right now, because people all of a sudden want to watch comic book unboxings. And then there's, I mean, your content is always out there. So don't even feel bad about, I mean, don't feel like you need to have that immediate success or that immediate gratification, because it'll all come in due time. Like everything will grow in due time.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a really important point. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So many people get discouraged because they don't see immediate rapid growth. They don't get famous right away. But I can guarantee you that almost like 90% or more of people who are like huge on the platform, the most famous people, they were not like that famous the entire time. And it probably took them, like many of them started like a decade ago and have been consistently growing, adapting, and changing, and have earned their huge audience. You don't get it without earning it in most cases. There's always
It's-
exceptions to any rule when it comes to content creation. So don't, like, while we are giving tips, it won't apply to everyone in every situation. Just that's a big disclaimer. But like almost every huge creator has been doing it for a very long time, and you don't get to be a huge creator. You don't get to make content creation your job unless you actually work for it.
it's like starting a business, like being a startup. You don't immediately have that success off the top, but if you continue to grind and put forth the effort and you stay consistent with it, eventually it takes off. You know, in some cases it takes off sooner than it does in others, but just the consistency. And I think with a lot of people, just don't expect the success up front. Just keep doing what you're doing, you know, and learning, evolving your craft, and have fun with it. You know, there's a lot of people I know who do content who don't have fun with it, and I'm like, why are you doing it? You gotta enjoy what you're doing. So
I just want to bounce off something we said earlier about having people like around you in comparison to people that might interact with you around the globe. I think Mikkel, you mentioned it earlier.
mhm.
Another thing that I often say, this is more Twitch than YouTube, but for Twitch affiliate, you only need 3 viewers. And I used to always say, like, at the end of the day, you usually, I don't know if you guys have friends or not, but you know, you could ask I used to like go on my dad's PC and like leave myself logged in via another account to get a viewer. And you know, don't be afraid to ask your friends, or admittedly they might question. I have friends that don't understand gaming and I have to explain to them. But I also used to have myself on my mobile through like another account and just have that as a viewer. And you know what, I mean, I get it, it's a no one, it's just myself on my own mobile, but it's still a viewer, and it's still a step in the right direction. That, you know, that one more viewer gets you, you know, one more than someone else that's just starting. And admittedly, I know discoverability on Twitch is very, very hard, but you know, that's things that I feel that as well someone else who is new can do, that is at the palm of your hand, right? You can ask those around you. And admittedly, I agree, not all this time, you know, the people in your inner circle will understand what's going on, but more or less than other gamers around the world. But sometimes if you ask and you sit there and explain, people like to help, you know.
Mhm.
So that was another thing I just wanted to add. And also I saw a comment in chat about Twitter links harming your success. We were all, obviously I was talking about Twitter before. I actually experimented with this. They don't it's a well, they do, but it's a very, very tiny margin. That it's not actually worth it. What I'd suggest is actually test it yourself. Feel free to put either links in your replies, or you can put them in your main post. But I did a big like experiment for about a month watching how I link things, and yeah, it doesn't actually make much of a difference, or it didn't for me personally. I just assumed that, you know, might be the same for others. Obviously, no one understands algorithm. Instagram likes to change the algorithm every week for some reason. But you know, but yeah, just to answer the question in relative to my past thing. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good points in there. Like, just don't be afraid to ask your friends to help you grow as a creator. Like, while you only need 3 viewers to get affiliate, like it is a much bigger journey to get partner. And while like there can be a whole discussion on like whether or not the gamification of affiliate and partnership on Twitch is a good or bad thing, um your friends can be like what gets you started and gets you growing. So if you have like 3 friends who watch you like and support you as you're starting making content, that gives you a bit more legitimacy for strangers to come in, for your Twitter followers to come in, for random people to come in. So your friends can help you get started, even if like they're not going to be devoted viewers the entire time you're creating. So don't be afraid to ask for help, because you can't rely on like the same 3 friends to watch your content forever to get you like and to give you like their Twitch primes and all that. But friends help. Friends are like what get you started. Like I hit affiliate like back when I did that. It only took me the 7 days to hit it because I asked friends for help and had a bunch of friends follow. Well, I had a bunch of friends follow and all that. So really, just like ask friends for help. Okay, moving forward. So we've talked about a lot of things that are really like important considerations for like developing your brand and your voice and everything as a creator. Um, if you could briefly, like just briefly, to give a example for the viewers, could you all just do a brief description of your personal brands and how and like your audience, what type of content and the vibe you give off, things like that. Just a brief description so that people can sort of figure out how to formulate that for themselves.
Yo, she got it. You start
All
off.
right, cool. I was like, all right, who's gonna go? Who's gonna go?
It's like a nose goes.
So really, that is honestly, like that is when I first started making content. This was the toughest question to always answer because everybody wants to be, oh, I bring the good vibes. Oh, I'm this and that, and I'm a positive streamer. All this stuff. So mine has always been my brand, and what I've always expressed to my community. I guess you can consider this the brand is don't be afraid to try new things. And that is because, like as I touched on earlier, me as a creator and an individual, I'm always evolving into something new and testing the success in that venture. So with I know Crystal came from Mixer, RIP Mixer. I'm so sorry. I actually really did enjoy the platform. I actually left Twitch affiliate to go to Mixer to try it out, and I loved it there. And unfortunately, whole
Rip.
the whole debacle, RIP. And then I went back to Twitch, of
Absent
course.
chat.
Yeah, and then I went back to Twitch, of course, and then because that was kind of like the only platform at the time. Now I'm actually diversifying my content, multi-streaming to multiple platforms as I stream. I dropped my Twitch affiliate, and I funnel everybody into what's considered coffee, which is kind of like Patreon and stuff like that. And so that way, if people from my YouTube, my Facebook, my Twitch, or anything like that wants to support me, they can support me there. And actually bringing people into that platform actually makes me I'm closer to my community than I have ever been because I did that. But like I said, my personal brand is just trying new things and having a good time while doing it. And I guess that's the best way to kind of describe me and how I've always kind of been on the platform.
Awesome. Yeah. It's always important to try new things and like making a whole brand out of that and being experimental. That's really, really important. Like as we've discussed, iterating and trying new things is like one of the best things you can do to sustain your growth because people won't stick with you if you're making the same type of content for a decade. So that's really solid. Next up, rock paper scissors between Mikkel and Crystal.
I mean, I can bounce off the diversity of like your content if need be. Like, I'll just go. So I just so because I could bounce off is how so I for a lot of my time I just did live streams, right? I'm a Twitch streamer mainly. And when I recently went to YouTube, the whole reason for that was to diverse my content. And because of that, I've had more opportunities in the way that, for example, like say, I do still reviews and guides, but one thing that has recently been picked up is unboxings. And these are great. I mean, they're great for social posts. Don't get me wrong. If someone's got great socials, they can just be like, look, I've got this thing from this company, blah, blah, blah. But with YouTube videos, you can like proper deep dive. And that's what companies want. They want you to go into things like specs or, the quality of products or even just, showing it detail for detail, which sometimes people will miss, whether that be a live stream unboxing or on the other side of that. What I did try to do, but I prefer to do it separate, but for people starting out, it might be easier, is don't be afraid to do different types of content on your stream and then clip it out of your VOD and use it elsewhere. Whether that be YouTube, TikTok, Reels, Shorts, whatever there is these days. And that is something that I've only recently started to do in the past like 12 months, and that has benefited me a lot because I was a variety streamer anyway, so it sort of helped to just even more like push my content even more in terms of like diversing it across various platforms and the types of content I do. But yeah, just bouncing off Yoshi's thing there because I totally agree with that.
I'm like, how do I follow that up?
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You
Oh,
should have went
man.
first. You should have went first.
Well, let's see. What's unique about my personal brand? Okay, so I've been doing content for, I started off on YouTube. Actually, technically, I started off writing reviews for products I bought on Amazon about 7 years ago. So if you want to be super technical, and then it went from there to start my website, to write more detailed full reviews. People can go there, and then going from there to doing YouTube, and then eventually I incorporated Twitch, and then YouTube, then back to Twitch, then back to YouTube, and then right now, like I don't like which I go to both. But anyway, I, for me, what I want to do with my brand, with the podcasting, and YouTube, streaming, and unboxings, and everything like that, was to incorporate aloha, which is the welcoming spirit, the aloha spirit that we have here in Hawaii, into the content beyond the commercialization of what you think of, aloha and Lilo and Stitch and all that, but to someone who's, the spirit of inclusiveness and diversity, and showing that there are creators here in Hawaii, outside of Bretman Rock, that can do something that's beyond just the scope of Hawaii. I wanted to show that I have a voice, and that there are other creators out here that have voices that can be featured. So when I first started podcasting, my whole thing was to showcase other creators here in Hawaii, and then going from there to working with different companies, and then the voice actors, the celebrities, other creators, and stuff like that around the world, because I didn't want to limit myself just to Hawaii, but I wanted to bring little bit of Hawaii to everywhere that I go. So that's just part of my brand. I wanted to open doors for that, and then that's allowed me to become a guest speaker at the colleges out here for the last 3.5 years, because I want the generations that are coming up. I'm in my 30s, so like the generations that are coming up here in Hawaii, a lot of them want to go into content creating. They want to do YouTube, they want to do Twitch, they want to do TikTok, but the barrier that we're running into, and I know I'm going a little bit longer, but the barrier we're running into out here is the culture, which the culture doesn't really care for content. It's like, you need to go into construction, go into the medical field, or get a normal job. But, there's a lot of resistance towards content creating. But one of my best friends who's works at Nintendo, one of the things that he said that he's really proud of myself and a couple other Hawaii content creators that are doing more than just being a comedian, doing more than just being a construction worker or medical field worker, because we're breaking that mold. We're taking the brunt of that, so that the next generation coming up can do something within these fields. A lot of us here in Hawaii think we can't do it, aside from not getting support from people here, but it's also not seeing others out, in the world, like on IGN or any of these other sites or whatever, that look like us, that are doing what we're doing. And so for a lot of us to be the first pioneers to do that, that's a big responsibility. And I want to keep pushing that, to be able to do that. I had a kid, when I say kid, younger person, so in their teens, just in college. When I was speaking at University of Hawaii in Maui about a year ago, who said that they've got the camera, they've got this equipment, they were showing me the different YouTube videos they make, and it was pristine quality. Like, it was really good stuff, like up there with like some gadget guy or Mr. Mobile or Michael Fisher, who, both of those are friends of mine. And they were like, I really want to do this, but my family is like, there's no future in that. People like us don't do that. And I'm like, no, you can do it, pursue it. Still, have something to supplement while you're trying to do that. But I'm like, are you doing this full time or on the side? Like, this is what I do on the side, and I put out videos every week. And I'm like, keep doing it, because you never know where that's gonna go. And you have a gift. Don't let other people drown out your gift. Let your aloha, your Hawaii spirit take you and just share it with the rest of the world. So yeah, that's long-winded, but I just wanted to.
Making
And
me
you
a
were worried
little
about following up.
teary-eyed over here. You're making me a little teary-eyed over here.
I know,
man.
honestly.
But that is a really crucial point. Many people don't really know why they want to make content. It's just something they kind of want to do. So having a mission involved with it, having a purpose for doing so that's tangible, that you understand and can drive you, that's so important. Like with you incorporating the aloha spirit into your content and helping other people do the same. It's really big to think of like, how will I be remembered for the content that I make? What impact will I make? In addition to just like your day to day, oh, I'm streaming, I'm doing this, that, and the other thing. It's really, really important. If you really want to take content seriously, it is so important to think about the big picture about it, what you want to accomplish, and why you're doing it. Like, not to make this about myself, but one of my biggest missions is sharing the ocarina as an instrument with the world and propagating the popularity and making it easy and digestible for people to get into it. And ever since I like flipped that switch and started incorporating that why into my content, like my growth has been exponential. It's not like I'm not huge yet, but like my growth has like just skyrocketed since I incorporated a why into my content. And I think that's one of the biggest things new creators don't get is like I want to like be a let's player, I want to be a variety streamer, but you don't really understand why you're doing it or what purpose that content has. So make sure your content has a purpose, even if like it's just as simple as I want to entertain people and make their day. That's still something to drive you. It's still a purpose. So think of that for your content, and that is one of the biggest things you can do to grow, both personally and content wise.
Yeah, one thing I kind of recommend to people who kind of want to be that variety content and that creator is do reviews. Like if you beat a game, type out how you felt about it and what you liked about it. Strip up your VOD. You can even just play the VOD in the background. Do whatever you feel like you need to do for that, but make a review because people love watching reviews of games. And that's one thing I kind of always want to instill in people. If you're playing like indie games, it's perfect for, because a lot of people don't know about these indie titles. Or if it's even if it's bigger games, if you do a review of Skyrim, even though the game came out 10 years ago,
and
not
this
even
year
10.
and 2 years ago and 5 years ago.
Exactly. I remember the date. Okay, I lost my dragon statue, but I bought the collector's edition of that. All right. But what I'm saying is people love Skyrim content. So if you let them know, like, hey, this was my first time playing Skyrim and this is what I thought about it, people will still gravitate towards that content. So don't feel like even though you play older games or anything like that, it's just still diversifying your content, but just write up a review about it, get on the microphone and talk about it. And people think making content is just this hard thing. It's hard to master, and it takes a while and it takes time, but create content to the best of your ability and you will learn more and more over time. And that's one thing I will say to the variety streamers out there and stuff like that.
Yes.
To add to that real quickly, I want to say that in covering indie games, they don't often have the budget for marketing. So you reviewing them or streaming them gives them exposure, and they greatly appreciate that. And you never know when it comes to, like, I work with a lot of the PR people that go from one company to the next company, because PR and gaming industry and tech, it's a revolving door. So, you can start with, say you're working with someone in this indie company, they might go over here to this major company and they'll remember you, they'll remember your work, and they'll appreciate it. And the other thing with reviews is really great is, even if it's an older game, if it's new, whatever, your opinion matters on it, putting that out there, and you never know who sees it. Within this last year, I got the chance to work with Sony, covering the PlayStation 5 and all their games coming out. And when I first got that opportunity, they're like, hey, we've seen that you've been reviewing our games, and we never sent you any of them, but you're so passionate, you enjoy it, and we see that, and we appreciate the work that you do. You just never know who sees your work, but that right there, you're building a portfolio of work, and that goes a very long way.
Yeah.
Like, I got my job at AVerMedia because I had a bit of a portfolio of content. Like, that's the biggest factor that got me the job that I currently have. like I wasn't like a big creator, but I had a portfolio of content that they could look at and was tangible and showed like, oh, he can do things, he can express his opinion, he can create. And even if you're not going into like, even if you're not expecting to like make it, being a creator your full-time job, it can open so many doors by just building a public portfolio, showing your work, expressing your opinion, and all that.
Yeah.
All right. So we are in our last 10-ish minutes of this panel. So to start wrapping things up, what's one thing a new creator can do right now to dramatically improve their chances of growth? Whether that's content, workflow, counterintuitive ideas, mindset, something else entirely. Keeping it broad. What's just one thing a creator can do right now, an actionable step that they can take to grow right now?
Learn every social media platform and use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
Learn the do's and don'ts and stay consistent. That's the best advice I think I can give to anybody to dramatically improve their chances at creating at a professional level. Because TikTok is huge. And if you post that on TikTok and then bring it over to Shorts and then bring it over to Reels, you can post the same video on 3 different platforms and get different results each and every time.
Mm-hmm.
So learning all that and using it to your advantage is definitely the best thing you can do, in my opinion.
I would say, building off of that, take, if you can, an hour or 2 hours, or even if you can't, 3 hours every week to just plan out your content. Plan out where you're going to put it, where you're going to upload this, what kind of content do you want to work on. If you did a video or a TikTok or a stream on a certain thing, how can you capitalize on that? Just, some strategic planning about how to go. And it ties back into what you guys said earlier about, aiming towards what do you want to go. So I say it's invaluable. And rest. You need to rest. I don't sleep, but you should definitely rest.
It's hard.
Yeah, I feel all of us always tell other people, like, remember, you have to have enough sleep, but then we don't do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, AVerMedia is also a big culprit of saying like, oh, we should, tell everybody to rest and stuff, and then we're always like, well, we don't need it right now. We can still continue.
I was about to say, where are you getting the 3 hours from? I want those 3 hours.
Listen, if you take 20 minutes out of your sleep every single day, that'll get you the 3 hours.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Math adds up. Yeah, it's fine.
3 naps a day.
I guess following on from that, for mine, I kind of say, like, if you're starting out and I'd say start creating content with things around you. Like, for example, if people want to work with companies like, say, AVerMedia, and say you recently bought yourself a capture card, do a review video on it. You got the microphone, do a review video, or make sure you're using that in your stream and it gets noticed. I mean, you know what I mean? Make sure, because like a lot of that can, when you're first starting, you're not able to reach out to companies, or you're not, at a point where you're ready to. And I remember when I first started creating content, I used to just take random stuff, right? Random items that I use for my streams, and just posted like tweets about them, or on my Instagram, or I made like small little videos, and that got me seen, because when you do get to, as this probably bounces off yours, Andy, when you do get to contact someone and they're like, oh, what have you got? Like, where's your portfolio? You've already got stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, even if you're so-called niece bought Peppa Pig and you want to play that and showcase that for the company and bounce off what we just said about indie games, go play Peppa Pig. Hey, if Peppa Pig doesn't win Game of the Year, I'll be disappointed.
Isn't Peppa Pig on Game Pass now?
I have no idea, actually. Probably.
I picked the worst time
it's
to
just
cancel a
dropped.
Game Pass subscription.
I think it just dropped on Series X. top tier quality, that. Yeah, you 4K.
Yeah.
4K.
4K, 60 frames. You got it.
Exactly. Just go make some posts about Peppa Pig in 4K, and Who knows? Maybe I don't even know who makes Peppa Pig. Maybe they'll contact you for future Peppa Pig games. But yeah, I think that's something as well, as because it's stuff you can do now. Like it doesn't matter what stage you are as a creator. Like you can just take stuff, and it doesn't need to be fancy stuff either. Like a basic mouse, a keyboard, just products, anything you use for streaming, create something around it.
Yes, that is a
start that
really
off.
good point. Just show your work with what you have, and eventually you'll have the portfolio. One thing that I would like to add to this is make the content, reduce friction in your content creation process. One of the biggest obstacles that I had of balancing a full-time job and making content with a somewhat consistent basis has just been like, okay, oh man, I have to to make a video, I have to I have to plan it out, I have to record it, record multiple takes so I can edit it and have a good take for everything and yada yada yada. I figured out ways to make that easier. I plan out a video outline, but then I just do it on stream and then cut that into a video, because when I'm on stream I'm not tripping over my words because I have to be confident, and that made my process easier. So that's just a small example of find ways to reduce the friction in your content so you can get more done with less time or less effort, and while still having a similar if not better result.
Yep.
Woohoo.
All right, so any final thoughts? Otherwise we're gonna move on to playing some Fall Guys.
I think I want to add something on one last thing is just get over your fear of creating. Like we always have, or at least on my side, when I try to take a photo or I'm making a video for AVerMedia, I always start thinking, okay, this is not going to look good. This is not going to look good. But then once you get over that first barrier that you set yourself on overthinking your content, once you take the first shot, once you make the first clip, everything just rolls from there. So try to find a way to actively be kind of listening to your mind to the point where when you're going to create something and you hear yourself telling yourself, oh, you should do it this way, you should do it that way, just try it, just do it, and then everything else rolls from there.
Yeah. So thank you all for your time. This panel has been really, really insightful. I definitely learned some things about improving my own content, which I will definitely incorporate once this event is over and I have time to make content again. So thank you to It's Yosh, Mikael Casanova, and Retro Crystal for stopping by, spending the hour, joining the panel, and dropping some amazing insight that you all can act on right now.
Thanks, guys.
Anything you all want to promote for yourself before you head off?
My name is Yosh. I stream a variety of content. I'm streaming Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order right now, and I'm really enjoying it. After that, I'm playing another random game that I'm trying to finish my whole backlog of games. I just want to introduce to you guys one little person before I go. This is my bamboo plant, Childish Bambino. He's
That's
constantly
brilliant.
growing. He was a little tiny plant, up to here, and then now he's all the way up to here. So whenever he gets bigger, I'm gonna put the bearded version of Childish Gambino on here.
Let's
from This Is America.
go.
And yeah, that's it. I don't have my headphones in, but yeah, that's it.
Keep us posted on the progress.
Oh, weekly photos.
Thank you all so
Yeah.
much. You all can go ahead and just pop it in the chat so then people can hit follow on you, if they're not already, which they should be. And have a great rest of your day, everybody.
Thanks all.
Yeah,
Have a
we're gonna
good one,
take a
everybody.
quick break as we
Bye,
set up
guys.
for playing Fall Guys. And then we're gonna play that for about an hour, and then we'll do two interviews back to back with our partner Mixtifer, who is an author who's just released his new book in his Son of Sin series, as well as our VTubing partner Girl DM. So thank you all for your time. We're gonna take a quick break as we set up Fall Guys, and see you in 5 minutes.
super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. Super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. Super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. And we are back.
Hello.
Hello.
So a little look behind the curtain. The technical difficulties that we were having were related to Fall Guys this morning, so we've actually just decided to switch to a different game entirely. So you're still getting gaming. You can still ask the staff any Q&A you might have, but we're playing Overcooked instead. So yeah, let's just jump right into it. Any thoughts you guys had on the last panel first?
Shu?
I think one thing that really resonated with me for that last panel was the whole idea of going back to why you're creating something, or like, always trying to remember what your purpose is when you're trying to incorporate that into the rest of your content. Not necessarily just, streaming for the sake of streaming, or, playing a shooting game because this is, just a very straightforward concept, and just trying to be a little bit more, I guess, detailed, and answering, like, why does this fuel my passion, or like, why is it that I want to pursue this specific type of direction. So thinking about stuff like that, and then thinking about how I can also routinely think about the why in what I'm doing, whether it's for content or design or anything like that, has always just, I don't know, it really spoke to me there.
Yeah, I kind of got that from number one millennial hater Simon Sinek in one of his TED Talks, where he talks about starting with why. But that's honestly, that's probably the most important thing anyone can do in anything they choose to pursue in their life. Because if you don't know why you're doing it, then why are you doing it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, with that, I just want to give you guys a quick look of what I am using to control the stream that we have right now. So we are actually using the Nexus. Yay!
Woo!
Yeah. So it's really easy. Well, setting it up was a lot of fun. Not because it's hard, but because you have to like think out, what are the different scenes you're gonna have and everything. So you guys can see all the scenes that I have are from panel, and then I can choose what video source I'm going to be overlaying over there. This little cat over here that you see is actually our socials. So if I go over to our chat and I press the little cat, it'll just send the links directly to our
Wow.
thing. Yeah, it's really easy. And then you have other things that you can swipe left or right. For example, if I want to look at our stats, you'll have the chat running on this side here once that comes in, and then we also have how many Twitch followers we have and how many viewers we have at the moment. So that's some pretty cool stuff that you can have. Really quick view of what your stats are doing your streams. It works with Twitch, it works with YouTube so far, and then you can also have an overview of how your audio levels are doing, for example, here. This is for the audience mix, which is what I'm feeding over to Andy and Shu. And then if I go over to your creators mix, it's basically what you guys are listening to. It's just, it gives you it gives you more flexibility on what audio you send where. But for right now, this is what my setup looks like. So with that, kind of like explained, if you have any questions about our products or the Nexus or how it works, just drop it in the chat, and when we start to go back to our Q&A sessions, we could definitely show that to you guys.
Yeah, even during this gaming session, if you have any questions about the products, the company, anything like that, we'll try to answer them between games.
All right, so
right.
now let's get started.
Yeah, let's get cooked.
Let's get cooked.
Well, I hope we're not the ones getting cooked. We should be the ones doing the cooking. Which one do we want to start on?
An easy one, because I have to remember how to use the keyboard on
Yeah,
this.
let's do the sushi one.
Okay.
So that, if I remember correctly, that one's not too crazy.
I hope I have everything set up right. If not, then we'll see. So which one's sushi?
Yeah,
I think it's just the first one on your right. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't even remember the controls
Neither do
for
I.
Overcooked.
I remember
this'll be
like the
fun.
mission, but
Okay, this is how
Okay.
you move. What do we do?
The
Sushi.
fish, the
so
fish, the fish.
okay.
Okay,
Chop
there
the
you go.
fish.
And then
Okay, how do you
this way?
oh, alt?
Okay, okay.
Okay, that's dash. Oh, okay, control. Oh, there we go. And then how to pick it up?
All right. Cool. We're learning on the fly right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Look
we
at
just
us being innovators.
more fish.
How do you sprint?
Alt. At least on my controller. On my
Oh,
keyboard.
I need a plate for my fish.
Oh, it needs a plate.
Okay, we have plates here.
Okay.
Ah,
Send that out. Wait.
put the food on the conveyor
No,
belt.
please. I'm sorry.
Got shrimp.
Oh, we're actually doing pretty okay.
Shrimp going out. Dash. Okay, I missed my Switch controller. I'm gonna hit. Okay. Cut.
Are we doing okay? We're just
Chop, chop,
chopping up food, so I guess it can't be that bad. We can't mess this up that bad, right, guys?
Yeah.
I will agree. This
Yeah,
is a
we're-
very underappreciated game.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it's incredibly stressful, which is oh no.
But it's always so fun to play like with friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that they finally. Oh wait, I put it the wrong way. They added like cross-platform for this. So
Oh, was that recent?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're under the same game. So Overcooked 2 works with Overcooked 2. I think
Oh,
it
I
does
see,
work
I see.
throughout all the platforms. Yeah. So doesn't need to be on the same. Oh no! Wait, I'm dropping it.
That's a good thing we don't have to wash any plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far. Oh my god, my hand's cramping.
I believe in
hand's
you,
cramping.
Carlo.
Hi.
There you go, Andy.
MC17.
Put it in a plate.
Ah!
Oh, nice. Wait. Ah!
Oh, the shrimpies.
Put it on a plate.
Good- ah!
Yay!
That was the best we've ever done on this game.
Improvised.
actually.
The last time we tried to stream it, it was an absolute disaster. But to be fair, this is like by far the simplest map.
Yeah, we kind of set the kitchen on fire last time. Yeah, it's fine.
It's
Yeah.
okay. We have
I mean,
to.
thankfully, since it's sushi, you only need to chop. You don't need to cook.
Hey, which one do we do now?
Will the
Alright,
Create and Connect stream have a VOD? We are planning on recording the panels for each of the guest speakers that are coming up, but as for the whole event, I want to say we should have a VOD for that whole thing as well, right? For both days, guys?
Yeah, I believe. I think it would make like if we're gonna post it to any of our channels, it'll be like the entire VOD for a single day,
Mhm.
and then but we're giving the partners basically free reign to do what they want with any panels they participate in. So we'll be sending the sliced like the per panel to the partners participating, and if they want to post that on their channel, then they can do that. I guess we're doing buffet balloons.
I don't know. This was the next level, so I was like, it's gotta.
Oh,
Random.
Yay! It's the random one.
oh
Just to
no.
get into the holiday feeling.
Okay. What are we making?
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
This is a
What
bit
is
of a
happening? Interesting.
climb.
Here's an egg. Here's an
Um,
orange. Do we have to chop the orange?
What do?
I think so.
What do, guys?
Okay.
What do we do with the egg?
Ah.
Oh.
I think you.
Okay, what do you do with the flour?
You have
Oh,
to
I put it in
mix
the-
it all together somewhere. Is there
Oh.
Is
like?
there a bowl somewhere?
Are there
This is
bowls
weird,
anywhere? I think there
though.
are some.
Oh.
Wait. Don't throw
No,
that
you have
away.
to take it out of the mixer. The mixing bowl.
Oh wow, this is
gosh.
tilting. Wait, how did I set? I
Where's the
can't set it down
mixing?
here.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no, wait. Oh, you put it in here. Okay.
you
so
also have to chop the
and
flour?
eggs, and then the oranges, and then.
And
Oh, you put it in the
This,
mixer.
this.
Just put the flour in
and
the
then this,
mixer.
Ah. I died.
Wait, why did this change?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Remember how easy the last stage was and how good we were?
Pick up the stuff in the mixer.
Wait, there's something missing
Okay.
on this one. Fruit.
Just-
I need the fruit.
All
Wait.
the fruit. Oh.
Do you have to chop
Oh,
this? Wait,
no.
move this.
You have to bake it, I think, on the other side.
Oh no, that's.
Oh,
Okay, it's off.
Throw it over.
it's
Throw it over.
doomed. It's
I need to chop
doomed.
this.
No.
Remove something
Cook-
from the
cook it.
chopping boards. Wait, what's?
Wait, do you wash the fruit?
No, you
Oh,
don't throw it
no.
away. Chop it. I think you need to chop it. Can you chop it? Let's see. Oh yeah, you have to chop the fruit too.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
We
and then
figured
you
it
put-
out
okay,
for
okay,
one
And then you
dish.
put it in the oven.
And
Oh, yeah,
then. Oh, I have to
Mix
give it to you
and
guys.
then
Hold
put it
on.
in the oven.
Oh,
Okay, so we need to start getting more
Okay,
of these put together.
here's the.
Oh,
There's that one.
God.
I need fruit. Wait, I just need fruit right now. Something. No, but like chop it first.
Oh, like the mixed fruit.
You need to chop it first.
I go at my own pace, Mad Runner.
Don't send it to me like that. What else is this
Where's the
missing?
knife,
An
though?
orange. I need an
Where is
orange.
the knife? Oh god! Oh gosh. Okay.
Oh, the knife was
okay.
being covered up by flour that I threw around.
Is this done? This is done.
That's done.
Is this done?
Yes, it is.
That's
Hold
done.
on. Wait. Whoa,
okay.
no. I put it in a different bowl. Oh my
Flour.
god.
And then the.
Wait, this is.
the
Mix
So
it, mix
you
it.
can chop while the thing is tilting. That's good to know.
I don't need this right
I
now.
don't need this.
Oh my god, we haven't
Do I
sent
need
even.
this?
Okay, I'm putting this out.
That would be the send, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to
think.
cook it still, right?
No. Ah!
Oh,
is
no,
this
no,
cooked
no,
already?
It's already baked. Yeah.
Get it over there.
Hold on.
Plate.
No. Oh no!
No.
Why is there only an orange in this
I need
one?
to send this out. Yay, the
No, it
first
needs-
one.
oh, okay.
This needs to be.
What is that?
We're not complete failures, just moderate
Flour,
failures.
egg. All 3 of the receipts are just.
We
gonna
need to
go
wash
absolutely-
Something. You can put stuff
Oh,
on
where are
this
the
one
plating
here.
plates? I can
Yeah.
watch on this side. Just toss me the plate. The plate.
Here you go.
The
This one's
dirty
ready for
plate.
cooking.
Okay.
And then. Oh my god.
Is this one ready for cooking? Is this cookable? This is
That's
not
just fruit.
cookable.
Wait.
Oh, wait,
we
is
need
it?
to wash this. Wash it. Oh no. Gonna go wash it.
Hand me the. Oop, I just tossed that into the. Okay.
Washing,
we can walk
washing,
outside. I didn't know
washing.
that.
But
oh,
don't fall
you can
down.
fall. Okay. I got you.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is already. Wait. What does this one need?
Who's responsible
Orange.
for
Orange.
this random
Orange.
orange? Oh, egg.
Chop,
Dude,
chop,
does
chop.
this need
Chop,
egg?
chop, chop, chop,
No,
chop, chop.
wait, yeah.
Chop the egg.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, hold
And
on.
then- No. This one doesn't need the orange.
This needs the orange. How do
No,
I?
it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's
One of
missing
the-
something. Oh, I threw it away.
It
Oh
doesn't
my
have
god.
to have the orange.
It does because like there's a plus on it.
No, but no, that just means it can fit up to 4 things. You don't have to fit all 4 things.
Because one of the
Okay.
recipes doesn't need orange on it.
Yeah,
But it's too late for
No,
us.
I
We're
killed
doomed.
myself.
I'm just gonna run into the ocean.
Okay. Oh dear. So we did really good.
And the
on
game goes
first
from
one,
0
though.
to 60 in one stage. That is correct, Critic.
Yep.
Yay!
The Onion King is so
Everyone
disappointed with us.
4 failed orders. I mean, we
Yeah.
at least got 23 overcooked bucks.
Yeah.
Ah, so sad.
right. Let's do the let's
We'll
all
work-
agree on the stage right after
We'll
sushi.
work on it.
Sushi again?
No, let's do
Buffet
buffet
balloons.
balloons.
Buffet balloons? Okay.
Is this gonna be easier?
Probably not.
Okay.
I think the sushi is just like, here's how the mechanics work. Good luck.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, are we gonna have a random one again?
Please.
I chose
I'd
buffet
rather
balloons.
pick one.
I did. I
Really,
did.
please?
Oh, sorry.
Did you?
I did. I did. I thought I'm learning how to use this. There we go. This buffet
Oh wait a
balloons, right?
sec. That's like 5 too.
Oh, this one has.
Okay.
Right?
Oh.
Okay, we're making burgers.
Oh, where's the
Burgers.
bread? Oh,
chop, chop,
burger.
chop, chop, chop. And then
The
you
bread
fry
is-
this,
Cheese.
and then I need plates.
All right, where's the carne?
The carne is being cooked right now.
Oh, nice.
You have to chop that first. Okay, I need a bun,
I'm just working on cheese.
and I need some cheese.
I have the sliced cheese on this side, and then.
Oh, there's a burger right there. Woohoo! I can't go through. Yep. Okay.
Oh.
Right.
Sorry.
Yay! Our first order.
I have the meat.
One of this has.
Cook it. Is it cooked?
Yes, it's cooked.
Okay. Wait.
Oh! I got it!
I need a plate. Oh no.
Oh, I don't got it.
Oh, there's a plate right there.
Yeah.
Or wait.
Guys, our
There we
kitchen is
go.
on
There we
fire.
go. Next
Okay,
one. Next
where's
one.
the pan? There's the pan.
What else? We need lettuce and we just need a. Andy, we need carne.
Carne está allá.
Está.
Oh gosh, guys.
Nice.
Go, 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 go.
Carne boys.
Put this here.
Where's the burger?
I need. Do we need to wash plates?
Yeah, we do.
Oh
Where
no.
are the plates? Oh, someone. They're over
Um,
there. Wash, wash, wash.
No.
Wash, wash, wash.
Everything is on fire. Oh, that one
That's
didn't
good.
wash
I'm
cheese.
really happy
Oh, I'm
about that.
sorry.
Wash, wash, wash.
Always wanted to be on fire.
No.
We need lettuce and.
Lettuce and tomato.
and
Lechuga.
tomatoes. Lechuga, that's right. This is gonna be. Okay. Oh no.
Oh, there's meat
There's
right here.
One that's just.
There's meat right here.
Wait. Cheese. Yeah, there's one with cheese and needs. Okay, tomatoes. Tomates.
Oh, there's.
Wait, put it down, put it
there's a
down.
lettuce one on that side with meat that needs to go out.
I need
Oh,
carne.
no.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I need a frying pan.
Carne is ready.
There's one on that side.
Why can I put it here? Wait. That was it?
Is it done?
Oh, that is done. This one's done.
Oh, go, go.
Oh, no.
Wait. This one's done?
Yeah. I thought it needed meat, but I guess it's
Oh,
a
no.
vegetarian. Yay.
Ah.
Tomato.
Where's the
We need.
Wait,
What do we need? What do we
one with
need?
burger and just meat?
There's tomato
Where
and
is the
lettuce.
fire?
Lettuce.
Oh,
Lechuga.
it's on that side.
We took a
Why is
lechuga.
this just on here?
Oh,
Oh,
there's a-
no.
Oh my god.
Is this on? This is not on. Is this done?
Where's the plate? Where's the plate? Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Here you go. If
That
anyone
meat's
can do
done.
this one. It needs a plate.
Get a plate. Get out of the way. Get the plate.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Andy's putting out all the
Finding me.
fires. Nice, Andy. Oh no, I'm stuck.
Why are there more fires?
I don't know. This is a really chaotic kitchen.
It is.
There we
Oh,
go.
No, dirty plates, dirty plates.
What do we need? We need tomates. Yep, I threw it away.
No.
Chop, chop, chop. Oh, this one's gonna burn. Need a bun. Need a
Yeah,
bun.
it is.
Where's the bun? Where's the bun?
Oh.
No, put it down. A bun. I need a bun. The time's up.
I don't know if we fit. Okay.
I got big
Something.
Got
Over
one
here.
star. I mean,
Good something.
look at that cat.
He's so fat.
Okay, I'm gonna put you.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put the Andy cam on. There we go.
NVIDIA broadcast is trying to delete him.
No.
So cute.
So cute. Hello.
Okay. Okay, anyways.
Which one do we do now?
Oh. He just rammed his face in my face.
Let's do which
Want
one?
to do sushi again?
Sushi.
We need to get our bearings and learn how to delegate responsibility.
But all we do in sushi is chop stuff up and put it on dishes. And
Hey,
we
there
don't
might
even
be
have
a
to
harder
wash
version.
them. Oh, true.
Maybe
What?
they'll want some
What?
tempura.
Oh, no.
No.
I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't
Oh.
paying attention. It's fine.
Okay.
This works out.
Wait, this one's different.
Oh,
That
this
says
is different.
rice.
What do we do? What do we do?
Oh,
Wash the rice.
wait.
We don't need to wash the
They
rice
don't
here.
need you to wash it. They just make you put it in a pot.
Oh, you need to cook the rice.
Oh.
Wash the
Okay.
rice.
Apparently, you need to cook rice.
Memory.
And
Oh, the
then
rice here is done.
okay, I got two here ready. Oh no, look, gonna burn.
Oh, the rice. Wait.
Yo.
Huh?
There it is. What's this
Why
guy
is
doing
this-
here? Get away. Put on a plate.
Just put rice
do I
on.
need
Oh,
to put the plate? Oh, I
Wait,
do.
hold on.
I-
There's
what-
nothing in
what-
that pot, Denise.
No, there was rice in there. I swear to you.
was there though?
How
Hmm.
rude.
Get away.
What the heck?
Who took my my chicken? Wait, not my chicken.
Gaslight gatekeeper girl boss.
Wow.
See here. Does anyone just want? Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, we moa.
gosh.
Oh, we moa. Where are the plates?
Here's one. There's one here.
Ah!
wah!
Putting out. Putting out.
No.
Okay, cool. And then, do we need to wash plates? No, we don't. Yay. Oh wait, we do.
Wait, where are
Do we?
the plates?
No, we
then?
don't. The plates are up top. They're
Oh,
coming
wait,
back.
okay.
Wait, we have
Can we
enough
take
fish
the
right
rice
now.
off of that one?
We need more.
Oh my god, look at us. Look how effective we're putting this together right here.
Yep.
Alright.
Are we doing it?
Whoa.
Take that out. Take that out.
Out of my way, customer. Like, you're not always
Whoa!
right.
You're not always right.
Oh, no.
And 18 seconds.
What?
I
What's
just
this
threw
done?
rice. How did it remain
Please
like all
do.
together like that? Ah! I'm just hucking rice at people at this point.
We need
Oh,
to
there's
wrap
rice
it
right
up.
there. Ah!
Ah!
Oh,
What?
Go, go, go!
Oh!
No! Bingley's just being big on my desk.
sushi
Oh wow. We
works.
did it.
Sushi works for us.
Sushi works for us.
Yes.
Not
anything
bad.
over
Not-
anything over 3 ingredients, I don't think we can do that right now.
I think we just need to I think for the more complex ones, we just need to like assign ourselves responsibilities or quadrants, like chop and bake duty, or. All right. Shall we try something more difficult?
Oh dear.
Let's try
What's it gonna be?
let's try Ravenous Rapids, the third one.
That I feel like we've done this one before.
Yeah, we kept falling off. At least I did.
Yeah, but we also didn't know how
Yeah,
how
I
to
did
do it.
too.
We've
Oh,
grown
gosh.
as people.
What is
We're
this?
stronger. We're more capable. Why are there two?
Okay,
Open
Remember when I was
I gotta
confident?
chop
Not
the potatoes.
anymore.
I
We're making
need
french
to.
Let's go. Oh wait. Where does this go?
Why? Okay, chicken.
How do I throw this? Oh, I just threw it
Um,
away.
X on the Xbox.
I'm playing on controller.
Yeah, so
Oh,
X
there we
on
go.
the controller.
Okay.
Oh my god, I was just
You're
throwing
not
all
on
the
my
chicken.
controller, rather. I'm playing on keyboard.
Oh, you have to chop the chicken. I need a
Oh, okay,
fool.
okay.
Oh no.
Oops.
Okay, put the plate down.
Grab this.
Let's
No!
go,
Oh my
guys!
god! This is gonna burn. Put it on a plate. Okay, that's on the plate. And oh my god. Wait. Okay. How do I send this out? Where's the that's over there. I
It's
have to
on
wait
this
now.
side.
Okay, get ready for the transfer.
Can you do this?
Can I transfer? Okay, here we go. Hey. Hey.
Oh.
You can give that out. Wait.
Where is the... What is... Oh, this. There we go. I'm silly.
Salad.
I'm silly. I'm very, very
Salad.
silly.
How do you throw things?
I don't know how to do it on keyboard.
Oh, there we
I
go.
use R, if that helps. Oop! I just yeeted that away. I'm sorry. Can I get another lettuce, please? Thank you.
Chicken's done, and then he fries. Wait. Oh,
I
I
need
already.
to-
Everything's chicken here. What is
I
this
need
here?
to-
I need plates.
There's a plate down here.
I can't throw them. There you go. You can just pick them up.
No, no. Too many chicken. No, it's gonna go down. I'm picking up chicken. Okay. Wash, wash, wash. Wait, it's not washing.
Oh,
Not washing.
I'm sorry.
Why isn't it washing?
You gotta hold the action button to wash it.
I am
yourself.
doing it. I am
holding
holding.
something.
I did that last time, and then you were like, "You're not washing it," and now look what's happening.
I am washing it now. I'm
Turn.
washing it now. I'm washing
The
it now.
tables have
Is there
turned.
anything else you like to take it off your chest that you're been holding back from Mad Runner Shoe?
There's the chicken.
Is our team not as
Oh.
hunky dory as we thought?
No, our team is very hunky dory. We're great. We're fantastic.
I need
Look at
more
We're
us.
the hunky
plates.
doryest of them all.
But you can get dirty plates. Enjoy. Oh wait, there's a clean plate here. Enjoy.
We need lettuce
We
and
need
chopped lettuce and
salads.
tomatoes.
Oops. Can you get
Ah, I
some
fell over.
lettuce and tomatoes, please?
Where's the French fries?
Oh,
They're being
God.
cooked. They're gonna be
French
cooked.
fry.
French fries.
The lettuce and the tomatoes, please. We need the salad.
You need the salad. I'm throwing over salad.
Okay, okay.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh,
Pog.
Hit my head.
It was
Oh,
not
we
on
need a
purpose.
plate. Oh no.
Take
No,
the
no, no,
dirty
no, no,
plate.
no, no. Ah, it's gonna.
Oh
We're
no.
good. We're good. I need plates. Oh no, they went over. Go away. Too much meat.
Why do we need plates
Guys, we
anyways?
need
Why can't we just? Why
plates,
can't you just eat lettuce
no.
out of lettuce? Use lettuce as a plate for your lettuce.
Yeah. Korean style.
No. It's doomed. We can't get the plates cleaned in time.
Wait, what do you need?
Yeah. I think we need one person on the bottom right one and two people on the top left
Oh,
one.
oops.
No.
How are we supposed to go on the...
Bye, guys.
Goodbye. We can't get fired if we're in the ocean.
No.
Oh.
Also, Bingley
We
is
did
being
it.
so big on my desk. I need to.
I was trying to get the plates, Grace.
He's so big.
They just kept falling over. I kept picking up
Aw.
chicken.
Hello. Well,
We'll try again. I believe in us.
Okay.
I don't believe in
Okay.
myself, but
as a whole.
I believe in us as a unit.
Is this one slightly easier? Can we do
Quack
this?
Coyote. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to switch?
Oh, potato, potato.
Um.
How do I
There's
get
no
over
food.
there, though?
Wait,
There's
we're
no food
around
here.
now.
Start chopping!
There's no food. Oh wait. Start throwing food at us.
Dude.
Oh, dear.
Oh, did a deer? Give us more
Oh, dear.
potatoes.
Potatoes.
Ah, you just hit me with it
Why is it not
with
throwing
the
it?
chicken.
I'm throwing it over.
Food!
Why does it? What?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm not
I
good.
clutched that
Oh,
potato before
shit.
it fell off.
Why does it not shoot it all the way over? Cool.
Hi guys.
Hello. Wait.
Why is there a random potato over here?
Okay, we
Why are there so many chickens?
yeah, this chicken needs a plate. It needs a home. It needs a family.
Oh
No!
No!
Wait. You
Wait.
gonna clutch it?
Go, go,
Okay,
go.
okay. Okay, where's the
Okay, plate. There's a
Oh
plate.
no!
Do we only
have
have
to wash
one
this
plate?
Do we need to
God,
wash
no
plates
way.
here?
No!
Ah!
Oh, there's another plate. Okay. Wait, how's this go out? You guys.
Okay, some people
I
just want
got-
chicken. You can submit the chicken and
I gotta
just
walk
potatoes
over there.
too.
I'm stuck. Okay. I got it. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
I believe-
This is fine. Oh, there's a.
Wait, why is there?
fryer
Why
on
is
this
why do
side.
you have the frying thing away
I
from the
know,
frying?
it's on this side.
Fries.
Right there.
Someone just yeeted those fries at my face.
We need plates.
I felt that.
Wash the plate.
Plates.
Where's the plate?
Give me. Okay.
I'm trying to get it over to wash.
Throw it.
Okay, throw it over.
I can't. You can't throw
Oh,
plates.
no.
They plates break when you throw them. Don't you know?
Well, it depends
Oh,
if it's made out of
no.
plastic.
Oh
Oh,
my
that
god! By
helped.
throwing it,
That
you
helped.
launched me. Oh my god! Is that the
No.
strategy?
You just needed a little push.
Amazing. All right. Throw that thing right behind. Actually, no. I can just put the plate down right here. Oh my god.
We're a mess, guys.
Who took off? Wait.
Oh, put the fry thingy in the fry thingy.
Is
Ah!
that done?
Oh, wash dishes. You're gonna do that? Okay. Chop. No.
Wait. Oh! Huh?
Whenever. Go. Ah, I thought I was gonna make it.
Oh no. Oh, guys.
That's gonna catch on
guys,
fire.
I need a plate.
I got plates.
Hold on.
Why is this on the corner?
Wait.
You can walk out to get it.
Oh, okay.
I believe in you.
Yeah, I made it. Okay, I need something. I need
Quite
food. I
cool.
need tomatoes or potatoes. I mean. I need to chop something.
Potatoes. I think
Gonna make it.
Oh,
Oh, I made it.
the plate
Yes.
has to be washed
chop,
again.
chop.
No.
Hey, I think we got at least 1 star this time though.
Okay.
I'm lost.
1 star, not bad.
We need chicken
And potatoes.
and potatoes.
Oh, we have both chicken and potatoes.
Why is it? Oh,
Put the chicken and the potatoes on the plate when it's not
it's
cooking.
not.
We will.
It's not yet. Sorry.
Wait, I need this. Wanna go wash? Oh, that was really close.
We didn't do well at all.
He's so disappointed. If we got that last plate in, we would have gotten.
Yeah, we would have.
Yes. Okay,
The
we
chicken
have
is
to get 1
barely
star.
done.
At least. At least.
How are we so bad at this?
Why are
game?
they so sad? We're doing our best, okay? We are not used on playing on this platform. So again-
Rapids, I think, is the.
Are we challenging ourselves with this one?
Let's
Yeah, if
do...
we can get
what
1
about...
star, then
Okay.
we've earned the right to exist.
Oh,
Also, we actually need to wrap this up in a few minutes.
Oh, okay, so this is
So
probably
this
our
is
last
actually
one.
going to be our last round.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
One
Wow,
star.
time flies when you're gaming.
Is this the
Indeed.
same? Oh, it is. Okay.
You want to get the plates to the other side, because
Yeah, now it's working. Tomatoes. They're
Just
not
chop
tomatoes, they're
stuff up,
potato. I
yeah.
keep calling them tomatoes.
it's okay.
Thank you.
Did you just catch the potato?
Yes, I did.
What
Gotta
a
get the plates over
pro.
here.
Of course.
Who is this guy? Oh,
It just took me, and that was it. Is there something with fries? No.
Oh, overcooked. Oh, I said the name of the game. Ha ha ha.
sent this out. Okay, there we go. Don't fall over.
No.
Which one's done? Which one's done?
Sorry.
I had a dirty plate as well.
No.
I mean, so far there has been 0
I'm washing
fires.
this. I'm
So
washing this. Okay.
All right, all right.
Okay, 2
All right,
plates.
so we want to get the combo one. Yes, yes. This game is stressful.
yes. Okay. Next one.
This
What's
game is
next?
actually quite stressful.
Tomatoes.
Fine,
Potatoes.
it's fine. I love overcooked. Now I'm just stressed. Ooh. Okay, okay.
Chop, chop, chop. Did I just throw one over? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What?
I didn't do it on purpose.
No, I understand. I understand.
I really did
I
not.
get it.
That wasn't me. Where? Okay, plates. We need plates.
I'm watching. I'm watching. Am I watching?
It's not doing anything
Some
when
of
I'm trying to
the
wash the plate. That's because the potato's on the sink.
Why is
That's
the
why it wasn't
potato on
working.
the sink?
Okay, I have 2 plates ready. Take one. Come on, rapids. Throw something right behind me. Launch me over.
Okay,
Launch me over.
let's go. There's
Throw the
two.
potatoes at me.
There's 2 chickens.
Oh, wait.
Wait, hold on. The gap is too big. Why is that moving now?
Please.
No.
Oh, you guys had the plates.
It's okay. It's okay. Fine. Fine. See? It's fine. Everything's working out. It's great. We're doing great. We're doing great. Are we doing great?
No.
Think so. Wait, who took?
Okay.
I was gonna set that there. Hold on.
Oh, I fell again.
Okay.
Oh, we have a minute, and we have 2 dirty plates. Let's go, guys. Great. It's great.
Do this. Hold on. Oh, wait, this is not done
It's
yet.
not fully cooked.
This one is. Okay, this one's ready
I
here.
got clean plates.
Oh, okay.
This one's ready here. Wait, do we have anything with just chicken? Oh, yeah, we do. Wait, this is fries. I need chicken. Is there any fries? Yes.
Chicken?
Go. Ugh. Barely made it. Can someone throw something over here?
What do you
Chicken.
need thrown?
Chicken. Oh, there we go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, wash the plates.
I'm
Chop, chop, chop,
washing
chop.
them.
This is working.
There's 1 plate. There's 1 plate.
Chop, 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 chop.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh
No.
Oh no, the potatoes!
God.
We can do it.
No, I got the
Where's
wrong
the
one.
plate?
No.
No! Wait, I think we actually got
We
the
did,
first
we did.
thing.
We got 2 stars. Let's go. There we go. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. Okay, now we can jump into our next session.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick little break. As we get, I believe right now we have Mixtifer coming
Yeah,
up,
we
so I'm
got
gonna
it.
tag him to get him to join.
Okay.
Through.
Switch over
Perfect.
here. Closing
I'll be back in just a
game.
second. That was. We're growing as people.
Yes.
We're growing as
I
people.
agree.
We're going as
With that
gamers.
overcooked gameplay right there. Compared to the last time we played on stream, that was a dramatic improvement. So well done all around. Well done, everyone.
For sure.
Wow.
All right, I'll be back in just a second. Mixer will be joining us soon.
Sweet.
Okay, let me try to pull him up here. Let's see. I'll just wait until he joins. Where's my OBS? I really have to say, full-time streamers, tip my hat off to you
Huh?
guys. It's so much things that you need to juggle at the same time.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay. You know what? I'll just let you
Hmm.
guys take a look at the Nexus and how it looks pretty with its RGB lights while we get everyone else set up here. Let me see. There we go.
sets for the event, and Carla's hardest part is
Hello,
being
hello,
the tech
hello.
of the
To
event right now. And Carla's hardest part is
Hello,
being the
hello,
tech
hello.
of the
To the
event
event.
right now. Oh, I hear myself.
Hello?
Not anymore. Oh, we're back. Hello.
Yes, we
Putting
are.
my
We
chip
are. We are
back in the
back.
bag.
We're right here.
So, coming up right now, we have an interview with the amazing Mixtifer, both on his latest book release in his series called The Son of Sin, as well as some guidance on atypical success as a creator, at least in modern terms. Because when you think success as a creator, you're thinking like, oh, you're a streamer, you're a YouTuber, you're like a TikToker, you're making videos, streaming, whatever. There's a lot of other avenues to being a creator and being successful, and we'll delve into that a bit with this interview as well. So welcome, Mixtifer.
Thank you. Thank you, AVerMedia team. It's nice to see you all together for another year. Year 2.
Yeah, year 2.
Mhm.
I
I
appreciate
believe you
coming
were
on.
also here for year 1.
Yeah, I think your hair was a different color though.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we are. I got February will be my 10th year as a full-time streamer.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
long time.
Congrats on that. So,
The
Mixtifer, do
past
you
year's
want
been
to
interesting coming back
introduce
from
yourself?
Mixer to Twitch, so that's been fun. A lot less tech issues.
Mm-hmm. Because I remember last year when we interviewed you, we talked a lot about specifically your experience on Mixer and like some of your ways of like doing light protest of policies or algorithm and whatnot, like with them making that content.
Have that on my
The
notes here.
loop.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Mixtifer, you have the full screen right now for you. Do you want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what is it that you do and a quick introduction before we get into the panel?
Yeah, sure. Well, hello. My name's Mixtifer, for anybody unaware. I've got my crowd watching too, so hello, Cosmo Canyon. That's what we're called. I've been streaming since 2012. I started on Twitch. I do full franchise marathons where I'll play every single game in a franchise, like every single Mario dressed up as Mario, or every God of War as Kratos, every Halo as Master Chief. Anything you can think of, I've pretty much done it. This year we just wrapped up a full Yakuza marathon, and that was a doozy. Those can be about 80 to 100 hours a game.
Wow.
And right now I'm in the middle of finishing the Far Cry marathon. Still not done with 6, but that one was a challenge. And last year I released my first book called Son of Sin, and it was all because I guess I kind of grew a little tired of just playing, and I wanted to create my own. So moving in that direction, hoping to turn the books into a video game or a show or who knows.
Well, yeah. You've very much had both a busy year between the books and of course tackling every single Yakuza game. Because if it's like 80 to 100 hours per game and there's like however many games, one game alone could take you up to like a month or more of like multiple times a week, 4 to 5 hours per stream to getting it done. So
Oof,
that's an impressive feat.
Yeah.
Makes completing every Mario game look like a baby business.
Well, you think so, but man, you go play some of those old retro games. They're a lot harder than you might remember.
Oh yeah,
but the Yakuzas, I was brand new to the whole franchise, and some of the most feedback I got on that was the biggest challenge would be handling the redundancy because some of them are so similar. A lot of the gameplays are like copy paste, same maps, same parts of Tokyo, all that kind of thing. But yeah, never again on that one. I think the worst part about that one was I was dressed up as Kiryu, and he wears a sport jacket, and it was the summer here in Arizona, so I was wearing it every day.
Yeah, I remember I stopped by on your stream a few times, and I was like, "Oh, is just like the suit his getup for the stream?" Then I realized, oh, it's Yakuza. You're doing your outfit. Must be suffering.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people that thought I was just wearing it to wear it. Actually, pick those jackets up at Goodwill.
I mean, that's how you're gonna get the best deals. Thrifting suits are expensive. Thrift suits are not.
Yeah, I think I paid $4 for each jacket, and I had 2.
Amazing.
Oh wow!
And then when I was done, I took them right back. Dropped them off at Goodwill.
All right.
Use and
In any
reuse.
case, let's get started talking about your book release.
Sure.
So a lot of when you think of it in the grand scheme of things, books would actually be a far more traditional way of expressing yourself and creating content. But in this modern day, when people consider like you're a content creator, they only limit themselves to thinking like making videos, streaming, things like that. So first of all, why do you think like actual traditional forms of media have now become non-traditional forms of media? Just a little potential thought piece discussion on that.
Man, I've had a lot of thoughts of this. My wife and I have talked about it a bunch too, because the biggest challenge as an author I've found is getting people to read a book.
Hmm.
It's a big barrier, and it's hard to convince people to do it. And I don't know. That's one thing I've been including in some of my social media posts is reading books is still cool.
Hmm.
Not everything, you know. I think it's the past. Oh, is the camera fizzling a lot?
It is a little bit here on our side.
I wonder why. That's strange. Anyway,
It's a part of the cyberpunk aesthetic of the book. Let's
yeah,
go with
yeah.
that.
There's interference from New Beam City.
Hmm.
uh, yeah, the biggest challenge has been getting people to read the book, and I don't know. Everybody that has really enjoyed it, which is nice because getting feedback too is sometimes difficult beyond just a few short, easy to say kind of compliments. Um, it's definitely not easy because most people would prefer to. Another big barrier is a lot of people wished that it was on audiobook.
Hmm.
I know I briefly spoke to you about that, and you sent me this right here.
Yeah. You're like, I
So
need to make an audiobook of my book. And I was like, well, I think we might have a product for that. And
yeah,
one thing led to another, and now it's on your desk.
so Son of Sin audiobook sponsored by AVerMedia. Can't wait to try it.
But
But that
yeah,
I
I
think
definitely agree that a lot of people don't want to take the time to read a book, or there's just friction of like going from like, okay, I'm in a state of not reading and so kind of passively consuming content, whether it's video, audio, or whatever, to active consumption, where like you actually have to read every page, turn the page, like actually in
visualize it yourself.
use your eyeballs and use effort to obtain the content rather than having it just fed to you. So
Hmm.
that's, I mean, that's not to say that one medium is better than another or one is worse than another, but so much of like modern content has been conditioned that you absorb it rather than engage with it, if that makes sense.
Hmm. The it's funny too because doing the audiobook is going to be a challenge. That's something I have here to talk about, is like always challenging yourself to put yourself out of your comfort zone. Even though I've been a live streamer for 10 years, I still feel completely intimidated sitting here alone and recording my own audiobook, even though it's my own story that I wrote.
Hmm.
It still feels very intimidating,
Yes.
because everybody kind of has that sort of, I don't know if you'd call it paranoia, what would the word be, but nobody really likes their own voice. So you have to really just put up with it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it absolutely is a challenge to overcome. Speaking of challenges to overcome, Uh, so as we talked about your last book last year, and some of the things that people talked about wanting, like wanting it to be longer, getting to know the characters more.
Ah,
What was your what? First of all, writing a longer book and keeping it like at the same similar level of pace and excitement is difficult. What was one of your biggest challenges in that writing process and planning the story for this second what's the
sequel.
word? Yeah,
Sequel.
this is the
Sequel.
sequel. Yeah.
The first book, as I said, like I do the marathon. So a lot of people know me as the funny guy, just cracking jokes, saying my silly slogans, or just making people laugh. So I think when I started writing it, my biggest mental barrier personally was that I was worried maybe people wouldn't take me seriously, like they wouldn't actually give it a chance.
Hmm.
And then I got so much good feedback from the first book, which was only 7 chapters, 214 pages. I was like, screw it, let's go. And I went all in, and the second book is almost 3 times as long. I mean, I don't know what's up with that camera. This is the 513 camera too.
Yeah, it's fine on the call end, but it's just when it's being transferred to Twitch, it's making weirdness. So I don't think it's an issue with the camera. If just quick aside, if you want to try disabling then re-enabling the camera, that might fix it.
Okay.
For now, we can put just a picture of you up on the stream instead, but as we sort that out.
Okay. I hit refresh on it. I don't know if that'll help. Anyway, I don't want to distract too much.
Yeah,
But
no worries.
yeah, the second book, 478 pages. So from 212 to 478. Big difference. And finally introduced my first mythical beasts and monsters. I have like a whole horror section of the book. Has 2 different chapters, and I don't know, I'm getting good feedback. I got one person that's already reading it because the shipping's so slow, but they were already in tears by chapter 2, so I think I'm doing good.
That's good. That's great.
Yeah.
Um so speaking more on that writing process, it can't be easy to just like write out 476 pages and also like edit it and make it like great. So when it comes to your writing process, like what are like some kind of like daily habits or rituals that went into busting out this entire book in that time span? Like, did you have a specific time you would write, a specific like amount of time you would write, or was it more spontaneous?
Well, the first book, I took a break from streaming, and that was I took a 4-week break, and in that same month was when Mixer went down. So that was a big distraction to throw in the middle of all that.
Mm-hmm.
But that was 4 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks of just straight dedicated writing. The second book, I started writing a month after the first, but I dedicate every Monday. Nobody bothers me. All I'm doing is writing every Monday, every Monday, every Monday. So it was a lot different, but that might have been why it was easier to write longer. Whereas 1 month you write 7 chapters. This whole past year, every Monday, I have a breath between each week of writing to really think about it and then go from there, think about it, go from there versus every day, every day, every day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that helped.
Because like unless you have like a strategy for how you're going to get the project done, like about like timing, like setting aside the specific time you're going to write or
Making
work on
sure
any
it
project,
makes
any
sense.
big project doesn't get done unless you have a plan for how you're going to get it done. And it sounds like it worked perfectly for, especially with a book where you're creating your own world. Like, and it's not even set like in more or less the same earth that we live in. It's in a completely original world. So in that
Yeah.
sense, I think it's really important when you have like the breaks to think about that world and like let the connections build themselves. So then when you focus, you have those built. So I that's a really, I'm a big fan of that plan. That's all I gotta say.
The hardest part about it is most of your ideas come to you when you're trying to sleep.
Mhm.
Your brain
So you have to,
relaxes. Your brain has
yeah.
time to like relax and let things flow. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, not when it won't turn off and it keeps talking. And I gotta roll over, turn my tablet on, jot down those ideas before I lose them. Like just the other day during
Mhm.
my past week vacation, like in the middle, like 3 or 4 in the morning, something hit me. I was like, oh, I gotta put this in there now. I gotta put this in there now. But that's I don't know. It's not a bad thing either because if you figure out what you're gonna do when you're not working on it, I guess that's good. If the answers come to you, I guess that's what matters.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the more effectively you can disconnect and let those answers come to you, the more surprises you'll end up having.
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually am just about I'm reading a book about like the difference between like focusing and then letting your brain wander, and it's I thought like, okay, this book is going to be all about like how to not wander, how to focus and all that, but then half the book is telling you about how important it is to not focus, to let connections build themselves, take note of when they happen, and then
Yeah.
implement them when you have the time or bandwidth to focus. So that's really, you're living the dream right there.
Sorta, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not you can't ever completely master your brain to do
Mhm.
exactly what you want it to do at all moments.
But
But
anyways, to get off of the excessive neuroscience discussion or hypotheticals, tell us more about like what have been some of your favorite parts about putting this book together?
oh, that's something I had to note down here because it's not just like I'm writing it, but as the author, I'm also editing it. I'm also the art. I had to direct the art. I worked with 3
Mhm.
different artists on that, and that can be very challenging.
Mhm.
That can all be that it's almost as challenging as just writing it in general. But then also the social media, the merchandise. I'm also publishing it, self-publishing it. What else do I got here? Just all of that. Distributor. It's oh wow, you're showing it. It's so pretty. Every time I
Yeah.
look at it, I'm like, wow, I made that.
Yeah, like I remember when we were discussing, okay, we need assets for this event. I specifically said, like, Mixtifer, we need this art that you've been showing me because this is amazing.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the cover.
it's a really great representation of the world that you're building.
The that guy, well, there's 3 different artists. One of them, the one that did most of them is in Colombia, and I just found him on Reddit. That's been the cool part is like how you can find talented people in any corner of the world, you know? So he did 6 of the pieces. I don't know if you have the Android one.
Android. The one that's like taking off its face?
Yeah, yeah, that one. So that piece, that was from somebody in the Czech Republic. Her name is Anna Moshak, and she was the most expensive piece I had done. I don't think I gave you guys any of the horror pieces, but she was just somebody I found on Twitter. They're all just, yeah, that one. That one's so beautiful. I love that photo. That's the first picture you see in the book right before
Yeah.
you flip to chapter 1.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, they're all stunning. But the thing I like a lot of things I'm a fan of. I like the subtle things that a lot of people might not pick up on. So something that's kind of intentional with Son of Sin is the human characters are, as you see the art, they look more sort of maybe anime style, right? And the most realistic piece is the android, the one that looks the it's kind of like a flip of the script, where the humans
Mm.
look more animated and the android is the one that looks most realistic. Intentional. I don't know why, but that's why I did it.
I really like that, just like having a stylistic difference to differentiate between characters and types of characters. That's a really good visual indicator for the readers. Um, so moving on from like the art, just because like the art has is that's just so amazing to actually have the visual representation of that world. Building speaking of building a world, that can be a huge challenge. So what what were some of the biggest challenges and highlights about basically building an entire world from scratch for these books?
Well, I'm a huge cyberpunk fan, not like just the game, but like that aesthetic, that setting,
Mhm.
that sort of tone. I actually had this idea for at least my main character, Klain, and I had some of his side character, like his partners, as an idea all the way back to 2008, and that's why I went to college to learn how to make video games. Was to make, at the time it didn't have a name, but Son of Sin. uh, then I gave up on it. And so then when I sat down, I was like, okay, I've been streaming for 10 years. I've got a very loyal, awesome community that supports what I do. And like, this is the only probably shot I'm going to get to do it. So when I sat down to actually like figure out what I'm going to do, I just picked what my favorite things were. So Final Fantasy, cyberpunk aesthetics, the music, like all that kind of stuff. And I went from there and I built my world around my favorite sort of things. Specifically, Klain, the art where he's got that sword above him. That's
Hmm.
his sword's called the motherboard, and so that idea hit
Mhm.
me that it's just made up of old scrap computer parts and metal, and he sort of uses it to tap into his abilities and stuff like that. That idea came to me because I just had I had old computer parts around my home from all the years of streaming. I was like, man, imagine you could put all that together to make something useful out of it. Yeah, there you go. That picture. You can see a little computer screen on there. So yeah, that's like his Cloud with his Buster sword. That's like
Mhm.
his own thing.
Inspiration can really hit you from like anywhere and places where you least expect it. So alongside like Final Fantasy, Cyberpunk, and like the things you had around in your physical environment, what would be some less obvious inspirations for like your development of the book, the story, and everything like that?
I'd say writing the story I'd want to be told. Does that make sense?
No, yeah.
Because I feel like I say it on the back of my book. It says like mixed for blah blah blah. But one of the things on there it says is that I felt very kind of jaded and underwhelmed by a lot of the modern stories, and so I was like, why don't I tell a story that I think maybe the world wants to hear? So I think I drew a lot of inspiration about from maybe what's not out there. You know what I mean? Because that's
Yeah.
sort of like when not everything should be the same.
Yeah, and on that note of telling the story that you want to be told, you can apply that to almost any aspect of creativity. Like if it's streaming, be the streamer that you want to watch. YouTube, like make the content that you would want to have exist.
Hmm.
So one, like as a more broad sense for creators and turning this into something a little bit actionable, if there is a type of content that you want to have exist and it doesn't exist, if you have the idea for it, execute it. So whether that's a world for a book or a specific type of stream or video, um, like as Mixtifer is living right here, he he has created a world that he wanted to see, told the story that he wanted to tell, that he wanted to see exist in the world, and stuck with it and made it happen.
You
So
make your own reality.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And on that point of sticking with it, creating a world, writing a book, writing multiple books can be a huge undertaking. What have been things that have helped you to be able to stick with it and to like stay, like not necessarily like stay on task, but like not give up and to keep going?
Oh, easy. That's such an easy question. Thank you for asking it. My my community, my amazing wife, like these people I think would be let down if I didn't go for it, you know, because they're always in my corner and like I get so many nice comments and the one person that's already started to read the second one said I was brilliant the other day. Like I don't that's a big kind of bold thing to say. Uh, I don't necessarily agree with that, but hearing stuff like that definitely motivates you to keep going. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mhm.
the art, like I don't know, like my dream is to see this as something somebody's playing or up on the screen, and if I got to write books to get there, then that's what I got to do. Because Game of Thrones took 20 years before it got picked up and was big. Lord of the Rings, similar story. I think Harry Potter or something like that too, right? Wasn't that like 15 years or something? They were books before they got picked up. So if I might as well start that timer. um, one thing I forgot to bring up earlier when I was talking about the second book, one thing I implemented that was very difficult, but I don't think anybody's ever done it, is when you're reading the chapters, I've put QR codes that go to music that go with those moments of the story. So when you're reading it, it's like
Oh,
yeah, so like when you're reading
Oh.
a smartphone, you just scan it, it goes to a YouTube link and it plays, and we've almost timed it to about the average reading time between each song. But yeah, they're very very expertly placed.
that's really, I've never heard of anything like
I
that.
didn't think so either.
Like
Yeah.
I have a friend who used QR who like made a method book for something like, but he had QR codes linking to video tutorials for the thing that he's talking about. But that's completely different from like using multiple mediums in a book, because when people think book they typically think I'm just reading this, but they
Yeah.
don't realize like you can clash mediums. Like what you're doing right there, that's one of the most innovative things
Mhm.
I've actually heard of like any author doing, by bringing more mediums into text. Because if you have modern technology, use it.
Well, you're also like you're using an old technology in books, and then you're implementing because everybody's gonna have a smartphone. You can just pull that out and listen to it. Put your headphones in. But it
Mhm.
also goes directly to those artist pages. And I say in the book, like, make sure you support these artists. Tell them Son of Sin sent you. You know, like they might even think that's cool. I mean, it's free views, free advertising for them. Oh, it was not easy either finding all the right music. You're talking about a
Mhm.
478 page book.
So
But
speaking more, linking this onto like the terms of like atypical success and things like that, um what would be like your biggest piece of advice to someone who wants to create but it feels a bit jaded about the current status quo of being a creator, like being limited to just like streaming or videos or things like that? um what would be your best advice for someone looking to sort of go off on their own path and sort of create something new or less typical?
I don't know, because that's been like my whole reality for years. I'm always kind of like the guy that goes off the beaten path. I think that if you want that, you're going to do that, because for me, it's just ticking in the back of my head, things that bother me, and I just want to do it. So I think if you get there, I'm also the type of person that I don't like to do what everybody else is doing because everybody else is already doing it. So if you can find the one thing nobody else is doing, and that's almost certainly writing books. So I went that way, but it's not where I wanted to start. You know, I would have loved to just been handed $1 million and make Son of Sin as a video game right now, but you know, that's not going to happen
Yeah.
unless you somehow successful as a crowdfunded campaign or something.
Yeah, just having the vision and then actually executing it. Because so many people have a vision, have something they want to create or do or put into the world. Excuse me. But they either, whether it's the lack of resources, lack of drive, or whatever, so many people have a vision and then do nothing with it. When in reality, if what will set you apart is actually executing on that vision and making it happen.
Start it.
Exactly. So you heard it here first, folks. If you have an idea, just do it.
Yeah, Nike.
Like, you don't need to make it great. You just do it. It is
Oh yeah,
like,
he's wearing Nike. Mad Runner's got a Nike.
It's a reminder. It's a reminder.
I mean,
Just do it.
It is basic advice, but one of the most important things you can do with anything that you want to do in life is to just do it. Because you can spend hours or months or years thinking, okay, how am I going to do it? How am I going to make this perfect? But if you don't actually start it, it's not going to happen.
And you've only got one shot. Eminem. It's true though. Like, you only have one shot at life to do what you want to do, and nobody's going to do it for you. Nobody's going to hand you anything. So I've done the streaming thing. I've got an awesome community. Like, I'm still full time. I'm still doing all that, but I want more. You know, I want to make the thing. I want to make the thing the next streamer is reacting to or playing or whatever it is. That's the real challenge now for me. Making something that is relevant.
Make your mark. Hell yeah.
I'll leave it a legacy too, you know, like one day I'll be dead and gone, but Son of Sin can be around forever.
Yeah, that's a really, really poignant way to think about it. So as we're starting to wrap things up, since we started late, we'll run a little bit late, maybe 5-10 more minutes. What would be just one final thing you'd like to share, whether that's about the book or like a piece of advice for creators looking to really set themselves apart?
Well, that's the frame of mind you should attack with, is how do you set yourself apart? I say this all the time, and maybe it sounds a little strange, but sometimes you just got to stare at yourself in the mirror and think about who you want to be in the world, you know, because it's the only way you can change is if do you like who you're looking at? If not, how do you become what you want to look at? And that could not just be, that could be losing weight, that could be writing a book, that could be making music, it could be anything. Like, one of the most rewarding things in my endeavor as an author is that now when I introduce myself, I don't just say I'm a streamer. I start with I'm an author. I've noticed that there's a bigger spark in someone's eye than when I say I'm a streamer. From 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you get like, oh, really? Blah, blah, blah. And now it's just like, oh. But now author, people are like, oh, really? What do you write? And then you show them, and I can show them this art and stuff. They're like, oh, wow, blah, 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 blah. Like, during my little 1-week break, we went to random breweries or restaurants, and I got into conversations and showed it to them, and they all bought it. They all bought the book. Stuff like that. That's goes back to like what motivates you, you know?
So speaking of buying the book, where might someone be able to buy that book right now?
Oh, please, if you are going to buy it, do it from sonofsin.com, because Amazon pays me $1 per sale. So sonofsin.com, and we spent a lot of time making this beautiful website. It's got extras about the characters, their backstory. It's actually the same prices that for Amazon, but like for the hard book, for example, is $60 on Amazon, and they'll pay me $1 for that. For the same price on my website, I'll give you an autographed version, personalized with something nice to write, mailed to you. You're gonna have to wait a little bit though. They're very slow sending author copies. Just so you know, if anybody's never written a book on Amazon, you can order what is called the author copy for a cost, but they don't send them to you with Prime shipping. There's no fast production time, so they take 3 weeks to get. I haven't even held my own book yet. So there's people that have already ordered on Amazon. They're already reading it and holding, and I haven't even touched it yet.
Well, I look forward to when you get to touch your book for the first time.
Oh, I know, right? Killing me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys
But
have do you guys have the commercial?
Yes, let me try to pull that up here.
Yeah, I believe that's on the front page of the website, right?
Yeah, or I put it in that Google folder for you.
Okay, perfect.
Whichever one's easier.
Yeah, give us just a quick second to let that go, and then thank you for your time, Mixtifer. This has been great discussing your creative process, how to set yourself apart as a creator. Amazing.
Do we have the video playing right now?
Yes. She's very likable. I'm about 4 or 5 chapters into your first book, and I actually really like her too. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, she's awesome. Well,
all right. Well, thank you again, Mixtifer. We're gonna take a quick break to do some staff Q&A, but everyone follow Mixtifer on Twitch, Twitter, whatever your preferred platform is. I'll at him in the chat at Mixtifer. Follow him, or else we'll be disappointed in you. There's no actual threats of violence here on AVerMedia, only of disappointment.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me on 2 years in a row. Seriously, I really appreciate it.
No, yeah. I mean, it worked out perfectly that your new
pleasure.
book launched 2 days before this event.
Yeah. But the audiobook, recorded on the Nexus and the Mic 330.
Nice.
I can figure out how to set it all up.
All right. Well, thank you again. We're going to do a quick staff segment, and anything else you'd like to promote before we go?
Buy AVerMedia products. I'm sick of it. I want them to be number one.
Thank you. We do too.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Have a great day, rest of your day, and we'll see you probably next time when you got your next book out.
Yep. Next year.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Awesome. So right now we're going to do a bit of Q&A before we have our interview with the one and only Girl DM. So if you have any questions about AVerMedia products, the sales we have going on, the giveaway, anything like that, or just streaming in general, hit us in the chat. But not too hard, okay?
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm getting a bit delirious from I didn't sleep very well last night. I was very caffeinated all morning.
You're good. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm good.
Any questions?
I
Any
know I'm good.
questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Mad Runner, what is your favorite feature on the Nexus?
What is my favorite feature on the Nexus? I think it's pretty simple. For some reason, in my brain, I always have like sound effects going off when something happens in life. that I wish I would have a Nexus like right next to me so that I could do like either these things or something like that. Yeah, the soundboard for me is what does it with the Nexus. Like, I don't have it set up right now, but when I'm either playing with my little brother or when I'm just playing games, I have like a whole panel filled with. So we have a 4x5 grid on the Nexus, so each page is like filled with sound effects. So yeah, soundboard is what does it for me with the Nexus.
I've definitely noticed that you use the soundboard liberally. When we have a little peek behind the curtain, when we have our team meetings, like with our manager and whatnot, Mad Runner and our manager both love to use the soundboard in the middle of the meeting, just like to help prove a point.
Yeah, gets people more
So whether that's
engaged.
just like the air horns or everything like that, yeah, because when everything's remote, you gotta do little steps that little do boosts of engagement, make things more fun and interesting, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah. Shu, what is your favorite feature on the Nexus?
I just kind of like how everything helps me with my workflow a little bit better. Every day when I have to start working, like instead of having to do everything on a manual kind of note, I just have everything set up either as shortcuts or as like, my buttons, and then I can just get straight into it. Sometimes it's kind of like maybe I do want to do things manually just to give my brain a little time to kind of like boot up. But having everything streamlined for me when I actually am in a rush, and like when there are things that we have to turn in by the end of the week or meeting whatever specific deadlines, just helps me kind of get into the groove of knowing like I can just get straight into it without having to figure out, do I have everything here, like is all my information on this folder like correct, and things like that. So
I definitely agree with that sentiment of workflow. Both for like when I stream and for when I work, I have little multi-action steps. Like I have one that just like opens Chrome, then all my work tabs. I have one like
yep.
that's a launch sequence for my stream, where it like sets to a neutral scene, hit start streaming, switches to my countdown, all that, which I discussed on our last stream talking about the Nexus. Um, I just really like the sheer amount of features that you can get out of the Nexus, and the fact that it's only one device doing all of that. Like it 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 saves a lot of space on my desk compared to if I had multiple products doing the sum total of those same features. And it's a powerful little guy. And as you can see, it works for the Shure SM7B. There's more than enough gain. That's my favorite thing. It works with gain hungry mics like the Shure SM7B out of the box.
That is right. That is right.
Oh.
So,
Wow,
how's the
I'm
weather,
surprised we actually don't have any
everyone?
specific questions going on today. It's actually we typically do have a couple of people asking us our questions specifically about the Nexus or anything, but I guess most people today are probably here waiting for our panels, which is also fine.
Mm-hmm.
Um
While you're waiting, you can actually go and check out our.
Oh yeah, I'll post those links. Use code CC2021 in our eStore for 10% off.
Yeah.
That
Let me
that
get.
does not apply to every product, but it applies to many of our products, right?
mhm.
Because we have products that are
Yeah, there's
already on
a
sale.
collection. There's a specific page when you go to the shop drop down that says Create and Connect 2021, and then you'll see the products that are available for the coupon. So if you guys want to shop now, take a look, see if you have any questions, definitely we'll be here today and tomorrow, obviously, if you guys have any questions. And Chaotic also stopped by, so it's good to see you around. Any upcoming stuff that we should be excited about?
Tonight, if you have a tech setup that you like to have reviewed by our partner Steve Bowling, be sure to just post it on Twitter and tag us and at Steve M Bowling, so we can have more content to either tear apart your setup and make it better, or just compliment on how pretty it is. But other things to look forward to. The holiday season is coming. Um, I'm looking forward to some days off and just resting and recharging after honestly a very very hectic year. Uh, though we don't get that time off yet. We still got plenty of hecticness coming up.
As always.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know about like upcoming stuff, AVerMedia specific. I mean, we're always trying to churn out something new, something exciting. But for me personally, I'm just excited for Halloween. I don't know if you guys have any plans, but it's just always nice to sift through a ton of like horror movies and like, seeing what's good, seeing what's bad, and just kind of enjoying the holiday. So, are you guys dressing up for it? Are you guys just chilling, snacking on
I need
candy?
to lose like 20 pounds before I can fit into any of my Halloween costumes that I've accumulated over
No.
the years.
I already gave
Oof.
that plan for the rest of the year. I'll just be happy and enjoy my life right now. And then you have next year beginning, so you have your New Year's resolutions and everything. That's top number one to get into shape again.
Y- yeah, and
But I'm
on
really
that note,
looking forward to watching. I'm not sure if I want to watch the movie yet or not, but I think Shu, you mentioned it last year. It was called. It's really hard for me to pronounce this word. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. Hereditary.
Hereditary? Or are you
Yes.
gonna? Yes.
Oh my! I watched the trailer a couple of days ago, and it was like at around 1 in the morning. And then when I
Hmm.
went half into the trailer, I just turned it off, and I was like, okay, I want to go to sleep because it seems like very like I'm gonna have to be very invested in probably not sleeping for the next 2 or 3 days because when I watch scary movies, they just keep playing on the back of my head the whole
Oh
day.
yeah.
mhm.
So, but that
Yeah.
one looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. I slept with the lights on for 3 days straight. So yeah,
Oh no.
it's fun. I look forward to your experiencing the movie, quite
Yes.
honestly.
Yes, I'll
And I
probably
tell
stream my
everyone to.
reactions and everything. That's oh my gosh. Cause
I'm always like,
yeah.
it's just the movie that I would recommend for anybody who wants to be kind of like shook. So
Ah, really? You're making me
yeah.
okay. I'll probably watch it like at 9 a.m. with all like curtains open and everything.
Oh, we got some girl DM lurk emojis emotes coming in the chat. Welcome, girl DM lurkers.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
And
Yeah,
she always has the cutest emotes too.
mm-hmm.
They're all so
Like
cute.
I just make a point that whenever I see like any of her TikToks or emotes or whatnot, like on Twitter, I'm like, okay, I gotta like that with the AVerMedia account. But
Okay,
in any
chaotic. I'll
case,
try to watch it at night. I'll do my best, chaotic. But
yeah,
I'm not making any promises.
one of my favorite things is watching like really really dumb horror movies. Like they're just like they're horror movies by genre, but they're just like so bad that they're funny. If you just like go onto Netflix's horror movie list, there's a lot of really dumb ones in there. I don't remember if this one's on Netflix, but my friends and I watched this one, which would definitely it's an 18 up movie. It's called Zombievers. It is the stupidest thing I have ever seen.
What?
Yeah.
So are they zombie? They're zombie beavers, I can only assume.
Yes. Yes. I won't give
Okay.
any more information. In fact, I actively recommend against looking it up. But
Okay, I'm gonna close that tab then. I'm not gonna look
yeah.
it up. I'm curious
it's
though
it's
now,
it's one
so.
of those like so bad it's hilarious movies, and like in the credits they have like bloopers of the cast just like cracking up because they can't take it seriously.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's also one on Netflix that I watched with friends, but I watched it at 1.6x speed because it just made it really frantic and a lot funnier because it's called The Terrifier. It's just really bad. Also, again, that one I would not recommend for anyone under the age of 18 to watch. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, just really shitty horror movies. Oh, really low quality horror
I don't
movies
have the beep
are
here. I'm sorry.
are,
I don't have the beep ready. Oh
one of my
no.
favorite things to do in October.
Mm, no,
Nice.
that's fair. I guess we're on different I guess Like we're watching horror movies, but I'm watching the ones that I'm just kind of like I don't want to sleep anymore, and you're watching the ones that are just kind of like, well, that's just silly. So some horror movie recommendations being tossed around back and forth here. Force Gaia asks, will this be archived? As in Create and Connect 21? I can only assume he says, or he or she says, they can't stick around.
It'll be up in the
Yes.
VOD from Twitch, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll also be giving individual panels to partners over the next couple of weeks for them to use on their own if they want to post it on their platforms.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be posting like each day as like at very least an unlisted video on our YouTube channel, if not just a whole video on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, so don't worry if you miss a panel or anything like that, we'll still have it up. No issues.
All right. Any quick tech questions? Any quick things you want to talk about with our tech before we bring on Girl DM?
Surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, well, if nobody has any questions, like for the time being, we are still here tomorrow for the second half of Create and Connect, and we do strive to do monthly streams. I want to say we do one or two streams a month, where we have Q&As or we talk about any new updates that we have going on. So you guys always have a chance to hit us up on another stream. And if you guys don't want to talk on live chat or anything like that, there's always Andy that you can bug on social media. So we're relatively open on all of our platforms.
I am social media.
He is social.
I am Twitter.
And if
All right,
you don't have those links there, I'm just put it over
I
here.
just put all the links in the chat.
Okay, cool.
Oh, but you can put all the social links.
Okay.
All I did was the Create and Connect relevant
go.
links.
That's all it takes. You already set it up. You push the little screen, and then it sends everything on its way.
Also, if you are in a business where you have to do a lot of copying and pasting, if you're on a Windows device, Windows key and V lets you access history on your clipboard. So if I pasted something like this morning, I could press Windows V, and then I can go back and then see my archive on the clipboard and paste it again. It is so useful. As someone who works in social media and I have to copy like many links or many things around all the time, I could not do my job without this feature. Just little life hacks from AVerMedia right here.
A little pro tip from Andy. He was so excited when he shared this tip with me. He's like, "Look, did you know you can do this with clipboard?" And I was like, "Oh, well, now I know." And now we're sharing the information with the rest of everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll benefit someone.
Or you could just copy everything. So I mean, if it's not like Andy, you already have like scripts, right? That you send out sometimes. So what you can do is you could just input it into the text.
Like widget. I have one for saying like, "Hi, thanks for reaching out. Unfortunately, our partner program is not open at this moment, but you can check out this page for more details." When so basically, it's just like when people are like, "Sponsor me," I just have a polite canned message for that. Things like that. Or, "Hi, thanks for reaching out. Have you reached out to our tech support?" With things of those ilk. It saves me so much time.
Yeah. So I'll show them really quick how to do that on the Creator Central side. So this is what you're seeing right now. This is our Creator Central, which basically controls the Nexus. And if you go over to a new tab here, and then you go down to the text widget, you add it in here. You can, let's call this partnerships. And then you can write whatever you want. Thank you for applying. And then
Thank you for applying. Go away.
We appreciate you. There. And then you can either choose for it to press enter and to send the message. So for example, what I did right now when I was doing the social media post, all I had to do is click on the chat and then hit this little widget here and it'll send it. Or if just you want to copy it and not hit enter, then you can just unclick this. And you know, it's pretty easy. That's it. So that's what I basically had for our little socials here. So when I hit the button, it's gonna send everything to the chat or wherever you're writing that.
All right, I just
Fun little side
messaged
tips.
Girl DM to come on whenever she's ready.
Excellent. So
yeah.
let's do this. I'll put on the Nexus or the X310 right now, put up some music while we get everything set up. All right.
All right.
Perfect.
So coming up, we have an interview with the amazing Girl DM on becoming a VTuber. Going from nothing, just the concept, to when you're eventually streaming on the regular. So we've been really excited to have this panel in particular, because honestly, like, VTubing has been one of the largest trends in streaming and content creation in general over the last year or two. So getting a little peek behind the curtain of one of our partners who happens to be a fantastic VTuber will be extremely interesting, and I'm really looking forward to this discussion. So without further ado, right here we have Girl DM.
Hello. Oh my gosh, well, I know that noise. I hear that sound effect so often. There it goes again. There it goes again. Hello.
So do you want to do a quick 自己紹介 self-introduction?
じゃあ自己紹介しますか。じゃあはい、はじめまして皆さん、私はガルディアンです。カナダ人の VTuber です。緑の AI 猫ですのコンセプトをします。うん。今日はすごく楽しんでいるみんなと話すこと。うん。
私たちも楽しんでいます。こちらこそいらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。Okay. So
Translation.
Native,
We need the
subtitles for
dubs.
y'all. Here are your subtitles now. Hi, I'm Girl DM. I am a Canadian VTuber. My concept is an AI cat girl. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here today and to talk to everybody. Hello.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for coming. And honestly, like, with the concept of AI cat girl, tell us a bit about the origin of Girl DM. What was the first moment in time Girl DM came into existence?
So I have a kind of a unique Girl DM origin story compared to other VTubers, which I'll explain a little bit on that. Mine started as a meme Twitter account. So most other VTubers have like a whole character and a concept and a first name and a last name, sometimes many other names. Mine is Girl DM, standing for Girl Direct Message, because it was a meme that was an inside group with some friends, and then I made a Twitter account anonymously and within the Overwatch community was memeing about. And then one of my longtime Overwatch friends, he was a VTuber and had been looking into VTubering far before it started to take off. I think he's 3 years now been a VTuber, on his 4th year.
Wow.
Yeah. And when it became more easily accessible for people that, in my case, I started off with just a webcam. When that became more accessible, he was messaging me. He was like, "You should become a VTuber." And I was like, "Do I really? I really like the VTubering. I don't know if it's for me though." And so my concept overall started out very simple. It was a mascot character I had made for this meme account. I like to draw. I wanted to have a little cute mascot character that I could draw cute things with, and I'm bad at drawing long hair, so she had short hair. that was the people were like, "Why did you choose these color concepts?" Well, I used a random color generator and I liked this arrangement of colors on the original avatar. Mine was a little bit in Japanese we'd say "chuzo hanpa," which means like not full effort put into it from the start. I've definitely put a lot more effort on things. This is my Halloween costume. This is the a lot of effort was put into this one. This took over 3 months of work to get it to where it is today. But yes, mine was started off as a meme, but in general, many of my other friends, their concepts range from being very fantastical and staying within that character while they stream, as well as having an interesting origin type, but maybe not so much requiring everything to be played in that role for the entire stream. There's a whole bunch of different types. It's really cool.
Yeah. One thing that I've noticed when I've been scouring the world of VTubing is that, like, everyone has a really distinct concept, at least the people who like are blowing up and end up becoming very successful. So on that point of like thinking about your concept, developing your concept, we discussed the low effort origin of Girl DM. But how did you refine that concept into what it is today?
The main thing to think about is what resonates well with you.
Mhm.
So for me, a comfy, positive type of character was the original, the personality concept for Girl DM. A positive, comfortable, fluffy, like I don't know, like a little positivity cat that you want to pull out of your pocket and put on your desk when you're not having such a great day and have it be like, you know what, you can do it. I'm sending you heckin' cheers. You got this. Like that kind of concept was like the broader image. So working from that, what sorts of things make sense to add on to it? My original costume concept design for it was a very simple, it was a hoodie. Because what's more cozy than being like in wintertime playing games with your friends, doing stuff online, and you're just bundled up in your favorite hoodie. Like that is like prime comfort right there. So that was the initial design that I went for. And as the cool thing with being a VTuber is that you're not locked into that initial concept that you've come up with. The concept can evolve and grow and change with how you start adjusting your streams and how what your personality feels like when you start streaming and start working more with what you can do with your character, right? So for mine, when I had my 2.0 debut, I went more towards a techwear sort of design because I build my own computers. I very much, a lot of my TikToks are explaining like behind the veil of VTubering and like what my setup looks like and what software I use and explaining how is it that I can move my hands well, my lighting setup, etc. I really like tech stuff, so I was like, you know what, like maybe going a little bit more techie wear towards that would be good for having that be the main concept as I evolved to the 2.0 edition. So it's it's a very flexible medium to work with for being a VTuber.
Yeah, and it just like with any type of creativity, if you set your concept, if you set your type of content, but then give it no wiggle room to change, adapt, and grow, then you're not going to have a great time. So it's really important, whether or not you're a VTuber, to have flexibility in your strategy, your concept, your content, whatever. That's just me linking it back to a broader sense, but going deeper into the rabbit hole of VTubing, who have been some of your biggest inspirations for your growth and development as a VTuber? They could be VTubers or not VTubers.
I think, oh gosh, as far as VTubers go, the first one that I was aware of that I started watching was Hizuna Ai. And she's very entertaining. She's one of the people that is kind of attributed with coining the term VTuber, being from the word virtual YouTuber, but that has now since branched out to refer to anyone that's using a virtual avatar to represent themselves while they are streaming or making content. And so Kizuna Ai definitely was one. I really liked her energy and her approach towards gaming. Other inspiration, man, the VTubing community, the English community, the Japanese community, they have so many insanely talented people, and it's just really cool to see everybody's concepts, their designs. Since we're all of us are on social media, and from that, it's quite streamlined to find people that are familiar with the sorts of things that you want for your VTubing stuff, like art and assets and things. There are so many people that make free assets. And so for me, at least, just my inspiration is seeing pretty much everyone that I encounter and how they're approaching VTubing as an indie creator, because it's just such a flexible system that you can do. So,
Yeah, that's really great. Like, take inspiration where you can from everyone around you, because you're gonna grow the concept and medium of VTubing together, not by like trying to beat each other down and things like that. So it's really great to foster like that kind of camaraderie between everyone involved and take inspiration from, like, no matter if you're like Corone or if you're one of like the most niche people who no one's heard of, sort of taking that inspiration, working together, and building something amazing. So speaking on building something amazing as a VTuber, if someone were interested in starting as a VTuber right now and knew nothing about becoming a VTuber, what would their next steps be?
I
We can start with like
think-
character or brand or
Mhm.
design or art or tech, just any of those categories.
So the first thing to take into account is you will need the knowledge of how you're going to do this. How are you going to do this? How are you going to approach this? Because there are so many different methods, and some might work for what your current setup is, some might not work for your current setup. And so the main thing to think of is what you can start with. So for an indie creator, oftentimes you are limited in what you can grab from the start there. And so the main thing to remember is this is going to take time.
Mm-hmm.
There are ready-made bottles that you can buy from various people and sites and such, but that can sometimes lead to kind of a disconnect between you and that character. Unless there are some people that have gotten very lucky and they just like find that character and like, you know what, this is 100% me. This is 100% perfect. If that happens to you, go buy a lottery ticket. But for others, for myself, I started off with my very first one, first, like this is the alpha girl DM before the 3D stuff, was a what we call a PNG tuber, essentially, which is you have a PNG, you put it on the screen, and you use that as your concept. And that is beautiful. You can literally have a character designed and have that be your initial concept to start from, and you can stream with that. And that is completely great and wonderful. I have friends that have done that. That's what their start was, and it's great. Gives you a chance to be more flexible. You don't have to worry about being like, oh, do I really like this character enough to do this kind of thing. As far as getting like completely started, I honestly recommend going to YouTube first. What I did, even with my friend messaging me and being like, oh, you should check out this software, you should check this out, this will help you. I spent a good, I want to say like at least 20 hours of video looking through on YouTube to look at the different tracking software, the different ones that they can do, what can my computer handle, what is for 3D, what is for 2D, what's required for a 3D model, what's required for a 2D model, because all of them have different things. And some of them are more flexible than others, some of them are more affordable than others, and it's just too vast to have a quick TLDR on how to become a VTuber, I feel like.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. So on that point of it's too vast for a broad sense, how about we just limit it to what you used when you like started, what could be considered a more modern version of Girl DM, and then what you use now in terms of like software and hardware.
Okay. So when I first started out, I was using a program that was called AVMedia Mirror, which did not require a webcam. It just could track your mouse movement, and the character, your avatar is just standing still. And my first 3D model that I used after the PNG version, the first 3D model I used was made in a program called VRoid. VRoid is a free 3D character program that has a ton of versatility. It is an insanely creative program. And in my case, I tried working with it and I had trouble with it. And so I commissioned an artist to make my initial model, which is very common. And I found the artist through Twitter. There are resource accounts that have lists of them on Twitter, like VT Resources and such, that have Google Sheets with here are a whole bunch of creators that do this kind of work that you can contact, which is where I know many of my friends have gone through. So I started off with AVMedia Mirror, and then a program called Luppet was revealed, and I currently use Luppet. Right after Luppet came out, maybe a couple months afterwards, another software appeared for 3D VTubing called VC Face. And VC Face has some open source interactions. So you can do some really cool things with Twitch interactivity. Some people have it so that they can have like, someone can put bits on the stream and they'll get hit in the head with stuff. So... and their avatar will react to it too. You'll just like, they'll be talking, then they'll be like like that. I still use Luppet because for me, Luppet was the most approachable software I've actually emailed the devs in Japanese before to be like, "Sumimasen, please fix this," kind of thing, and they've responded back and done stuff, and I'm like, "You guys are cool." I just Luppet doesn't have that accessibility like VC Face does, though, because of it being like kind of locked off. It doesn't have open code for people to look at, so there are some limitations that I have to work with that. And then for my hand tracking, when I started off, I didn't have hand tracking. I discovered that there is a device that was made for like initially it was made for touchless interactivity with systems and such, and then it got adopted by the VR community, and then it got adopted by the VTuber community because they're like, oh, this thing tracks your hands, and you don't need to wear anything on your wrist or anything. Because prior to that, people were using the VR tracker, like wristbands and such. You have to make sure those are charged, and your hands can be kind of like Barbie hands. You can have like set hand shapes for it, whereas this one I have a lot more versatility on what I can do with them.
That's so cool.
They're really cool. They definitely sometimes lose tracking because it uses camera-based tracking for it. But the other thing with it, which was one of the challenges that arose, is as I was doing more with my 3D stuff, it's a very big drain on your computer. So I had to make a lot of upgrades to my system in order to run this. I had to run my model in lower quality. I couldn't play many fast-paced games on screens because, like, if I tried to play Valorant, boom, my frames, when not streaming, frames were at like, oh, 120, we're coasting good. We go on stream, it's like, boom, you're down to 30 frame rate drops when we're in a firefight. And I was like, I'm gonna die a lot. I'm sorry, team. So I had to make upgrades to my system in order to support these additional changes. And then I stay on top of tech for it a lot. A lot of the indie VTubing stuff has changes really quickly because all the software is thus far, very indie based. There aren't really many large companies that are making VTubing stuff. It's still individuals that are working on these programs, and that's just insane to me still. So I did a lot of looking into, I follow the Japanese trends, which helps me to see when there are interesting things coming about, like the face tracking. So the full AR kit face tracking, this uses an iPhone, and that connects to Luppet. I have my iPhone plugged into a dongle, plugged into my Ethernet, plugged into my computer, so that I can have all of the tracking for my face. And Wi-Fi works sometimes, but it can stutter because Wi-Fi, regardless of how good your Wi-Fi is, you're going to drop stuff and it's going to transition over to your VTuber's face, which just, it kind of breaks immersion at times. So yeah, just whole bunch of things that you have to take into account as you progress further and further on things.
Yeah, it really does sound like it's an incredibly delicate house of cards, that there are places where you can like add supports or add some glue to make it more stable, but like you just really need to build it really methodically, get all the
Yeah.
details correct, just to have every step of the way for a really advanced rig such as yours. Like,
Mhm.
whereas if you're a PNG tuber, that's much simpler for getting started, or if you're
Yes.
using the more indie softwares that you were discussing when you were earlier in your journey, those might be a bit easier. But when you're doing the
Yeah.
iPhone route, just because like the iPhone face tracking is insane.
It's amazing. It's like,
Yeah.
it's,
So when
it's
you- when
great.
you're-
I can wink at you, like amazing. But yeah, there's the main thing. One of the pieces of advice I think for people that are interested in VTubing, and if you're not experienced with streaming yet, just try with the PNG first. That gives you a lot less stress on things that could possibly go wrong, because regular streaming stuff goes wrong anyways all the time. Like, you've just added a whole bunch of software and tracking into the mix. You are now being a puppeteer while you are trying to play the video game and balance with interacting with your chat. You can take smaller steps towards that if you are like wanting to stream but maybe you don't have much experience with it. With that PNG method, I really recommend that, because that gives you a chance to find your voice, your style, with a lot less stress. Because when things go wrong and you're live, it feels really bad, and especially when you don't know why it's broken. All you know is it's broken. and there aren't error reports things very clearly because a lot of this is indie software. So
Yeah.
you don't have that clear like customer support route. You can't really like send a message and be like, "Hey, this isn't working," because sometimes the dev will respond back and go, "I don't know why it's working either." And you have to go, "Okay, let's take a week to like work back and forth on this and see like what the problem is." But when you're live and it's happening, that's not something you can really address.
Yeah. When things go wrong, when you spent thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours setting it up, it hurts a lot more than if you
Yeah.
spent like 10, like if you've commissioned a PNG for like
Yeah.
$50 to $100
Mhm.
and are doing a much simpler setup that maybe took you a couple of hours to figure out.
Mhm.
So I think everyone, for any creative thing, should try a low budget approach to see if they enjoy it first before going ham and like, if you're just doing streaming, getting like a RTX 3080 11th gen Intel or like the new 16-inch M1 Max MacBook Pro, things
Yeah.
like that. Definitely much better to dabble before you go all in, which is why entry level products are important. Small AVerMedia plug, but uh, but yeah, I firmly agree with start small, see if you like it before you invest that amount of time. Because
Yeah.
what would like a typical 3D VTuber rig, like not necessarily like of the same caliber as yours, like just like a typical medium to lower high tier VTubing rig, like commission typically cost?
I think so. It depends on if you're going to go with a Vroid base one or if you're going with a custom sculpt one. So this one currently, this is a custom sculpt. This was made completely from scratch in Blender by the Art Gun, who is my 3D modeler and rigger, and she's insanely talented. Oh my god! For Vroid bases, that you can do yourself for free if you want to put in the time to learn how to use that software. There are so many people that have made wonderful tutorials on how to do hair, how to do clothing, how to do textures, and it's something that you can pick up and make a wonderful looking model that works amazingly for VTubing, and you can do that in less than a month if you can put your time towards it. That is something you can do. Now, if you're like me and you open up Vroid Studio and you go, "I drew a strand of hair and it's not even touching her head," and you go, "I have a lot of things on my plate right now. I don't think I can actually like do this." You can exchange money for goods and services. So that is what I did. I found a modeler for Vroid, and even when I was looking towards my 2.0, I was still considering a Vroid model with that one as well. Just circumstances led me to going with the Art Gun instead. And for in that case, if you do want to commission someone with a Vroid, those ones can range from $100 to a couple of thousands as well, depending on the complexity and what you're going to use it for, and all those different options.
Like if you're an egg with a face, it's going to be much less than if you're a
Yeah.
complex anime character.
Yes, yeah. If you have a
Love
very,
this.
very simplified one, then there are even people that make your character here type ones, especially for 2D VTubing, because you can make simple 2D avatars that are able to use. There's a tracking program called VTube Studio, which is for 2D tracking. And you can make a really simple avatar or have a simple avatar made that has very basic, like will blink and maybe have like a smile and very, very simple physics to it, or no physics whatsoever. There was a VTuber that was a stick person, like amazing. Just absolutely fantastic. There are so many options that you can have with that you can either learn to do yourself because the community has everything detailed out, or find contacts to work through wherever you're starting at.
And going off that like point of like, oh, if you could even be a stick person VTuber, I think one of the biggest appeals for being a VTuber is being able to express yourself and create content showing the exact, basically you can create the person you want to be online, like even if because you're not showing your face, because you're showing like whether that's an egg with a face or a stick person or a complex 3D model with lots of physics and all that. Ultimately it gives you a barrier to filter how you express yourself, but also for some people, because of that barrier, because of that filter, you can express yourself even more freely because it's like it's not you technically. It is you, but it's not you, if that makes sense.
It's kind of like a ultimate display of what you want to present.
Exactly.
And the thing with that's a blessing and a curse, right?
Yes.
So you do have the benefit of being more on the anonymous side, who is the person behind it. Like when I talk on stream, I usually refer to the person behind Girl DM as Miss Voice, because essentially what you hear is Mrs. Voice's voice, and she is the grand puppeteer of the Green Cat Girl. The Green Cat Girl being Girl DM. And there definitely is, I think, even with regular streaming, or even when you're in any type of thing, when you know that there are eyes on you watching some sort of performance or presentation, you have a different persona that you put forward. And having that expression of, this is what I want to present, gives you that freedom of that, but that also kind of sets an expectation for you as well, that you need to be able to meet that when you are in this mode, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So that can put a lot of stress on you as well, because if I show up and I have a very cool die-hard style character that I'm supposed to be piloting, I'm gonna probably be like a little bit scared there. Like I had to, because of course there are things, even with me with VTubing, like there have been times I was like, is this actually the concept that I want to continue with? Like, my favorite animal isn't even a cat. I like foxes. Like I had a whole other I could have an entirely different concept and a different approach to it that it would probably be fun to try out and such too. But it's kind of like, would I feel comfortable maintaining that compared to where I currently am with comfort level with it, which is kind of weird, because you've got this like kind of mental aspect of it going on as well, when you're like, am I doing due diligence to the character that I have on the screen that I've like created, or am I failing at this, right?
So how can someone like reduce the pressure for that characterization? Because as you said, if you were like being like a hardcore rough and tough type of character, that would be much harder to maintain for like you as a person. So how could someone how should someone ideally design their character to be most effortless or reduce as much friction as possible to do so on a regular basis?
I think it depends on how you want to address it forward. Do you want to be a character in a role, or do you want it to be more of a enhanced version of what you want to present? For me, it's like more on the enhanced version side. I even meeting like online friends IRL, like most of the time you have people being like, oh my gosh, I didn't expect you would be like this. Oh my gosh, when they meet, every time I've met somebody, they've been like, oh, you're exactly what I expected. Where's my excitement? I wanted to get the reaction, but you're just like, oh yeah, of course that's you. It's just like, man. But so it depends on what makes you feel most comfortable. And one of the things I would recommend doing is practicing. Like even now, I've been streaming as a VTuber for over a year, and even now, before I started streaming stuff, I still make faces at the camera. I still do silly movements and stuff. I still test to see like stuff that I can do and stuff that I enjoy seeing the model do and such. So I am very comfortable with my model and the presentation for it because I have practiced with it. So if you do want to have like that macho character and stuff, then just do a practice reel, like do a demo reel, record yourself. You're going to feel really, really stupid. And if you feel really stupid recording it by yourself, you're going to feel worse if you're live on stream trying to keep this in character.
Yeah.
And if you watch it back and you cannot make yourself smile because you are being like, oh boy, the whole entire time, then maybe that's something you need to practice a bit more if this is truly the character that you're wanting to go for the whole time. What's important while you are streaming and having that character is being comfortable and being confident in what you want to present to everybody on the stream.
Yeah, that's a really great point. Because there is like a line between like, oh, you just don't like the sound of your own voice and you'll get over it. But there's also like, if you're making a character and playing a character, if you're cringing at the character you're playing, then clearly you either need to practice more or make some changes. And that's a really, really important point, because like whether you're like live on stage, like doing like theater, like actual like acting in like a Broadway sense, versus developing a character for VTubing, or just your enhanced personality if you're just a normal streamer. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, then it's not sustainable to keep doing that.
Mhm.
So speaking less of the trials, tribulations, and difficulties of being a VTuber, what is one of your favorite aspects of creating as a VTuber?
I think probably my favorite thing is just like the possibilities that kind of open up with the character concepts and such. And so one of the things that I've told my community when they've asked me on advice on things is like my approach towards things is more of like what I call like the Disneyland approach. And if you've been to Disneyland before, or if you haven't, every section of Disneyland has a specific theme. And every section has its own unique music. They pipe in unique smells. There are unique snacks to each section. The staff working have a unique uniform that is specific to that section that they are in. The garbage cans are themed per section. And the beauty of being a streamer, being a creator, is that you can control every single aspect of how you present your stream. Like for mine, it's very cyber techy and such. All of this stuff is catered to how I wanted to present it to everybody, right? Let me make sure I'm back at the right screen. There we go. So I think that's one of the coolest things, is just the pure creative output that you have with this. Like if you're the type of person that likes to have your hands on things a lot, this is like the ultimate way to be like, you know what if I do this and I have it like this? What if I make it so that my model can have crazy expressions? What if I make it so that my model can have jam appear on their face? Right? Like so many things. Like if you want to have wings, you can have wings and they'll move, kind of thing. That's like that's why I like it.
We need to make a VTuber Disneyland where like there's like just a different section themed off of each VTuber. That would
Right?
be an amazing meta concept for all of VTubing in general.
Mhm.
But I really liked the Disneyland analogy, because like even like the sight lines, or like wherever you're standing in that given
Yeah.
area, you're not going to see like the Matterhorn from like or Star Wars Land or something. Maybe you do, but
yeah. Well,
like
you're not. It's
everything
going
is so
to be.
meticulous.
Yeah, it's going to be adjusted. It's going to be catered, and that is something that, as a viewer, as a visitor, you might not realize it unless you take a closer look at it to be like, why does this feel different from Six Flags?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just people walking around in character costumes and such. It's an entire concept that has been molded and presented to you.
Mm-hmm. It's designing and the entire experience rather than
Yes.
designing small individual experiences that add up to like
Exactly.
Six Flags. Because Disneyland, the entire thing is one seamless experience.
Yes.
Whereas if you're going to Six Flags, like, oh, that roller coaster was fun, and it is different. It does have value, but it is completely different. And
Mhm.
I would equate like a normal streaming to be, depending on your brand, depending on your style, to be more like Six Flags, where like you might have the best roller coaster in the world,
Yeah,
but
you
it's
might
not
have.
a
You're more
cohesive
like
experience.
yeah. You're like more like it's focusing on the attraction, and of course, attraction focused stuff is amazing too. Like I have specific rides that I like. I'm like, let's go on this one. This is my favorite one. If we're not getting on a single ride, I want that one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, still absolutely amazing. But with having that presenting forwards, and that's something that, like when you are streaming, your sounds, your graphics, your transitions, those are all things that you can cater for your stream. So for example, when I was doing mine, I had people being like, oh, your streams are so comfy, and so I took a look at my bit notifications and my follow notification sounds, all the alert sounds, and I was like, these are all kind of jarring at the moment, so I adjusted all of them so that they would fit more in with keeping it comfy, so there's still a sound there, but it's less intrusive than it would have been at the start. Now, of course, there's also friends of mine that have a lot more high energy, high impact type, and when someone raids, you have like a siren going off and like screaming, and that's like part of their concept.
And it's just really impressive how you can balance like the glitchy aesthetic while also being comfy. It's because typically when people think of glitches, it's something that stresses you out. But just making a comment on the branding, that it's really impressive balancing something that most people consider to be stressful and turning it into something comfy, relaxing, and just fun for your entire community. Just in any case, so many people underestimate what it takes to like be a high level, like a high level in the sense of really well developed planning, really developed like technology, all that. There's so much that goes into high level VTubing. So many people just assume it's like, oh, you get someone to design a model and then you gain followers. But
Yeah, I
you
saw a
gain
comment.
followers because there's so much meticulous planning and experience building.
Yeah, I saw a comment that was on Twitter. It's like, oh yeah, drop $5,000 and buy an iPhone, and you can do. I was like, it's a little bit more than that. It's a little bit more than that. It's kind of you have the puppeteering aspect and your concept aspect, and you have so many working parts that you need to manage and put together on top of presenting that, because there are many people that do have amazing concepts, but if they're not comfortable with it, or there is some kind of cognitive dissonance when somebody joins in the stream and they're like, oh yeah, you're this really cool character, and then nothing matches concept wise, then you have that kind of break, and it makes it harder for people to get more interest in it. And it's really frustrating when that does happen, because most of the time I don't feel like it's any direct fault on that person. It's just I'm very much a tinkerer. I build computers, I build models, I craft, I do a whole bunch of stuff, and I like to make tiny adjustments until I'm happy with it. And I think that's something that you have to like actually have on paper and plan all that stuff out when you're trying to give the best experience you can.
And I think it's good that you also mentioned like you're adding little things on top of each other to make a bigger change. So like if people want to get into, doing a VTuber or becoming a VTuber, I think that's a really good point in saying like you don't need to start with everything at the moment. You just start piece by piece until you put everything together. That's pretty interesting, yeah.
So speaking on, like, you specifically mentioned like you're a tinkerer and you like play with things and adjust things and will completely make it your own. That seems to be like one of your fundamental attributes or traits that went into the entire experience of your VTubing. So on that note of like desirable traits to have, or desirable things to try to use in your thought process, what would be some of the best traits or processes someone can implement as they're becoming a VTuber? Like curiosity into learning how to use this technology, things like that.
I think curiosity, as well as just more desire for knowledge on things, are things that are really, really, really helpful. Being consistent is one of the things that I always advise, and consistency doesn't necessarily mean always make sure you're following your stream schedule. That is important, but it's not going. Everything's not going to explode if you miss one of your days. But having consistency in making changes, consistency in doing your research, consistency in searching things out. Don't wait for there to be a compilation video explaining a whole bunch of things that people have shared on Twitter. You have to find the way to search up that information yourself and do research and keep tabs on things as they become more accessible. For example, my hand tracking, a lot of people are like, wow, your hand tracking is really, really accurate. And when I tell other VTubers that it's the updated version of the leap motion, a lot of them don't know that there's an updated version of it. And I found out about this because I was watching a Japanese VTuber on Twitter that was displaying the range of motion using the same software as me. And that's how I found that, and I went and ordered the Leap Motion updated. It's the Ultra Leap IR 170. And I ordered that, and now more people have found them and they're going less in stock. But being an early adopter has been kind of the name of the game for a lot of indie VTubers in general. When you have someone that shows up and their model can do something that hasn't really been seen before, that gets a lot of hype and gets a lot of energy. And if there's that feel of missing out if you don't like hop on that wave immediately, and the way that you can get around that is just by keeping tabs.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you don't know what the latest tech is or what you can implement, then you're not going to be able to implement it. So it
Exactly,
takes curiosity into looking into ways to improve, ways to develop your voice, your brand, your technology, but
Mhm.
also actually the action of implementing those things, overcoming those problems, those like technical issues. Because I'm
Mhm.
sure every successful VTuber has probably spent like tens, if not hundreds of hours, like just troubleshooting
Oh, yeah.
technology on like not even like a setup basis, but on like a recurring basis. So
There's one of the quote the sayings in the VTuber community is it's not VTuber unless it's scuffed. Because you're gonna encounter a lot of scuff. It's gonna be like sometimes your model just randomly loses tracking. Sometimes you discover that if you do a certain movement with your model, it breaks something. Sometimes it's your hands stop working midstream. I discovered that if I plug in my controller to play a game, it causes all of the buttons on my tracking software to freak out. I literally cannot swap between screens of my tracking software if I need to change my model or if I need to reconnect it, because it will freak out and it will keep re-clicking the. I don't know why it does it. It only does it with Steam. I don't know, but it's just like you encounter these strange things, and it's not, if you're not prepared or you don't have a backup plan or you don't have an understanding of what you're going to need to do to fix it, then you're suddenly hit with this wall of you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So having that curiosity and that tinkering mindset and have the drive to play with your software when you're off stream. Like recording little silly things, trying out different stuff, seeing how big you can make the window before your computer goes, no, never mind, right?
For sure. It kind of resembles like if you're trying to, I don't know, like play Skyrim with 500 mods and get it to work without crashing. Like,
Yeah,
there's so much
it's
effort in setting up the mod list, and then once you have all the mods, you have to play it in such a way that you don't make things clash and make your game crash. It's
you're like,
it's an oddly
okay,
similar experience.
this all works except for if you talk to this one guy.
Yeah.
The entire world just breaks. So you
Yeah,
cannot talk to this
exactly.
one man. And you're just like, okay, we're not gonna do that then.
Yeah. God, that's so weird. That's almost the exact same mindset that you
Mhm.
need to just like be willing to A, invest in a really complicated setup, but B, because it's a complicated setup, you have to treat it delicately and learn how to use it without things breaking. And
Yeah.
then from that point, push the limits and see how far you can take it.
Mhm.
Shu, do you have any questions for Girl DM? Because I know you've actually been a bit of a fan since even before she became a partner.
Oh,
Look at
God,
your
I just
hair.
got
Look at the
exposed.
hair color. If that's not giveaway enough.
Captured in 4K right here.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I have actually previously subbed before, and I actually do really enjoy watching your stream, having it on the side as I work, because like you said, you are just such a pop of like sunshine and positivity whenever I need to. Oh my God, I'm actually like gushing right now. But it's always been great to just have you on my stream, or have you on the side on my second monitor as I'm working. And when Andy was like, "Oh yeah, like we might be getting Girl DM," I was like, I can't believe this is happening. So yeah, for me, being relatively quiet for most of this interview is just me kind of sitting and like just watching in awe and being like, wow, yeah, this is really happening. But I think a big question that I was kind of thinking of was that I know a lot of people have a lot of ideas when it comes to, I guess, conceptualizing their character or their persona and working on their lore and stuff like that. But when it comes to commissioning artists, and particularly when you do get in touch with someone that you think is a potential, are there any like pitfalls that people should be avoiding? Because, you know, I have heard, and working for, you know, graphic design freelancers before on Twitter, I know that, like, you know, there are possibilities of like scammers and things like that. Are there, I guess, like better ways or like networks that people can typically join, or, you know, have a list of approved artists that
Yeah. Oh god, yeah, there are scammers out there. Just never type the word commissions in a tweet unless you want bots to comment on it.
true.
Yeah, Fiverr as well. Watch out for there. They're like there have been my friends' models have been traced by people and sold on Fiverr.
Huh.
And you're just like, not a good look. But as far as commissioning artists goes, like that is one of, if you're brand new to like art and commissioning and that sort of concept for things, that can be really intimidating because a lot of people don't necessarily know how to find an artist, how to get in contact with them, and how the process would even work with that. So for me, I've been drawing comics since I was very, very small. So I've always been like, even back in middle school, I did commissions for like currency and gaming and such. And so I'm very familiar with it. But for people that really don't have that hands-on experience with it, the main thing with commissioning artists is to check out to see like how many people they appear to know, what their portfolio looks like, how easy it is to like see their past works. One of the interesting things with the VTubing community, which makes me really happy and kind of streamlines things, is that a lot of VTubers put all of their credits on Twitter or on their Twitch page. So for me, for example, I really like it when I'm able to give credit back to the people that have worked with me in order to help present what I have today. So on my own, I link to every single person that has worked with me for anything that's on the stream. And you can find people that way by just scouring through models that you think look cool, or if you like how their emotes look, or you like how their stream backgrounds look and such. You can check on their Twitches and their Twitters, and you do kind of have a verifiable source there that this is a real person that is using stuff that they have received from that person. Other things that you can do, I believe the website's called like Mizima. There's a Japanese site that hosts for like making VTuber models as well. Their Twitter account VT Resources has a Google Doc page that has 3D modelers, artists, designers, background artists, asset people, all listed out there. But the main thing is like it does take a lot of communication. And a lot of the times, whether it be in graphic design, general art, or VTubing as well, it falls victim to this, is clear communication and expectations. So having practice writing out exactly what it is that you are looking for in a succinct way. Like please don't type a role-played document that's 10 pages long. There are people that have sent that to my artist friends, and it's just like, oh, there's 10 pages of this and it's 12-point font, single spaced.
Oh my God.
Buddy, like it's beautiful that you have created this whole concept, but you need to be able to communicate succinctly to the artist what it is you're looking for, what capabilities you're looking for, and what your budget is going to look like for it. And the hard part with it is, of course, like budgeting for it, because artists do have a really wide range of what you can get for what they're offering. And then when you get into streaming and such, you have commercial fees added as well, because pretty much if you are making money off of somebody else's art, then you have to make sure that you've negotiated and covered, is the artist getting a percentage of that, of your total earnings that you're doing? Are you paying them up front in order to have the rights to stream with this avatar and make money from subscriptions and donations and such? So there's like, it gets a bit intimidating when you start looking at it and realizing that, a commission that maybe would have been $100, they add on 200% commercial fee, which completely makes sense, because like if I'm getting artwork and I am going to sell it on clothing, it's unfair for me to take an artist's piece that they drew this beautiful picture for me and then be like, haha, I am selling it to the masses now. Your art is being distributed and you have no say in it because it's me. It's kind of a rude move. So having that agreement is very, very important to keep in mind on that. But yeah, just clear communication. Give yourself like 6 months of breathing room when you're commissioning with working with an artist, especially if you're applying. There are like guilds that take commissions for VTubing stuff, like there's Artemis Guild, and there is Iron Vertex is quite famous in the VTubing community for 2D models. And for Iron Vertexes, they have application periods and then waiting periods within those application periods. So it's not going to be a quick decision. It's going to be something that you'll need to spend a good amount of time thinking about and considering and building all the pieces together for it.
This has been really, really great on a whole summary. Well, there's no way to summarize what it takes to become a YouTuber.
There's so much.
What we've learned
There's
is
too
that there's
much.
no way to summarize going from 0 to a girl DM level of
It's an open
VTuber
world,
setup.
open world
Yeah.
adventure. That's what you have
Open
here.
world RPG.
There you go.
You have to beat Skyrim 5 times, 100%
dear.
to,
Oh, dear.
to become a VTuber. But just to try to do a quick summary, like for someone who's looking into becoming a VTuber, they need to see if it's right for them, start with like a PNG tuber, things like that. B, be extremely curious and willing to be patient. Like if you're not willing to look into software and how to use it and then be patient in overcoming those issues, waiting for your art and things like that, it's for moot. If you can't be patient or curious about the whole process, you're not going to enjoy it. And then on that note, there's a lot of caveats when looking for an artist. There are better ways, like just find artists who have been credited by real VTubers, things like that. There's a lot of technology. I'm trying to summarize, but I cannot summarize.
There's so much.
There are so many options, and if you try to go in, if you are doing a blind run for being a VTuber, you are going to experience a lot of hardship.
Yes.
It's like trying to play Dark Souls for the first time. You're gonna get smacked upside the head so many times.
Until you learn how to beat all the bosses.
But it will take like knowledge and patience and doing your best to improve your own skills while you are continuing to do that research as well.
So if you'd like to give one more final piece of advice to any creators watching this event, whether or not they're VTubers, what's one just ribbon on the present that you'd like to add for a piece of advice? Tie the bow.
Tie the bow. I think a lot of people that are interested in being creators or interested in getting started have the concern that maybe they're not interesting enough or that someone's not going to watch them. And I think that's completely a valid thing, because like maybe sometimes you're thinking like, man, I totally would not watch myself. Ugh, have you seen me? But one anecdote I like to point out is that there is a YouTube channel that I like to watch that is literally a man cleaning his fish tank. It's called Foo the Flower Horn. He's got over 1 million subscribers. He's cleaning his fish tank and not talking. So regardless if it's someone cleaning a fish tank or if you think you're going to be like the most boring stream in the world, there's going to be someone that is going to enjoy watching you. And if you enjoy what you're doing and you can communicate that over and keep working on enriching the experience, you'll find people that appreciate the content that you make for them.
That's a really, really good way to wrap this all up. So thank you for spending your evening with us. This has been an amazing interview. I thought I knew a little bit about VTubing before this happened, and now I know the extent of my ignorance. So thank you again for your time. Thank you for all the effort you've put into your own experience, your own content, to develop such a deep store of knowledge and advice for people curious in becoming a VTuber. And I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Thank you so much.
Any final questions, points, concerns, etc. from anyone? If not, we're gonna put the deals in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Use code CC2021 on shop-us.avermedia.com for 10% off most of our products, on top of products already being on sale. Woo!
My gosh, the sales.
Also, we have a big giveaway. You can sign up for that. You just need to be present when we do the drawing tomorrow evening at 5:30 p.m. West Coast time. And if you want to see the schedule for the rest of the event, that is also going to be in the chat in just a moment. So again, thank you one more time to Girl DM. Thank you for bringing your community to give lots of head pats to AVerMedia.
Yay! Yes,
and
you
once
two
again,
can go
have-
bald with me. There you go. Perfect.
Yes! Egg DM.
Egg. The egg.
Well, once again, thank you. The staff is going to be taking a dinner break after this, and we'll be back in an hour.
Yeah, come back and watch them. Let the staff rest and then come back. There's going to be good, interesting things. The schedule's on their website.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Look at
Now
all these bald emotes.
that was a fantastic interview. I learned so much. I've never spoken to a VTuber on a call before.
me neither. I was mesmerized. That's why I didn't say anything. I really didn't know what to say. I was just looking. I was like, "Oh my god!"
If
like mouth,
if
fingers,
I didn't
everything.
prepare so many questions, I would have just been like, oh my god, like just the technology of it, the design of it, like the whole package. Like she said, it's like building a Disneyland. Like everything is curated. You're building an experience, not just your personality, not just your art, not just what games you're playing. And it's all so heavily curated. It's really, really amazing how Girl DM has put that all together and shared that knowledge with us today.
Yeah, it truly is. It makes me want to think, how much effort really goes behind everything. Like what you said, like now that we know everything that goes behind it, it's like you really had no idea. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Because like as she said, like, oh, some people incorrectly assume like spend $5,000 and get an iPhone and then ... you'll have millions or thousands of followers. But if you don't have every piece of the process laid out, it's not going to work out the way you think it will. And so many people I've seen people just talk smack about VTubers saying they're not trying or whatever, when in reality,
they have no idea.
From this interview, we've seen that VTubing is potentially far more difficult than just normal streaming, and it's so important to have all your cards stacked correctly, because if one card falls out, the whole house crumbles. So after this hour-long break, we will be having Protecting Your Mental Health and Setting Boundaries in a Parasocial World with Hammer, the Francois, and AF Kate, followed by Tech Setups with Steve, a quick Q&A, and then a break for the night, after which we'll be back at 10 a.m. West Coast time tomorrow. So thank you all for hanging out with us now, and unless we have any final stuff we'd like to bring up, we're going to take a quick break.
No, I guess that's about it. I'll just put up the Nexus little view. Everyone can be seeing their chat and everything. I'll just put some music there, and we'll be right back. Hello. Okay, we're back. We're back. I had ordered a burrito Chick-fil-A in the morning because I knew I wasn't gonna have time, so just warmed that up.
Yeah, yeah. In any case, moving forward, this break was nice. It was a nice little rest from the staff just being on for 5 hours straight. But now we got our next panel with the Francois, Hammer, and AF Kate on protecting your mental health and setting boundaries in a parasocial world. So first off, once we get them up, let's do quick little self introductions, and just say who you are, what summary of like yourself / your content.
Okay, so let's start with Kate.
Hi. Yeah. I'm Kate, and my content is a lot of body art, makeup, optical illusion stuff, as well as singing, some variety in there as well. But yeah, that's what I do.
Awesome.
Now let's go with Francois.
Thank you, thank you. I'm excited to be here. I'm the Francois. I do a lot of content on streaming setups and recording and that sort of thing, audio, all that jazz. And outside of that, we just have fun streaming. So yeah, that's kind of my jam. Excited to be here.
Yeah, awesome. And then last up, we got Hammer.
Hey guys, Hammer. I do a lot with charity services and all around variety streaming, focusing on, positivity and building solid relationships with people to, motivate them and inspire them.
Awesome. Really, really well said, everybody. Nice, quick little glimpses into what type of content you make. So now to get to the as I had for dinner, the meat and potatoes of this panel. See, everything is planned to an extent. So first, let's go with let's just get it. Let's just hit the wall right away.
Just
How many people do you have
jump right
blocked
into it.
on Twitch or Twitter? You don't need to give an exact number, just a ballpark.
If I were to take a guess, mine's in like between 10 and 20 on
Okay,
Twitch, and probably on Twitter the same, 10 and 20.
I think on Twitch I'm a little bit higher. We had all those bot attacks and all the craziness. So I guess if you don't count the spammers and the trolls and the nonsense, I would probably say less than 5 to 10. I don't really ban or do anything. I haven't had to break up with anyone, as it were. Just a couple people here and there.
On Twitch, I have lost count. It's kind of the Wild West. On Twitter, I don't really block many people, and I think the difference there for me is like Twitch, my stream, that's my space, my time, and Twitter, I'm like, whatever.
I like that.
It's like Twitch. If Twitch is your house, Twitter is like the community center.
Oh gosh, what would that look like though?
People. But in any case, congratulations. Blocking people is one of the first and most important steps you can take for setting boundaries in the world as a creator when you are theoretically publicly available at all times. So speaking on setting boundaries, it's incredibly important to do so. So first, let's just do a quick discussion on like why it's important to set boundaries with your community as a creator.
So I personally think that it's important to set boundaries for you as a creator, and I think that's important for a lot of people, especially creators who are just getting into this. I personally go out of my way to try and separate my personal life, and I know it's not the same for everyone. everyone's personal view on that, but I try and separate my personal life from my streaming life. A lot of my family, extended family, friends in real life don't even know that I do this. And I know that can hinge and hinder some support that you get from them, but it also keeps you safe. My identity online is different than my identity offline. So I don't have to worry about privacy or security or a lot of other things. I mean, address and everything are all in a completely different area. So I think that that's been crucial in helping me to stay safe and disconnected, as it were. And it keeps my family safe as well. I don't have to deal with the struggle or the mental dilemma of looking over my shoulder, over my back, and thinking and questioning and being anxious about that emotion. So that's my personal view.
Awesome. Yeah.
I like that. So I kind of take a different approach than Hammer, actually. In my online stuff, I'm actually pretty open about, who I am, which is a different approach, definitely. I just try and be more mindful to my emotional health, especially when streaming or, when the community is asking something from me. I try and be aware of like how I'm feeling, what I'm going through, and whether or not I'm capable of doing the thing that I'm being asked to do or that I've set aside time to do. So just recognizing that like streaming, creating that sort of stuff doesn't have to be your life. It doesn't have to be a 24/7 365 type of thing. Like you can tune out and you can check out. Like you can take time for yourself and do what's best for you. So that's kind of how I go about setting boundaries, just being aware and mindful of, my own emotional state.
I'd say I'm kind of a combination of the two. I've definitely separated my personal like info, those details. I talk about some things that are more general, right? Like generally where I live, generally what's going on in my life, but kind of the same as Hammer, like my like family, a lot of my real life like people don't they're not involved in this part of my life, and it actually prevents a lot of like privacy type of issues like he had mentioned, especially like I mean you can get so easily doxed by accident by your own like your own friends, and they're not trying to, it can come out. So I kind of do a little bit of both, keep myself in check, sort of like evaluate where I'm at mentally if I need to pull back a little bit, and then just trying to lock down my personal stuff, not revealing like names of certain family members and stuff like that.
Yeah, awesome. So one of the reasons I specifically pitched this panel to the team is because like one thing I struggle with is my personal, professional, and creative life are kind of all jumbled up and on display on social media, and that is the case for many, many, many people. Because to an extent, like your Twitter is is now simultaneously like your LinkedIn, your Facebook, and like your however you network for content creation. And for a lot of people, that is fine to have it like that, but for many people will not recognize that it is those three things and then overshare personal stuff or things like that. So that one thing that I really want to discuss is like where you should draw the line for what you share online, and that differs from person to person. But for example, with you and your communities, what boundaries do you set with your community to protect your mental health and or privacy?
I think that's a really good question. I personally like my whole life is social. I do as my like a professional, I do community management for a brand 1:37 p.m. So I'm out there quite a lot. And just naturally through conversation and things, I think what I don't allow myself to do is kind of reveal personal information about myself, whether that's like my name, location, that sort of thing, I think that's kind of what you're getting at, you know, is like, how do you protect yourself online when everything is so open? And so, yeah, you know, just being aware of like what gets leaked out there and what people will pay attention to, you know. That cat though.
TOS.
Sorry, my cat.
No, it's all good. It's fantastic. What's the cat's name?
His name is Charlie.
Charlie.
Oh.
Charlie just wants to be on stream.
Yeah, he's a little
Charlie.
Loves the attention.
So, Andy, how are those like virtual cam features for dynamic blurring really working for you on the stream?
Well, coincidentally, I am running RTX broadcast through my AVerMedia PW513 to have a dynamic blur feature, but sometimes when things are moving, it decides not to blur them.
I think it's doing a pretty good job, honestly.
Yeah.
It
anyways,
is. It is.
Back to the just to repeat the question, what boundaries do you set with your community to protect your mental health or privacy? God, there's been like right before we started the stream, there was an extremely scuffed moment that like all of us were cracking up, and like we had to delay like a couple of minutes just because like we had to like simmer down and get back to a somewhat serious state. Yeah, exactly. And I can't believe it happened again. But anyways, boundaries that you set with the community to protect your privacy and mental health. That was some great points from Francois.
Appreciate it.
And on to whoever else feels inspired to speak.
I don't answer DMs right away. And I kind of put it out there that I am not available 24/7. Those are like the two probably most important things, is that I am not always accessible. Like I sort of build that time out at certain parts of my day, kind of making it, you know, go through my DMs, and, you know, try to at least. But people generally know, like, I'm not going to jump on to respond right away. And I think that's helped a lot. Not that I'm trying to ignore anyone, but I can't be consistently available for so many people because it can really put a drain on you. And other than that, like, my mods are on the same page with me as far as sort of they sort of know my personal boundaries during a stream, like if certain topics come up or if the conversation is kind of getting to an uncomfortable place, they're pretty good at like redirecting or taking it to DMs with that person, and sort of protecting that space basically.
Yeah, that's really, really important, both as a time management tool as well. Like, for example, I try not to check email like every time I get like the little email notification. I try to do like in the morning, once like after my lunch break, and then like one or two more times like before I sign out for the day. So just it's so important to not make yourself available every minute of the day, because then you have no time for yourself and your needs.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I think just another thing to tack onto that is the whole fact that social media sometimes can feel like it's always about immediacy. And so when people message you, and then you message them back right away, they start to, I guess, feel like, oh, well, you're always going to respond within 30 seconds or 5 minutes or something like that. And, you know, everybody's moods and everybody's, you know, daily tasks are different every day. So, you know, when they get upset at you for not responding right away, then it's just kind of like, well, you know, I don't mean to do that, but it's just like better to take your own time to kind of get to it on your own so that they don't, you know, begin to think, why haven't you responded back to me yet? It's been an hour, it's been 2 hours and stuff like that.
I think that's a really good point. I've ran into this issue myself, actually, because so what I do alongside my YouTube videos is like a support thing in my Discord server. And for the longest time, I really made myself always available for people when they needed help. And the results, like what ended up happening, is people started to expect help right away every single time they joined my server, and it started to become like a toxic environment. So I've really had to make an entire shift in talking about like my Discord and my community and like the help that I'm willing to offer, because I can't be available 24/7 every single day. And same with like my community, the people that are willing to help, like they're not there to live their lives to help you with your technical problems. And just, communicating that clearly to the community, I think is very important.
I think first off, Francois, I just want to say that I wholeheartedly agree that your Discord's fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
absolutely. Your automation and the work that you've put into it, how you do your ticket system and everything.
Thank you.
I think it's really, really great work. So
Thank you.
just,
That means a lot. It means a lot.
absolutely, man. No, seriously, like there's other creators out there who are, I'm not trying to poke you, but are huge in comparison to you, and you run a way better ship than they do, way more accurate. So just great work.
Thank you. That means a lot more to me than you can imagine. So thank you.
Which, just as a quick plug, if anyone's interested, he does have that as what is it, a framework, or like one of those quick creation pieces.
Template.
A template.
Thank you.
Discord
That's
template.
that's the word I was looking for.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just get a template and
Yep.
and create the Discord server right off of what he does. Now, granted, obviously, all the automation still would have to find its way
Be
in
created,
there,
and it's quite a lot of work.
but it's a good system. So like,
Thank you.
you could take some guidance. I think on the parasocial like aspects to how we take guidance, how we control some of the situations in our interactions, and how we manage offline versus off or online. I think it gets really, really interesting because we've built this existence through time, as these larger and larger companies get there, that they're always available, they're always present, there's robots and everything that are always there to answer question. And we've kind of set ourselves up in a way with some of the past creators who've established that they're always online, they're grinding 60, 80 hours a week to have gotten where they are. And the industry's changed within the past 3 to 4 years pretty dynamically, but I think it's changed in a way that's probably for the better. But I still don't think that we're at that point of recognition where people understand that it is an offline business as well. And at the end of the day, most of these creators are one person. They're lucky if they have more than one person. If they've got a best friend or someone else that's a community manager or someone helping out, they're a step beyond more than 75% of the other, streams or communities or Discords or anything that's out there. So, having one person try and manage that, 80, 100 hours a week, just constantly on their phone, constantly checking the internet, constantly looking at emails for sponsorship deals and this, that, and the other. It puts a lot of expectation that has been built up over time. And I think what we and the community, besides the streamers, the viewers, the audience, the general populace, hope for. And it puts us in a really, really rough position. I think we're growing into something different. But I've definitely tried to put myself in a position of saying, there is a time, but I also like to explain why. At the end of the day, I'm not a Fortune 500 company. I don't have 1,000 people under me. I can't afford to do it. I just can't. I have family, I have friends, I have a job, I have 2 jobs, I have 3 jobs with streaming, whatever it is. It gets to be very, very taxing at the end of the day in terms of just having the allotment of time to offer and give. But we're also, like I said, expected to spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 hours with every single community member. And naturally, I think people who haven't lived that or run a business, they don't understand it as well. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. And I think that's the beauty, is that this past year or two of streaming and mental health and expectation of mental health has really shined a light on, or shed a light on, where we should be.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that the grind mindset should not be the default, basically. And it pretty much still is. Like you said, things are shifting a little bit because we've all been through heck recently. And I think it's caused a lot of reflection in how we spend our time, who we spend it with, and stuff like that. Like I think hard work is awesome, but that specific grind mindset, I am just not about it. Do not encourage it. Like, if you want to do that's cool, but not when you're 34 with kids and like I
Yeah.
just can't.
You cannot scale your time or attention. That is something like, while many things are scalable and you can use systems to like detach yourself and let them grow without you and in a scalable way, you cannot scale your time and you cannot scale your attention. Everyone has 24 hours. Everyone has however much energy they have, and you can't do more than that. So given that it is really important to protect your time and attention, given that it's not scalable, how do you manage expectations with your community or just viewers in general to prevent like excess parasocialism? Trying to think of a term to just like to protect your mental health, sanity, and keep people from like thinking they have the right to your attention all the time.
I think just communicate.
was gonna say
Like
the
be
same thing.
straight with people. Like I'd mentioned before, my mods are on the same page as me as well. Like your mods are just one of your greatest like support systems in this like journey. And they're there to help protect your boundaries too. So I say just communicate. Be real with people, lay down the law, like that is, I don't know, that's what I do.
I agree. I think it is all about communication and just being clear and honest with your community and saying like, I can only output so much, and just making people aware of what's possible and the fact that you have your own life outside of streaming and creating and all of that stuff. I think you make a really good point. I think it is all about communication.
I would definitely fall under the same guideline. I mean, it's about the exact same thing that you would experience in the real world. You don't go into a job and they just say, do whatever, we don't care, and then run into a situation where they start yelling at you. Like, no, you guys didn't communicate what you wanted, and therefore actions and consequences happen because of it. So I agree. Like if someone does something and you say this just isn't acceptable and here's why, this is what I do with my time, and like I'm happy to go within this realm, I'm happy to shoot you a message once a week and see how things are going, I'm happy to do X, Y, or Z, and anything in that bound, like let's talk about it, like this is a discussion. But anything that pushes beyond those limits, like I'm a human at the end of the day just like you, and it goes back to that, I brush my teeth and put on my pants the same way, and we're all just people. And that's it, it's that simple. But where do we recognize that as a society? And is this something to do with like fame, or the whole movie star concept that, oh, this is some big person, like I just want to be there and I want to be in that circle and I want to be a part of their life? Like, how do we create a world of separation that pulls us apart from that mindset?
Yeah, that's all really great points. Like, because there was like so many of us growing up had like the movie star expectation of like, when you get to be big and famous, you are somehow like larger than life, actually, when in reality, like every movie star has like multiple agents, multiple people who like communicate on their behalf and help them focus their life and maintain boundaries from like their life and the thousands of people trying to access them. And the exact same applies for when you're a streamer or any type of creator, whether that's like your mods in your Discord or your Twitch or your friends who like can maybe even remind you like, hey, you should get off Twitter for tonight because it's Twitter is not necessarily the happiest place on the internet. It's not the happiest place on the internet. And in fact, it's quite the opposite most of the time, except when there are like pictures of cats.
Yes.
Or Squid Game memes
like,
going around.
But so many people like fall into the mentality that you just have to become larger than life when you're of a certain level of fame or notoriety, when in reality, you don't get larger than life. You implement systems and set boundaries that allow you to do what you do.
Well,
think-
and it's
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead, Francois.
All right. I was just going to add to that. I think that there is a level of expectation when you start streaming and you start to get a little bit of success from the community that you should always be readily available. And, communicating that is not how it's going to work, or drawing a line, or saying, whatever you have to say in order to prevent that from happening is very important. I do see that very frequently, I think, where it's kind of an expectation of the creator from the viewer.
And I think we run into challenges too with like growing streams where you have smaller viewer counts, you have smaller community sizes, and people still have this expectation because they're constantly shown that larger communities, larger creators have that available. This is a platform where they're reinforced to see that this is the norm. This is what happens. And then they get exposed to their friend who decides to start it up, and it's like, well, what do you mean you can't make time to play constantly and do this and do that? And you're a full-time streamer. What are you doing? Like, I don't know. It's just it's an interesting notion. Like we've built up that philosophy that this is just how it is, that you've got agents, right, Andy? I mean, come on, like you guys everyone here all has agents and people to follow them around with notepads and make calls and do all that. That's what your mods are for, right? Like the mods at the end of the day are putting in just charity work, voluntary time to just help you. And they have lives too. Like you can't sit there and expect that your entire community, your entire mod community can be there for every hour, every waking minute and expect them to jump on something. And especially as a smaller community, you might only have one if you're even lucky. A lot of these people start out where they're just trying to monitor and do everything themselves. So I mean, like, not only are you thinking about the expectation of how you divide that world between yourself, but you have to divide it between the people that you're responsible for as well, like their lives, because you have to look out for their interests and their health and another person walking through the door, and you can't be asking so much of them because now they feel like they have to do something just so that you can live a better life. And it's an interesting dynamic because at the end of the day, it feels like a business. It feels like you're literally doing full management of all of your employees and yourself. And how do you stay afloat? How do you stay in the green every day? And in the mental health state of the green every day.
So, given that so much of this discussion has basically revolved around separating yourself from being available all the time, getting people to help and things like that, how do you build those systems to separate yourself, and how do you find those people to help you? Because, like, for example, I'm not going to ask like most of my IRL friends to like mod my stream or anything like that, because I know that, like, because you feel bad asking someone to do those types of things for you, because it's like, my friends have lives, everyone has lives,
I think some of it comes over time. Like with mods, there's never an expectation that they have to be there, like ever. And I try to do like a fundraiser for them once a year, because they do so much. And
awesome.
I try to appreciate them in that way, in whatever way that I can help them. But like it just comes with time. Like I definitely didn't have a bunch of mods until like much later in streaming, and it kind of happened out of just sort of an emergency, like necessity. I was getting bombarded. This was kind of before like the recent stuff, but doing body art on Twitch is it can get kind of crazy with the type of trolls and things like that. So people were just like, hey, like, how can I help out? So there are some times where they just come out of the woodwork, and don't be afraid to ask people either, like with no pressure, saying like, hey, I'm looking for mods right now, or approach those people who you think you can trust and who sort of mesh with your like the vibe of your community. It definitely doesn't come right away, and that's okay. Like it kind of sucks because you have a lot on your plate by yourself for a long time, but I think it comes over time, and as you build your community, those people will kind of make themselves a little more obvious. So yeah, that's kind of how it happened for me, at least.
I like that. I would say it's very similar to me. You know, in time, after building relationships with my community, like the people that I have genuine relationships with now, that I can call them by name, they kind of just became my mods over time. And you know, we're all friends now, and they understand like where I'm coming from, the time that I have available, and like how much I care about what I'm doing, and how much effort and time and all that stuff that goes into what I do. And they support that and they appreciate that. And I actually have like 3 of my mods in the chat. I see them chatting, and it's super
awesome.
exciting and I love it. But yeah, I think a big part of that is building, you know, genuine friendships with your community. You know, I think oftentimes it can be fairly shallow on online, but having like those real conversations with people, actually getting to know people and getting to know who they are and what they do and what they're about, and being there for them as well, instead of just having them there for you.
You gonna say something, Andy?
I was just gonna say, like, awesome, like that's like it is true that you do kind of just naturally develop the bonds with people who are regulars in your stream, and at the point when you're like, oh, I might need mods, and those are often the people who like follow you for you, are a big fan of you, not just your content. They're the ones who will often step up and help out with mods, and it's frankly, it's amazing that there are people like that who are so willing to help for people who are
Yeah.
like public figures, content creators, things like that. And as Kate said, it is like, as Kate mentioned, like the fundraiser for the mods, it is so important to like show appreciation, like even if you don't necessarily have the means to pay them, which at a certain point, like if you're getting like 10,000 viewers and you have you need to be paying your mods, but at a certain point but but like it's so important to appreciate the people who support you and allow you to have boundaries and protect your mental health. But on the flip side of this discussion, unless Hammer has a point to add about finding like the right people,
I think that it's pretty much, I would pretty much agree. I think it's still challenging, and the past year has been interesting, especially with what had happened last summer, and really kind of self-reflecting on how much you know about an individual, because there's a lot of people that we found some really interesting news about, that, you know, what you think that you know about a person is entirely different than what's actually going on behind the scenes. And it can be really, really challenging to, you know, flesh that out and understand, like, do I actually know them? You know, am I now putting someone in place that speaks for me and speaks for my brand, and that might be a risk down the road? And there's some anxiety there. You know, at what point do I just pull the trigger and then deal with things as they come, or do I have to sit there and reflect long term? Is this valuable? But I'd say it's still hard to find people. At the end of the day, like, you have to build more than just trust in a way, but that's self-defeating in the fact that you want to avoid parasocial relationships where they go beyond the realm of just digital interaction. And so there's this tightrope that you end up walking, where you start to try and seek and understand who they actually are, and still build a realm of detachment in case you need to.
mm-hmm.
So it's rough.
Yeah, detachment, some degree of detachment is difficult but so important, for because you, as the through line has been, you can't scale your time or attention, so you can't address everyone, you can't be there for everyone at all times. So somewhat unrelated, it's Joker Games in the chat asks, how do you deal with emotions when you don't get the response you expect from videos or content? That's a really big thing, because so many people just like they upload the video and like, oh, this is the best thing I've ever made, and then if it doesn't perform great, it's like, oh my god, I'm terrible, I'm a bad creator. So I mean, like my view is just you make your content, but and you might identify with your content, but you are not the metrics of your content. Like you could make something great that just the algorithm decides not to like for the day, and that's fine. That doesn't say anything about you as a creator or yourself. As long like metrics are useful, but they can be detrimental to base your value off of. Use the metrics, don't get used by the metrics.
That's a good way of putting
though,
it.
because like we are our content in so many cases. We're our brand, and we have that sort of natural connection. So it's so tough, and I feel like it is a constant. I have to constantly remind myself that, and I've been making stuff for over a decade. Like it always hurts a little, like sometimes way more often than other times. Like when I put everything into this one thing, I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. And then, but you have to just remind yourself, like, you made that thing, like, you put that out into the world. That is cool. Like, you just have to kind of hype yourself up about it and say, like, hey, you did the thing, you put it out there. And yeah, algorithms suck. Like, it can be completely deflating, but you just have to kind of train yourself to just remind yourself all the time. I swear it really never ends in that way, you know, when you're so connected to what you're making.
I really agree. It's actually a very important part of mental health, in my opinion, is that self-esteem, and the way you build that self-esteem is through understanding and being self-aware of like what you are actually creating and who you are as a person. So a big part of this, and I'm glad this question came up because I do think it's very important, and it's something I struggled with in the past for a long time, is I would pour all of my time and energy and all of my heart into something, and it wouldn't get the results that I was expecting. And the way that I was able to manage that and flip the switch in it, per se, is by managing my expectations, realizing that it's as simple as like a title switch or a thumbnail switch or an intro switch or whatever it is. It doesn't devalue who I am as a person. It doesn't devalue the value that the video is adding to the community. And just because a video doesn't perform well doesn't mean it's not a bad video. Doesn't mean that I'm not a good creator. So I think it's important to remind yourself regularly that you are offering value, that you are a valuable part of your content, society, you're a valuable person, you love yourself, all that stuff.
I think it can be really, really hard. I mean, I'm in a position, I'm a math major, so me to look at analytics and metrics and anything that has floating numbers, like I get caught up in that. And that's my realm of understanding. Is this is very, very easy for me to comprehend and gauge, and then build off of where I want to head from there, because it just adds up, pun intended in a way. But it's just like, it's also really, really hard because all the businesses that exist out there all focus on revenue and growth and year over year, and you hear all these terms that relate to a metric, relate to a number that's trackable and obtainable. But it's different because we're talking about how a user finds value, and that's more of the emotional connection. It's you're selling yourself in that connection, and it's a lot harder to track that than it is to see when you're selling a product or a piece that's attached to that, from a traditional system. And so when you're talking about, the service that you're providing in entertainment and relaxation and companionship, et cetera, it can be a lot harder to understand, and even more so, to Francois's point, on Twitch than it would be on YouTube. You know, YouTube, you can make title card changes and do things that even down the road, like you put out a video and a year into it, you say, you know what, this is trending. I'm going to add some tags, and I'm going to freshen up. You know, make an evergreen title that really works for this piece, and boom, now all of a sudden the video is getting traction. But that's not a luxury that's always afforded by live streams such as, you know, Twitch or Facebook, you know, Mixer when it was around, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you're burdened by living in that moment and the success in that moment. And the unfortunate part is that you do have to focus on it to a degree. And as Kate said, like you get caught in that realm where you're constantly having to remind yourself, like up and then down and then up and then down and then up and then down. And if you can find a creator out there that hasn't gone through that struggle with themselves at one point, like call me. I would love to ask them a ton of questions. But yeah, it's interesting. Like how do we combat that like long term? And I think that, like I was getting at before, we're starting to get to a point where that's becoming more acceptable. You know, we're starting to self-reflect, and we're getting resources that we need from people and other people who've gone through similar problems to help us fight those battles.
My biggest piece of advice for like that type of thing, of detaching yourself from like your numbers and your results, is just to focus on and try to find as much joy as you can in the process and things you can control. Because while the quality, like the content that you make and the effort you put into it, that there is a correlation between effort and content and results and numbers of that content. You cannot control the result of your content. Like you don't control how many people watch your stream. You don't control how many people like your videos or subscribe to you. But what you can control is just the process of making the video, doing the stream, editing the photo, things like that. So just the biggest thing that I've been drilling into my brain is focus on what you can control, not what the results are. Because on that same vein, it's like when someone calls himself an influencer. Influence is not what you do. You are some kind of creator. It's like if someone with a traditional job said, oh, my job is to make money. Your job is to, like, my job is to do marketing, community management, social media, things like that. Those are the things that I do and I control. And while metrics and results are important to measure and understand and use to like sort of guide some of what you do in the process, they ultimately don't actually demonstrate the value of what you put into your effort. And that's hard when like the results are whether or not you can afford a meal or anything like that, if content is your full-time job. But it is just for mental health, if you have the luxury to be able to do so, it is so important to focus on the process and not the results.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, and to add to that, actually, I'm part of a running club, and one of the things that we keep reminding each other is always to celebrate small successes, no matter how big or small it is. A success is a success, and that's some way that you keep yourself hyped. So, for example, if my goal for is today, I just need to get out of my room to go do some exercise. If I cannot do that, but I actually just step out of the room, like for me, I have to think, okay, this is a success for me. And as a creator, I think when you set yourself into a goal, okay, this is the project that I want to work with, but maybe you just made a 10% advance in your project. I mean, 10% is still 10%. If it's not 100, but you still made some progress on that. And always dialing back to trying to find small successes throughout the day or throughout your creative career. It's something that'll keep you going instead of just focusing on, okay, when I get this project finished or when I get this content finished, that's when I'll be happy. But more like enjoy the process and the journey, and every single step that you take, it's a success of itself.
I like that a lot, and I agree with it completely. And to Andy's point too, about you know, paying attention to what you can actually control. I think a lot of times we set out goals that are unrealistic, like I want to reach 100 average viewers by the end of the year, or you know, I want to have a video that hits 10,000 views, and that's not a realistic expectation of yourself. What's what you can expect of yourself is, I want to spend 8 hours a week streaming, or I want to spend an hour a week doing yoga and meditation and practicing self-awareness and mindfulness to help with my stress levels. That sort of thing are things that you can control. And I really liked that point that Andy made, so I just wanted to add to it a little.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you don't enjoy making content, then why are you making content? Like, and if there are, you won't enjoy it 100% of the time, but like as Carlos said, it is so important to like celebrate any small win that you can, and make those wins things that you can control. Because like you said, you can't guarantee that like you would be able to like have a video with 10K views, make 10K subs, things like that, because that's completely out of your hands. It's completely it's if you set a realistic number, like it probably will happen. Like if let's say you have 5,000 subs at the beginning of the year and you're on a good growth rate and you're like, okay, my goal is to hit 10,000 subs by the end of the year. That might be realistic, but you still don't control that. And it's just important to be realistic and focus on what you can control. But anyways, speaking of things you can control, circling back to the community side of these things, there is a concept called firing a customer in business, like regarding ending relations with someone who, while they might pay or support you for your product or whatever, they're more hassle than any benefit they're worth. So when it comes to being a streamer, when should at what point should you fire a viewer, or in that case like ban them, or just basically cut off whatever communications you've had with them, even if they might be financially or otherwise supportive?
Any point?
Yeah, I feel like the second they become a negative influence or a negative impact on what you're doing, even if it's affecting you like in a negative way, that's enough to end that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. As soon as you like Francois said, as soon as you feel uncomfortable, or if they are making other people in your space uncomfortable, that's it. Like, it really, it I know part of it is, oh, but what if they financially support you so much? I mean, I guess at that point it's a personal decision, like how much are you going to deal with that? But for me, I have a pretty low tolerance of like, no, that's, to me, it's not worth the negative influence on my own mental health and of the other people in chat and in the community. Like, I get very protective of other people, so that's how it is for me.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's in the grand scheme of things, like if someone is like a loyal sub on your Twitch channel but then they become toxic in some way, like it is worth losing $3 of income a month to improve your mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do think some situations are worth a conversation before that. Like, there are some where I'm not immediately like, okay, get out. And I've had to do that before, and it is awkward and it sucks. But sometimes it's worth that conversation to ask, like, hey, were you just having a bad day here? Or like,
Yeah.
hey, like, this thing is super not okay. If you do it again, the only reason I'm giving you a chance is because like you're part of the community, and that's really the hardest thing, I think. But yeah, sometimes there are exceptions, I guess.
I like that.
I think
no, go ahead, Ham.
I think I've always told my community and my mods, if people want to come at me and attack me, I got thick skin. You're not gonna piss me off or upset me, or anything that you say, I'm just gonna come back with a counter troll or whatever. I don't care. But you start attacking other people, you're gone. Like, I don't care. That was your chance. I don't let that happen. So I think that's ultimately the focus, is what I would say is, it's always worth it. No amount of money in my personal business is worth you harming or bad mouthing, talking against someone else's health, their beliefs, their anything. Like we're humans, we should respect each other. That's it. Like, yeah, when you log off and walk away from the keyboard, you can still have your personal point of view. I don't care. Just don't bring it in here and start shoving it down someone's throat or attacking them with it. It doesn't matter while we're here. None of it.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think a great way to sum up like how like just the framework is tolerate tolerance and don't tolerate intolerance. So if people are like just jerks and spewing hate or whatever in your community, like just cut them off. They're not welcome. It's so important to build the community you want to have and build a community that can manage itself to an extent, because like your community, even whether you like it or not, is somewhat a reflection of you. And if you let people spout hate or whatever in your community, then it is, even if you don't believe those things, it's still somewhat a reflection of you. So it is so important to just make clear rules, have conversation with people who you think deserve it, if like they're out of the ordinary for toxic, but when they're ordinarily a great person. But it is so important to regulate and have people help you regulate and build the community you want to have.
Agree.
Love it.
So we are going to have to wrap this one up momentarily. What's one final piece of advice you would like to give to creators tuning in?
Ooh, so many things. I would say the most important thing for me in my career as a creator so far has been self-awareness and building that self-esteem, like I talked about earlier. Being aware of like what you can and cannot do, and then also like the value that you add, and also just loving yourself as a person.
I would definitely say find people and surround yourself with people who will fight for you, and with you, beside you, and worry about nothing else. As long as you build a relationship and it works out and you can help someone, get through their day or just think a little bit differently or whatever it may be, you've probably accomplished what you set out to do in the first place.
I would say, yeah, protect yourself, protect your community, trust your instincts when something doesn't feel right. Like a lot of people will put advice out there, like all of us here today, but you have your you have your own personal context, and just trust your instincts, what's right for you, your community. And it's tough enough to deal with setting boundaries like IRL, and to also do it in online spaces. It can be exhausting, but it is super important, super worth it to set those boundaries. Don't be afraid of looking like a bad guy for standing up for yourself and your space.
Thank you all for coming on and giving such great tips for creators who the streaming space, while it is like getting more and more like people are more savvy about it, it still is in its infancy. So many people don't know how to live in this space in a healthy way with boundaries, protecting their mental health and fostering the community that they want to have. So it is so important, these topics and these discussions. So I truly do thank you all for coming on this evening or night, depending on your time zone. Yeah, the sun's completely down here in California as well. It's night no matter where you are. Might have been evening when we started, but in any case, thank you all again. Promo anything you'd like to promo, and then we're gonna move on to tech setups with Steve. So anything that you all would like to promote?
Well, sure. You can check out my YouTube at the Francois Studio on YouTube. That's all I'm throwing out there.
AFK.
And you have more than just voice
Sure.
meter related content.
Oh, yes, I do. I do more than voice meter, people.
Plug
Please.
more.
Please. Do all kinds of stuff, recording, audio, video, streaming, all the above. If you need help with it,
Nice.
that's where you need to go for sure. Thank you, Andy.
I got you.
Yeah, I am pretty much AFK'd on all the socials, all the places. I just started up my Ko-fi. How does one say that?
Yes, either one, I think.
Doing membership stuff with kind of shifting my not away from streaming, but due to some health stuff, just doing some more offline long form writing, digital art, stuff like that. So check those things out. Yay.
Yes,
Yay, that was a yay.
Exactly that.
I can translate that.
Great.
That's what we're promoting. Yeah, I'm working on a blog content piece to do game reviews and kind of go back to a little bit of my roots with the longevity that I've had in gaming. And I've been doing YouTube shorts and some small things, shifting over to more of the offline premise with not really having as much time to grind on Twitch, as it were. So that's where I'm at right now. Everything's pretty much at the same name that you can see over here off to the side panel.
Right. Thank you all for
Just a little
Quick,
delay
just
there. It's
flash
all
the
good.
cat on the screen. Just show
Okay.
us the cat and everything will be okay. There you go. See, look, it's a cat. Everyone, look.
Today I learned Mad Runner is a runner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's where my nickname came from. Yeah. I run marathons for fun. That's why
How
I'm mad.
many miles do you run daily?
Right now,
Out of-
0.
Okay.
I've been trying to
Good
get
running.
back into it, but back when I was training, I would be doing, I don't know how much that is in miles, but anywhere between 15 to 25 kilometers, and then long runs would be probably like 30K. Yeah.
That's
Wow.
9 to 15 miles for 15
That's
to 25
amazing.
kilometers.
Yeah.
Jeez. I just started HIIT training. I'm a little bit behind you there. I do burpees for like 10 minutes.
Oh, that's
Oh
crazy.
my
Wow.
god.
Oh.
That's my cardio.
That's
Can you
more than
relax,
enough.
please?
I
It's
stand
tough.
up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
That
just,
is
I just close
exercise.
my rings
yes.
on my Apple
Success.
Watch.
Same.
Yeah, you get the notification, time to stand up,
Yeah.
get up, do some jumping
Right.
jacks, and then you're good.
Anyways, we're gonna have a quick break before we put on Steve. Thank you all again for coming.
Thank you so much,
and,
guys.
Yes.
We'll
Thank
see you
you.
guys later.
Thank you.
Thanks for
It was
having us.
fun.
For having us.
Loved it. Thanks, guys.
super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio. Super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio.
100%. Oh, are we?
Yes,
on
we're
hold?
back.
Hey, hi there. All right.
Okay.
We just had a quick break for transitioning between panel of the protecting your boundaries and mental health as a creator to now tech setups with Steve Bowling from Good Vibes Gaming as well as Brandon. Let's do some quick introductions for Steve and Brandon as we start the content.
Okay, so let's go with Steve.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is Steve Bowling. I'm one of the co-founders over at Good Vibes Gaming. We started just about a year ago. We're close to 70,000 subscribers now on YouTube. Good Vibes Gaming is all about positivity and inclusivity in gaming. We try to foster a safe space for folks from all walks of life to chat about their shared love of gaming. We do a 3 times a week news show called Today's News Tonight. It's live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. As well as the traditional previews, reviews, and features. I have a background in print media before heading over to YouTube. I was part of Game Explain for a couple of years, and now we're on this new adventure with GVG, and I couldn't be happier. I'm thrilled to talk to you guys about tech, about your setups, and about how I can help you take those to the next level with some key improvements if you guys have a need for some new kit in your life.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're talking with the right company when it comes to adding hardware to improve your setups. But no, this is not like, oh, we're gonna devise a way to strictly advertise AVerMedia products in this panel. This was Steve's idea, and it just happens to work out perfectly that it's a hardware company.
Yeah, I do have some non-AVerMedia hardware here that we'll be talking about. This is an Atomos Ninja. We'll talk more about
How
those
dare
later,
you?
though. Oh, I still
we
have.
gotta cancel the
trust me.
stream right now.
I've got a lot of AVerMedia hardware sitting next to me too. I'm talking to you through a live streamer cap 4K right now. So
Awesome. Now a quick introduction for Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon Miracle. I'm video editor at Good Vibes Gaming, but before that, most of my career has been spent in broadcast television, doing stuff behind the scenes. So this is basically my wheelhouse. So I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. We're glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
So just for a quick bit of background, Good Vibes Gaming is one of our most recent additions to the AVerMedia partner family. Steve reached out to us several months ago through a mutual connection, another AVerMedia partner, Mikhail Casanova, and then one thing led to another, and now Steve is the representative for Good Vibes Gaming, with whom we are partnered with, but we are technically partnered with the entirety of Good Vibes Gaming via hardware. But anyways, let's move on to hardware.
yeah, absolutely. Why don't we go ahead and just start? So what we did was we had the community send us their setup so that we could talk about how they could improve or have them ask questions. We have a series of tweets up on available. So could we get the first one up on screen and then we'll run through that?
Also, thank you for numbering all of the titles of the tweets in the Google Drive folder.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure that everybody knew which one was coming up.
So I'll just read that out for you. And this tweet by Mason Riley says, "Any tips to stream from my couch with the PC in the other room? I haven't seen much for this online, sadly, but curious to see if you have any ideas."
So the first thing I want to mention, Mason, is one, thank you for asking for advice, but this is probably the hardest thing to do if you're a one-person show. If you are streaming by yourself and the PC that you're streaming from is in a complete other room, it is very difficult to know if something's going wrong. Like if something's not working the way you expect it to, or people can't hear you, people can't see you. So if you have a second person who can act as your producer, then this is doable with just some really long cables or a wireless microphone. Antlion makes a fantastic wireless headset that just plugs in via USB and then has a wireless receiver. It's good for streaming. I wouldn't recommend it for like YouTube or scripted content, but if you're just going live and you need something that works to talk about during gameplay, then that would work. But my number one suggestion, and I'll throw it to everybody else here in a second, would be to just, as much work as it sounds like, try to find a way to get the PC closer to where you want to stream. You want to have a monitor up so that you can see OBS or whatever your streaming program is to make sure that the stream is not just collapsing in on itself. You also want to be able to read chat if you want to interact with folks. People will come to watch you play if you're like a really high level player. But by and large, most folks are coming to interact with the person streaming. They're, they want to hear from you. During our streams, we regularly read chat and respond to things people are saying, because we want to keep them there. We want to keep them engaged. We want them to hang out with us and not go to like another stream, right? Because there's so many folks out there that you could choose to stream with or watch. So interactivity for me is a big part, and that almost requires that you be at least in the same room as the computer you're streaming from. I very famously streamed from a bathtub during one of our episodes. Don't worry, fully clothed, but in a bathtub full of water. I actually had my live streamer mic 330 with me on a stand, and I was sitting in the bathtub with that. But what you couldn't see on the other end of that was I did move my whole desktop, my camera, my tripod, my lights, everything was in the bathroom with me. It was definitely patently terrible, but I needed to have that at minimum to be able to keep up with what was going on. So if you can, I would say move the setup rather than try to run cables. I think that's probably the best way to do that.
Yeah, one option for a really scuffed solution would be if your laptop is powerful enough and your Wi-Fi is good enough and you have enough USB ports, then just like bring a laptop out, plug it into the nearest port, and like just set that to your side so you have some monitoring for yourself. If you have a tripod for like your camera, that's great. If you have an arm for your mic, that's even better, because you want to have mic close to your mouth, camera in a good spot, some amount of lighting. Like back when I was a little baby boy creator, back at the age of like 18, I brought like my capture card and a laptop out to like a different room to record, like from when I was making YouTube videos. They weren't good. Don't look into that. But when I would like record Smash Brothers for the Wii U, just bring like my laptop and capture card out there and like a crappy mic setup. And for getting started, like you don't need the best gear to get started for that type of thing. Like you can use what you have, MacGyver a solution, and then plug the holes as necessary. Like if you're like, okay, I have my laptop, I have my capture card, but how do I get my mic? Maybe I need a mic stand. Oh, I have a webcam, but I don't have anywhere to put it. Maybe you need a tripod, things like that. So you can start with what you have, see what holes you need to plug, and then work from there.
If you do want to try and run your cables to wherever you plan to be playing games from, one kind of goofy solution that I've used before, and it did work for me, was to bring a laptop and remote into the PC I'm streaming from, and use that as a means to control OBS and monitor everything I'm doing. You can also use an OBS tablet remote application, which basically also remotes into your PC, but it just displays all your OBS buttons and everything like that. Just make sure that you have the network speeds and bandwidth required to make that work.
Yeah, that's a pretty technical solution. Back during the Game Explain days when I lived in an apartment, and it was like a really notoriously noisy apartment complex, just all hours of the day. My closet was the only place that I could actually like get enough quiet to where people wouldn't ask like who's screaming. And so I had a Microsoft Surface, like the lowest end, just kind of a really dinky laptop that couldn't stream on its own, but I had my streaming desktop out in my living room. And a couple of times I would use my laptop to remote to my desktop and then run OBS there. And I had like a 55-foot long USB cable for my microphone. But it got the job done, but embarrassing in like a really embarrassing way. Like I once took a picture of my setup, and internally within Game Explain it became a joke because like they saw my mic was like propped on a box and my switch was down on the floor of my closet. So yeah, it can be done. I would just say, ideal scenario, try to get it as close to you as possible. Just because it's also easier to react if something does go wrong.
Yeah, like if you really want the couch experience, you could just get like a squishier chair, or like bring the couch into your room if you have the space. You bring like a TV or whatever if you have the space. Like the granted is all if you have the space, just like bring the couch to your setup and trying to bring your setup to the couch if your setup is so hard to move. So, but the gist is, if it's a scuffed setup, it might require a scuffed solution.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. but it's work with what you got. I agree with what Andy said. Start with what you have and what works, and then kind of figure out where you need improvements. Brandon and I, one thing I'll recommend, because this is going to come up multiple times, but I live and die by the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus. We used this at PAX when we were jury rigging our own setup to stream old GameCube games. We had several different capture cards. We tried them all, and the Portable 2 Plus was the only thing that actually worked. And we ended up having a laptop on one end of the room, and then like a really long USB cable to the Portable 2 Plus, and then the HDMI is going out like opposite directions. It was definitely really wild what we had, but we were able to get it working. And if you looked at the stream, you would never guess that like on the other side of the tripod, it was like an unwalkable mess of cords. Like everything was everywhere. Uh,
I
and
took a
then we'd have
picture
to
of
like,
it. It was a jungle.
yeah, we had a pretty wild setup, but it worked, and we ended up making multiple trips to Amazon stores in Seattle during PAX just to get that one extra thing that we needed, as we discovered what it was that the stream would need to look and sound its best in like a really crowded, really suboptimal space.
Mm-hmm. And one quick note on like why the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus could work with a 55-foot USB cable is that so many people, they believe that, okay, if I want to have the best quality, the best utility, whatever, I need like USB 3.0, Thunderbolt, like that, like just the highest grade connectivity. And if you want like the highest quality, that is true. But USB 2.0, you can get like a mile long cable and it'll still work. It might add a bit of latency, but it'll still work because USB 2.0 connection just, it's so low bandwidth that you can have a long cable and it won't like break the signal. Whereas if it's USB 3.0, if the cable is longer than like 15, 20 feet, then you're probably going to have issues with the signal. So that is one huge perk of cards like the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus and Live Gamer Mini, in that they're USB 2.0. So you can be way more creative in how you set it up, because you can just add extension cable after extension cable, or use a 55-foot cable, and it'll just like, oh, somehow this is working, and I don't know why, but I'm not going to question it.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely been the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus is probably for me the most versatile, like entry level capture card you can find anywhere. Truth about this, I bought 3 of these before becoming an AVerMedia partner. Like I owned these before I got in contact with you guys, and I'd been using them for years. Like I usually take these to like every show I go to. Because they're bus powered and you can use a micro SD card. And every time that I would pull this out and hook it up at a demo station at like E3 or PAX or something, there would invariably be someone behind me and be like, "What is that?" Like,
is
and
that a
they'd
chocolate?
be like, "You don't need a laptop? You don't need a laptop for this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you can just use it." And it was a lifesaver because before I had one of these, I would have to open my backpack, pull out my laptop, pull out a capture card, hook it all together, and it's like 5 to 10 minutes of setup in E3 where people are walking all over the place, and I'm like, please don't step on and shatter my laptop while I'm trying to record. And this was a lifesaver, so I recommend it to everybody every chance I get.
It's a powerful Toblerone.
It is. It is. Man, now you got me wanting chocolate. Yeah, I've tried at every opportunity to sell people on this. But yeah, thanks Mason for the question. I hope that we were able to at least answer the question of like how to stream from your couch. I think that's the dream for most people, is to have like a comfy, natural setup to record from. Everyone wants to, it's easy to be authentic when you're in a space that you would normally play in. So I totally get that. That's why, I shoot from my desk. I tend to play games right here. But yeah, anyway, we did have quite a few other chats. Did you want to bring another one up, Andy?
Yeah, so I'm on number 2, Mad Runner. So number 2 by Kitty Kong Facts asks, any recommendations for cameras for YouTube videos?
This is a really interesting one because camera recommendations can go all over the place based on, there's a lot of factors: your budget, the type of video you're trying to make, as well as just where what your personal level is quality wise that you want to be at. Because and I'll say this all day long, video is not nearly as important as audio. I think
Yes.
that
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
You know, people will put up with 540p 360p footage if you sound great. The minute you start to sound bad, they'll tune out because it becomes frustrating to understand you. But that being said, I think for your typical like, you know, streaming setup, or somebody who's doing gameplay and they just want face cam during gameplay, you'll be fine with a webcam in the $99 to $100 range for the most part. If you want to do full frame face cam, like you want to do a video where it's just a talking head segment, then you probably want to start to look into a DSLR or a mirrorless camera, something to that effect, to, you know, that captures much higher quality. If you're looking to edit content and put it up, that, you know, your face is taking up the entire frame, then you probably want to go a bit higher. But by and large, for what most people do and where I started, I would say a webcam is probably the ideal starting point. You know, some popular webcams I've seen are the Logitech C922. That's a really, really popular one. The Razer Keo I see get used a lot, which I have some feelings about. And then Logitech's own, what is it, a PM310? Keep me honest here. But there's a 1080p and a 4K webcam. I recommend, and I'll talk about it more in a little bit, but I recommend getting a webcam that has some type of software that lets you adjust color and saturation, that lets you play with your exposure, because your lighting is honestly the most important factor to your visual presentation and the quality of it. A good camera can look terrible. Here, I'll just show you. I look awful. You know, the lighting is so critical to the quality of your camera. So, you know, and I understand most folks are probably still going to use whatever lighting is available. So it's important that you have a camera where you can adjust the exposure. Look for the software attached to the camera, as that's just as important as the hardware itself.
There'll be some webcams that when you increase the exposure, the frame rate might start dropping. That's something to keep in mind as well. But if you do want to elevate just beyond a basic webcam, like for many years, I've been using a Canon Rebel T6i, and the Rebel series, if you want to get into DSLRs, I think is where I would suggest people start, because they're pretty good, they're pretty cost effective, and since, you know, you can change lenses on them, they're pretty flexible.
First of all, I wholeheartedly agree with Steve getting a webcam that's in that's just in the good quality price range. So what I'm on right now is the PW513 4K webcam from AVerMedia. Of course, I'm running it with NVIDIA Broadcast Background Blur, which is natively supported in Cam Engine, and I've extremely customized all my settings. I have two key lights. If I turn off like one of them, so one of them is white, one of them is blue. So if I turn off this one, I get like really cool mood lighting. If I turn off this one, I get a more dynamic shadow. So A, lighting is extremely important, but B, you also want to get a camera that is like pretty good at least. So as you were saying, in the $100-ish price range, we have the AVerMedia PW315, which is 1080p 60, 95-degree field of view. It is a fantastic webcam in that price range. Also has USB 2.0 connectivity for extra flexibility. Like you could use it with like a 10-foot extension cable to put it in a separate room. Circling back to the couch setup. It's a really solid webcam. And other things in that price range, which not necessarily a webcam, the Livestreamer Cap 4K, which I have connected to my Sony a6600 mirrorless camera. This is $99. If you have a camera, if you have a camcorder, anything like that, a capture card for your camera in the $99 price range is more than enough to get you started. I know Brandon was just talking about the Canon like full frame cameras. I am a Sony boy. I'm sorry. This is a place that we're gonna have to disagree. But there are just so many great cameras for your setup, and I just listed whether or not you're using like a full frame or a cropped sensor or anything like that. The Livestreamer Cap 4K has got you covered. And if you're choosing just a webcam, the PW315 is great at the $100-ish price range, and the PW513 is great at the just under $200 price range. In fact, I believe it's on sale for $170 right now, which is, I think, the lowest price we've ever had it.
And if you're familiar with the content we make on GVG, Ash is on a PW513. So that's actually a camera that's on TNT every single episode. He's been using it for a couple of months now. And it is dramatically better than he initially started out with, like, the camera included in his MacBook. And we were like, "Oh honey, you need to get a real camera." But we got him set up with a real camera and a real monitor, even though he refuses to use a keyboard and mouse. That's a whole other battle that we'll win someday. But yeah, it's definitely a huge difference. For those of you wondering what I use, I have two cameras in my setup. They're not both connected at the moment because I'm having some mild computer issues. Thanks, Windows 11. I am on a Panasonic GH5, which is colloquially referred to as the YouTuber camera. A lot of YouTube channels utilize this camera. Scott the Woz films on this camera. Digital Foundry films on this camera. It was actually through a friend at Digital Foundry that I got the recommendation, because the second camera in my setup, which is above me, it's now like a overhead cam, is a Sony A6000, which is paired with a Sigma lens so that I can get some nice depth of field out of it. The depth of field I have is actually, like, from the lens. I have a stupid expensive lens, but it's a DC Summilux, like, Leica lens, which I don't recommend to anybody, because if you really want depth of field, just use NVIDIA Broadcast. It works
That's what I'm
just
doing.
as well, and it doesn't cost $1,300.
Mhm.
So I'm just a sucker, and, like, I love cameras and lenses, so I have a stupid collection of them now.
And oh, sorry to
Oh no,
interrupt.
please.
Some people in the chat were discussing the PW315. Fado says that they have the PW315 and it's great. Jacob 0614 is looking into it and thinks it looks nice but knows nothing about cameras. So one thing that's great about the so the PW513, which I'm using, if you have no light, it does get rather grainy. So lighting is essential for this camera, but it is marketed as a pro cam for pro users, meaning that you should have lighting. Whereas the PW315 is much more marketed as something for people who are more casual users. So if I were to turn off my lights right here, there'd be little to no noise, because this camera handles low light amazingly well, given that many typical users are work from home, don't have lighting, and just need something to show their face. And the wide angle is great for showing things. Like, I have two rulers right here just for this exact demo. I am 2 feet away from this webcam, and it looks like I'm much farther. See, two rulers, 2 feet, 2 feet away from this webcam, look like I'm much farther. So it's great. Like, I can sit right here, and I can have, like, basically you can see almost my entire arm, and, like, that's the side that I'm farther from, but, like, you can see my entire arm 2 feet away. But that's just to say that maybe we'll give away a PW315 right now.
Ooh, there
Yeah.
you go.
Nice.
So if anyone can tell us, go to AVerMedia.com, go to the PW315 product page. I will just simply link that, and I will ask whoever can give one specific spec first, provided you are 18 up and live in the United States, you will become the owner of a PW315. So I will just put the link in chat. Don't worry.
It's not a bad deal.
So I will put the link. I'll let you guys all open it, and then we'll do a quick little sneaky the PW315.
Oh, whoops.
Okay, so go to this website. Go to this webpage, and I will select one spec, and whoever lists that spec in the chat first will win. Must be a U.S. resident. Must be 18 years or older. All right. I'll give you guys just we can go over one more point, then I'll ask. Okay, real quick. What is the field of view of the PW315? Oh, Hammer, you're an AVerMedia partner. All right. Wait, where? Icaro. Sorry, Hammer. We're skipping you for that. Icaro did get it right. It is 95 degrees. just a DM AVerMedia on Twitter that you were the winner. Just DM AVerMedia, twitter.com/AVerMedia, and we'll work it out early this week. Just DM us, say I was the winner of the PW315. And yeah, we'll let's move on from that.
All right, congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, so tweet number 3. Oh,
yeah, so
gotta turn
this
my
one's
lights
just an
back on.
image, but it comes from Real Game Media on Twitter. So this is, they actually submitted a photo of their setup and just asked them to tip for advice. The first thing I noticed, and the thing that like screams out to me, because we were just talking about the importance of audio, is I'm not sure what microphone that is, but I would absolutely recommend getting that on an arm. Yes, Brandon's got the right idea. Look, everybody
the
in
same
the
page.
chat, there's a reason every streamer has their microphone on an arm, and it's because you should be up close to the mic, because the further away it is from you, the more you're going to have to project and the more room noise it's going to pick up. So, you know, I mentioned having to find a place in my apartment back in the day to stream from, because my mic would pick up so much noise, and it was long before I had upgraded to the SM7B. I had an Audio Technica 2020, which Brandon is using. It's a fantastic
Yep.
microphone, but again, mic etiquette is super important with most mics. So, you know, you want to keep it a reasonable distance from your mouth. The recommendation is usually, if you can do this, you're in good shape. Some mics require you to get up closer on them. The SM7B is a pretty quiet mic, so you need to be really close to it. It's designed for that purpose. But most mics, you want to have like a hand telephone distance away, and that should be the maximum. So I would recommend that. I spot the camera I was just talking about, the Razer Kio, is up on top of the monitor here. I suspect that that's being used because it has a ring light on it. And I don't spot like any dedicated lighting. I would recommend, you know, the camera is probably fine, but I would recommend doing a little more for yourself than the ring light and whatever light's pouring off the monitor. To manage the image, I would recommend having, you know, a couple of key lights. Usually you could probably get away with setting them. It looks like this is a desk, so sitting them on the corners of the desk would be ideal. That's where mine are. I have one here and one here. They're pretty darn close, but they still do a fantastic job. And I noticed there's like a weird type of I don't know what it is, but to the right of the keyboard there's like a USB switch. I don't know if that's for games or if that's for switching scenes in your stream or whatever. If it is used for streaming, for like controlling OBS or something, I would recommend, you know, something like the Livestreamer Nexus or even an Elgato Stream Deck to manage that. It's, for me personally, I have to look at the buttons on these things. I've been running streams for years now, and I still have to look at my buttons to make sure I'm pushing the right thing before I push it. But other than that, I would say, you know, it's a really great starter setup. If you want to take it to the next level, the mic should go on an arm, and you should get some dedicated lighting. Those are the two biggest things I can give you that'll immediately provide a dramatic improvement. You will sound, regardless of that mic's quality, you will sound much better if it's closer to you. And you will look much better if you're able to get some even lighting from dedicated sources rather than just the ring light. Or if you want to stick with the ring light, even just getting a dedicated actual ring light separate from the camera would be a great idea.
In addition to moving the mic closer to you, one of the things that might introduce is plosives. You know, those sounds. So getting a pop filter for that, I would highly suggest.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a great starter setup. I think that, you know, I'm envious of the 3 monitors. I wish I had 3 monitors to work on.
All right, shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it.
All right, so number 4.
Just one
once
moment
Mad Runner
here.
pulls that up real quick.
There we go.
That's a plosive, by the way. Okay, so number 4 by Phantasmaran 127 or Azran 127. I was actually wondering about a few things during my stream last night, including, can I prevent my mic from cutting out if I can't have it as close to me as usual? And is it normal for green LEDs to appear gray on my webcam?
So as far as your mic, it's hard to say without knowing the specific microphone model that you have. If it's cutting out when you're far away, that usually means that it's you're either not projecting enough, like you're not compensating for the fact that you're further away by speaking more loudly, or you could turn up the gain on it. But again, by increasing the gain on your mic, you're increasing the level of noise that you're going to be hearing on the mic. So if you have a fan going, someone's driving outside, and you crank that gain up, those things will also be amplified. So be careful with that. My recommendation is try to find a way to just keep it at the normal distance if you're happy with the sound. You should try not to mess with your mic. If you can avoid it, you could put it down lower, but just further away, get louder, or turn up the mic. But I try to recommend against that.
Mhm.
I would also suggest checking to see if you have any post-processing turned on, like noise cancellation if you do have noise in your room, because sometimes that can cut you out as well if the sensitivity isn't set quite right. So if you do have something like that turned on, you want the sensitivity as low as possible so it doesn't end up cutting you out as well as whatever background noise you might have.
So
Mhm.
Azran is
Agreed.
on the chat actually, and he said he's using the Blue Yeti USB mic.
Oh, okay. The Blue Yeti is a great starter mic. Like it is.
Yep.
It was. I had a Snowball first, and then went to the Yeti. Like I went through the standard. I don't know how to YouTube progression of getting into this. So I started streaming on a couch with my friend. This is like 8 years ago. We each had a Snowball, and we each figured out that that was really terrible. And at the time, like, and I'm not saying terrible as in it's a terrible microphone. It's great for what it is for starting out, but if you're right next to someone and you both are talking, those mics will pick each other up, no problem. They're not designed for that.
Yeah.
And then we graduated to the Yeti, and we learned, oh, we don't know enough about microphones to really be doing this. Maybe we should research. But it's a great starter mic. Fun fact: Scott the Waz actually, until very recently, was using a Blue Yeti for all his videos. Like
Huh?
See it on
very
his desk.
recently.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good friend of ours, and we were talking about it, and I recommended an SM7B to him, and he went out and bought one, and I felt very smart. But but he was using a Blue Yeti. So if you like his videos, and who doesn't, then just know that you can achieve very good results if you know what you're doing with the mic. So I would say check your settings on your Blue Yeti. Try to find, a big key to that is the environment that you're recording in.
Yes.
You want to make sure that it's as noise free as possible. You might need to treat it but if you're really going to go as far as treating a room, it's probably worth looking into a more expensive mic.
Mhm. On that note of noise in the room, condenser microphones are much more
Yes.
prone to picking up background noise because they
Yeah.
sort of pick up everything because they're always powered. Whereas the dynamic microphone is powered by the sound waves of your voice hitting it. So if you adjust your dynamic microphone to basically be at a right amount of gain and be at a close enough distance to you on an arm or something, then you can avoid most if not all background noise even without any post-processing. Like I have a noise gate, but I don't even really use it because the SM7B, if you're speaking close to it, because the diaphragm is about right here. So if you're like right here, you are doing like that, the hang loose test
Yep.
perfectly. It just rejects most, if not all, background noise if you just use it correctly. Keep it close, and dynamic mics will do a better job. Like I often would have 2 fans running when I stream, and they would be completely inaudible just by nature of using a dynamic microphone. So that is one point where you can make a major upgrade.
You want to
a
check the
dynamic
color pattern setting on your Yeti as well, because there are, I think, 4 settings for that on the Yeti?
I think it's 3. I
3?
could be wrong
Okay.
on that though.
So if you have it set to a cardioid pattern, it's only gonna pick you up from the front, and you want to make sure that you have it facing the right way based on where you have that set to. If it's further away from you, I might suggest going omnidirectional, but you're gonna pick up a lot of the room if you do that.
Right. One thing I want to recommend, Azran, because you're a member of the GVG community, if you are in the market for a different mic, I know you were there when I used this in the bathtub. That bathroom was echoey as hell, and nobody heard like the audio quality was fantastic. So I can vouch that this guy here is a huge upgrade, and honestly doesn't cost a whole lot more than a Yeti. So I would recommend that, you know, if you're in the market for a mic and you're starting to look, this is a great uh in between like the very high end of the Shure SM7B and where you're at with the Yeti from a price range point. But this has stellar audio quality, and I'd highly recommend, if you're having issues with noise, looking into potentially a different mic.
And Azrin also mentioned, usually mic is fine, but when you play a piano, the mic is further. So you do often, if you're switching between what is going into the mic, whether that's switching from voice to an instrument, you will often have to change your settings or change your mic etiquette. Like if I'm playing ocarina into my Shure SM7B, I need to move it a bit farther from my ocarina to have a more balanced sound, and B, often need to lower my gain for the louder part, because like single notes will peak much more easily than complex sounds like a person speaking. So
right,
that is one major point. You do, if you're switching from voice to instrument, you absolutely must adjust your settings on your microphone for ideal quality.
Yeah. To address your second point real quick, Azran, about colors not appearing correctly on your webcam, if you have the ability to change your webcam settings similar to what AVerMedia offers with their cam engine software, one of these is going to be your best friend, and it's just a color correction card. So it has, you know, just every color you can imagine, and if it looks right, then your camera is set up correctly. I routinely hold this up when I change the shot on my camera, and just you know, I recently filmed a ton of footage of myself playing the Switch OLED away from this setup, like in various parts of my house. And every time I had to white balance the shot to make sure that everything looked correct when I finally edit the video together. So having a color correction card can be handy, and also digging into your webcam settings to, you know, see if there's a way to change hue, saturation, stuff like that, until it looks, you know, how you expect it to.
If you can dial the white balance manually, like Steve says, and then turn off auto white balance once you've got that locked in, that's a big lifesaver, because you'll notice,
Yes.
especially like when you're recording with your phone, that the colors will change based on what you're pointing at. That's the auto white balance working. And if you don't have a color correction card, just a blank white piece of paper helps as well. And
Yes.
just tune the camera until that white piece of paper looks white, and you'll be good to go.
So let's move on to the next question, because we are running a bit low on time. We started a bit late, so we can run it a bit late. So question number 5 by Gesso Lantern says, I'd really like to start streaming my games to friends. What capture card would you recommend? So first of all, that is a slightly... and of course, no shade to this person, because it's, if you're just starting, you don't know, but that is a slightly loaded question, because whatever capture card is right for you depends on what console you're streaming. So if you're on it like a Nintendo Switch and you're limited to like 1080p, then you can get an entry-level card like the Live Gamer Mini, the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus, things like that, and be more than good enough. In fact, the Portable 2 Plus can do 4K input and just downscales to 1080p. So I would honestly, if you're just starting, I would recommend either the Live Gamer Mini or the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus. But if Azrin says Jess also has a PS5, if that's the case, I would recommend of AVerMedia's products, I would recommend the Live Gamer Ultra, which is USB 3.0, can accept up to the maximum of HDMI 2.0, which is currently the maximum resolution supported by any capture cards. So it can input up to 4K 60 HDR, 1440p 144, and 1080p 240, and it captures 4K 30, 1440p 60, and 1080p 120. So that's the ideal card for like streaming if you're doing a 4K input and then either downscaling it to like 1080p or 1440p, or if you just want to have something that's fairly future proofed. So I would recommend the Live Gamer Ultra as a starter. If you really need something that can handle everything you have, if you have a PS5 included in there. An additional point being, if you have a PCIe slot and you feel comfortable using a PCIe based card, the Live Gamer 4K would be even better than the Live Gamer Ultra at a similar price. It's just, it doesn't have the flexibility of being USB. That's the AVerMedia. That's the official AVerMedia stance on this question. So, Steve, what are your thoughts?
It honestly is pretty darn close. So like I said, I'm a complete stand for the Portable 2 Plus. I love this thing. I think that it is the best external capture card that you can get, at its price point. I'm a big fan of the Live Gamer Bolt, which Ash uses on his Mac. If you have the money to drop, because it's kind of more on the expensive side of things, the Live Gamer Bolt is a great external option. So if you're on a laptop, I would say, somewhere in there is probably the answer for you. I don't know a lot of if you need to record at 4K, then I haven't used the Live Gamer Ultra myself. But I would say, the Bolt I've used, it works really well for that. I still, I think if you're just getting started out, because it can be daunting to save up hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. Like I said, this guy is where it's at for me if you're just starting out. I've used Elgato's, and I'll be honest with you, they're frustrating. I have constantly been frustrated. Like they have, it is one thing to plug a capture card in and get everything hooked up if you're not used to it. It's another thing to then have to troubleshoot it and try to figure out what the hell's wrong with it when it won't tell you. So, and I can tell you that we were at PAX with an
Yep.
Elgato card in our hands, cussing at it, trying to get it to work, and it wouldn't do it. And then we plugged this bad boy in, and we were off to the races in literal seconds. So, that is my endorsement for this thing. I will have love for this thing till the day I die. Internally, the point that I would make, I've tested a ton of different capture cards, and if you don't follow Epos Vox, he tests all of them. Like every time a new one comes out, he has this ongoing list of like the fastest capture cards, the ones with the least lag from OBS, like from console to OBS, and the Live Gamer 4K is at the very top of that and has been for a couple years.
It's like 36 milliseconds according to his measurement, which is absurd. That's software.
Yeah.
Like you could play your games on OBS using the Live Gamer 4K, and unless it's like a fighting game where like frame perfect inputs are required all the time, it'll feel like you're playing just naturally on it. Like I use my Live Gamer Duo. I can play like Breath of the Wild and do speedrunning strats that are kind of frame picky on just playing Preview and Rec Central. So it's insane. But circling back to the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus, you've done some great advertising for this capture card. So we're gonna do another on the spot giveaway for the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus right now. I put the URL in chat. I will put it in again. I will then think of I'll give a couple minutes.
Wait, which one are we doing right now?
Portable 2 Plus.
Portable 2 Plus. Okay, I think I got this figured out. Okay.
I'm not kidding. This is how much I love this card.
LGP.
Just go win one, or else I will buy another one probably. So please.
Okay, so hold on. I think I got this figured out. Yes. So let's give it a try.
I'll do another quiz.
Yeah, let's give it a try. Let's type LGP2 plus, all caps.
Just do a little quick example in the chat, Carlo.
There you go.
Okay, there. Perfect. So just type that in the chat. And
type that in the chat, and we are picking everyone that is on the chat, inputting in that right now. Okay. And what are the restrictions here, Andy?
Just must be 18 up, US only. And if you're Canada, I believe we can make an exception. But US/Canada only. US preferred, Canada possible. So 18 up, US only. Good to go.
Okay, let's give everyone a couple more seconds. LGB2 plus.
Yes, Steve, our manager messaged us like, do flash giveaways, and we were like, okay.
I'm scrambling right now. I'm like, okay, how to set this up? Okay, here we go. Let's do this.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's give a little bit more time on the chat. You guys want to go ahead and talk about the next photo that we have here?
Sure. All right, looks like that one is up. So this is a photo from Cooper on Twitter, and his concern was about having a single monitor setup for streaming. And honestly, you're almost in really good shape here, Cooper. So I'm assuming that your TV is to the left of your monitor because that's what you're actually playing on while you're streaming the game. The biggest thing that I could say to help you would be, first off, try to move the monitor a little bit closer to the TV if you can. I would use the monitor to keep up with chat. I would mount the webcam on top of the TV. That way, when you're playing, you're not looking off to the side like this. It makes a big difference for you to be looking into the camera as much as you can while you're playing the game and streaming. It makes the viewer feel like you're actually part of things with them. You never want to be like profile view when you're streaming if you can avoid it. And it looks like, it would be a simple matter for you of either, if you don't have a lot of slack in the USB cable for that camera, then you could buy like a cheap $2 USB extender and move it over. Then position your chair over there and use the monitor to just keep tabs on the stream, have OBS or whatever you're using to stream, have your chat up on the monitor as big as you can make it so that it's easy if you're sitting at a safe distance from the TV. But I'm a single monitor streamer right now, so I'm talking to you guys. I'm in front of a 27-inch 4K monitor. And it's, the other thing I would recommend is that when you're streaming from a single monitor, because you have a reduced amount of real estate, is macros are absolutely your friend. So transitioning scenes, you're doing anything, wild with the stream. If it's a static stream and you're just face camming gameplay, then you're probably fine. But if you're gonna scene transition, have people move in and out, stuff like that, which is stuff we all do routinely on Today's News Tonight, then setting up macros on like a stream deck or a live stream or Nexus will be immensely helpful. Because I can't tell you, when we first started doing Today's News Tonight on GBG, I would manually do everything, and I would routinely like lose my cursor and not know where things were, and then get tripped up during the show, and I'd have to stop talking in order to actually get through what I was trying to do. Setting up macros saved my life. Like we transition, we turn music on and off, we move people around the screen, we have animated credits during the stream, so it's like a lot of things going on. And having like a live stream or Nexus or a stream deck or something like that that you can just predefine the actions you'll be taking, just hit a button and let it do it for you, will immensely improve your ability to manage your stream and keep up with what's happening. Focus more on the content than on actually running the show. But I think you're in a really good place. I would recommend some lighting behind the TV. Have that lighting your face, have the camera up there, and then just have the monitor moved slightly to the left. I think you're good.
Neo Penny said, for cable management, put a John Cena poster under your desk so that way you can't see anything.
Oh, I feel your pain. Like I would never ever show off the parts of my desk that are off stream. Like there's a bundle of cables in one of these, I promise you.
I
But-
have
some adhesive raceway. That's what I have on my walls here, and just feed your cables through that. It only takes a few minutes to set up, and it will make you feel a lot better about what's underneath your desk.
Yeah. The route that I took with my desk was I actually got some adhesive cable clips and just clipped them in so that if I had to introduce a new cable or remove an old one, then I didn't have to take the raceway. I'm bad with raceway. I've got some back here. And every time I try to pull a cable out of it, I end up tearing it off the wall by mistake. So that's just me. I'm extremely clumsy, but I do think for a general utility standpoint, your viewers aren't going to see all those cables, and if it doesn't drive you crazy, then you're good. It drives me a little crazy, but I think you'll be okay.
I have
cable
free roaming
management-
rabbits that like to chew, so raceway
well.
was a necessity.
Yeah, cable management only really matters if like A, it bothers you to see it, or B, it's visible on your frame. And if it's not visible and doesn't bother you, then don't worry about it. I mean, like, of course it is helpful to keep it organized, but there's a point like where if your cables, like, there are varying levels of tightness or tautness from like your computer to wherever they are, there's some points that just like it's not worth the hassle of trying to like replace everything with longer cables and manage it that way. So as Steve and Brandon have said, just add some lighting, maybe like, and as you are making more progress and improvements to your setup, like consider things like the Nexus. I personally comparing Nexus to similar products, I really like that like the touch screen is in fact a screen, so you could have your chat on the Nexus. You can't type to the chat there, but you can see it, which is really helpful if you just have like your game in front of you and your Nexus right below the game. You can just like look down and see the chat and your viewer count and stuff like that. and switch scenes on OBS. So it's really nice to just have that all in one spot. But yeah, it's a great start. And Carlo, are we ready to select the winner for the LGP2 Plus?
Yes, we are. Okay, so
Please don't tell me it's Mad Runner _ because then that would just mean you selected yourself.
That's not me.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You're
there's
Mad
one
Runner
more
without
in.
an _
There's one more in. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Phaetos.
Phaetos, yeah.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Congratulations.
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 Yes. Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus. There you go.
I promise you are going to absolutely love that thing.
Yeah, DM AVerMedia on Twitter. Just do so like right now. We will not respond over the weekend because we are very compartmentalized into the event itself, but we will respond early in the week and get that figured out. So thank you for tuning in right now. We can just glance over this one last setup and then wrap up the entire show for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a large cat on my table, by the way. Girl DM talked about her concept was like the cat on your desk and good vibes. And I've had 3 different cats on my desk over the course of this event today.
That's amazing.
Those are indeed some good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
See them.
All right, so this photo from the Net Guy says doing restream Amazon Live and YouTube streams. Thoughts? His last stream was webcam live showcase, best value, best quality, best accessories, and more. So it seems like it was he was doing like an Amazon stream and then restreaming it to like Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting because honestly, fundamentally, this stream seems fairly well put together. I tuned in. If you're watching the Net Guy, thank you so much for submitting it. I tuned in and watched about 15 minutes of your stream. And I do have some less like hardware based recommendations. The one big hardware thing I would say is that you've got a really, really great set, really great lighting, obviously high quality camera setup here. I noticed you switch between several different cameras during the show. That's all really great. But the mic doesn't match the visual quality of the presentation because you're using like just a headset mic, and maybe that's because it's easier for you to walk around your studio or whatever. But I feel like you may be better suited to maybe introducing a shotgun mic or something to help you out with that, because you have such a high tier visual presentation that it seems like it would make sense to have like a mic on a boom pole out of sight so that you can still retain the freedom of movement that you have with a dramatic increase in audio quality. Because the mic that you're using, and I'm not sure that I can place it, it sounds very compressed. Like the audio seems like it's using standard like wireless. If you're not comfortable with a shotgun mic because maybe your studio isn't fully like treated or anything, you could also go with like a lavalier mic and then a wireless transmitter and a receiver hooked up to your camera somewhere. Rode makes a fantastic wireless clip that you can clip onto like the back of your pants or something, and then just run the mic down underneath your shirt or something like that if you want it out of the way to give the impression that you're not wearing anything at all. I assume that you've invested quite a lot into your stream. So I would say that those are, I normally wouldn't throw out such high dollar suggestions, but I feel like you've probably already gone there. So that would be my big thing. Punch up your audio because it doesn't quite jibe with the awesome visual presentation you have going on. The other side of it, I would recommend investing in an OBS layout. Like get somebody to build you a layout, because when you showcase products, it's just like a white screen and then text, which again kind of clashes with the superb camera setup that you've got going on. You got this guy in this really great studio, and then you've got like a text layer in OBS on a white background with a product image just thrown there. So I would say, contract with a visual artist. That's what we did at JVG. We got with an artist, Evernight Studio. He did a fantastic job for us. And show them what it is you're doing, and then find a layout that kind of works for you, that is cohesive, lets you showcase the products, and doesn't make it feel like your production value suddenly go down when you show a product on stream. Those would be my recs.
Yeah, those are all really great points, and I really, really, really endorse the example of like getting either a shotgun or lavalier mic. Because if you're dynamic and moving around a lot, you can't rely on a condenser or a dynamic mic because those like good quality on either of those is so heavily dependent on your mic technique. Whereas if it's a shotgun mic, well, of course, a lav is ideal if you're moving around a lot. A shotgun mic will still, if you're just in front of it and you're within its cone of influence, it'll sound fine. And if you have a lav mic, then it's much better than that even there. Like when I was a writing tutor at my university, I built their whole setup for live streaming workshops, and the most integral piece of that setup was a lavalier mic, so that the tutor who was like doing the workshop could like not be tied to the computer or tied to a microphone as they're doing the whole presentation. So if there's even a small chance that you'll be like moving around a lot and dynamically, a lavalier mic is a great investment.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I have one. I still probably need to figure out how to make that work a little better.
There may be
Yeah, they are harder to implement on a OBS compared to like just plugging directly into like a digital camera.
there may even be some value in getting a setup that incorporates both. Like if you want the lav to be like your main vocal audio, you could have that set. But I think there's still value in having a shotgun mic out of frame that picks up more of the room noise, especially if you're doing things with your hands. And having that tactile sense is important to what you're showing. Yeah, I could definitely see a use case for having both in your setup.
Yeah, agreed. Well, I hope that helped.
Well, that we managed to make it through all the photos. The stream went a little bit long tonight, but it was because we were having a little bit too much fun talking about technology, and that's the whole point. The whole point of Good Vibes Gaming is to have good vibes, and here we had good vibes talking about technology. It's a perfect crossover between AVerMedia and Good Vibes Gaming. So first of all, I just got to say thank you guys for coming on. This has been an absolute blast.
Thank you.
I was like, oh my god, there's like, is 7 enough? But I was like, oh, 7 is more than enough, because we just go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole talking about just so much technology and really niche discussions. And I love it when I can talk to people at that level about technology and things like that. So thank you for humoring my passion about that, and thank you for sharing your thoughts, your knowledge, and all of that regarding technology. So if anyone in the chat is not subscribed to Good Vibes Gaming, do it, or else I'll be disappointed in you. And otherwise, follow Steve and Brandon on Twitter. You all can just promote anything you'd like to promote right now.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we're currently in the middle of a subscriber push at GVG. We are very, very close to 70,000 subscribers. If we can get there before the end of the month, my two fellow co-founders, Ash Paulson and Derek Bittner, have committed to doing No Shave November. They've never had beards before in their lives, so they're gonna grow them out. But we are also doing a Switch OLED giveaway at 75,000 subs. This is the one that you could win right here in my hands. So subscribe to the channel. All you have to do is be a subscriber, and one of you will win this thing. So best of luck to you if you do subscribe. But yeah, you can find us at youtube.com/GVG official. Or if you want to support us on Patreon, we have a lovely patron community with an exclusive Discord. You can head over to patreon.com/GV gaming to find out more. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for making this whole panel. Because a lot of our panels was like, we brought up the idea and we like made a lot of sample questions. This one was like your idea. You handled everything, so you made our lives easier by by doing so much of the legwork yourself. So thank you.
I needed an outlet to nerd out, so I'm so happy.
Yeah, and you found the right one. So thank you all again. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. Right, so now we're gonna do a quick wrap up with the staff, and then just a little quick recap of everything we've done today, and then a quick preview for what's coming tomorrow. So, what were some of your favorite moments from the panels that we had today, guys?
For me,
Um.
you can go
Oh,
first.
go ahead. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. I was
That's okay.
trying to fix up something on my settings right now.
Okay, so for me, it was. I have to be honest. It was Girl DM because it's. I don't know. It's just amazing. The whole like how technology has evolved now,
Mm-hmm.
where before the idea of having an avatar is probably just a movie, and now we're just a step closer and just hearing every little thing that has to go into putting on a show like that and building her brand the way that she has done. It was really interesting. I kept looking at the avatar, and it's just the way the hair jumped around, or her tail, or her ears. It was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had so much fun with that interview. With that interview, it was like really like getting deep into the tech talk where like all three of us were completely out of our element, completely learning things. Whereas with Steve and Brandon, we were in tech talk that was completely in our element. And it was like, oh yes, we can spread this knowledge. We can promote AVerMedia to the tech people. um, but I had a lot of fun with all these interviews. I would say one of my favorite moment. Well, my number one favorite moment didn't happen on camera. It was right before the interview with the panel on mental health. I just the cats on the desk was really just having cats on my desk for literally half of this entire event was really nice. But I really
Keeping
liked
you
all the panels we
company.
had today.
Yeah.
There were some great points all around, like just like giving quick notes on everything. On the first panel, my favorite moment was like just everyone just like the discussion on how important it is to like know why you stream, to enjoy it, like why you create. On our interview with Mixtifer, it was really cool seeing all the amazing art that he had commissioned and really seeing like what it takes to build the world you want to have, or make the content that you want to see happen. Girl DM was just like so fun, and going over all the cool technology and like what it really takes to be a VTuber, because it's so much more than most people imagine. The mental health discussion was really great because there's just so much in this area that like there's very little documentation about like best practices for like being a streamer, whereas like being a traditional celebrity, like everyone knows what to expect. Like you'll get handlers, you'll get agents, you'll get people to like do things for you. But when you're an online celebrity, you don't get that luxury unless you make it for yourself. So that was a really great discussion, and then I just loved nerding out. So we had amazing panels today. We have even more tomorrow. Not to hog the discussion, what were some other of your guys' favorite moments?
I think I made it pretty clear that I was like a Girl DM fan already. So just getting the chance to actually be a part of it with her and having her on was obviously like really great. And then just having to hear all like the nitty-gritty details of just what it takes to actually get a VTuber started up, and all the complexities when it comes to like your character design, your branding, everything else that goes into this huge project was just totally fascinating to hear about. And then I think in terms of other panels too, mental health has always been something that I'm always very like I try to be very aware about. So hearing other people saying things and like, making sure that everybody else knows how to kind of take measurements to protect themselves and to make sure that they're not getting burnt out and they're not getting, their boundaries being overstepped on or anything like that. Um, I think was also really important. And then I think I actually ended up learning a lot more through Steve and Good Vibes Gaming, and with Brandon on our last section. I obviously couldn't, contribute that much because I'm not as big of like a technical person as the rest of you guys are. But I had a really great time just hearing everybody, hearing those recommendations, seeing all these photos, and seeing what could be improved upon, what could be changed and things like that. I was like, this is all still information that I can take, and I'm hoping that a lot of our viewers can also do the same today.
Yeah. So a quick preview of what we have tomorrow. So first up, we are going to have a Stream Coach TV marathon of 2 back-to-back panels featuring Stream Coach TV, which is a coaching organization for streamers looking to implement the best practices for growth, which features one of our partners, Zenigami. So we're gonna have a marathon of 2 panels, one of which being the worst advice stream coaches have ever heard. So a lot of common advice that actually is detrimental to your growth as a streamer, as well as how to apply your creative skills in the professional world. So I'm really looking forward to that because we're going to go really into the details and into all the best practices for growing as a streamer and growing your skills, whether or not you end up being a streamer. Later, we'll have how to become a leader or trendsetter in your esports or creative space with Crucian Gaming and DJ Blue PDX, followed by how to build an inclusive community with Control Alt Quinn, followed by a video from Misfits Gaming from some of their top level talent people, as well as the vice president of the organization, on how to work with an esports organization. I watched that video just a couple days ago, and it was really good and really insightful. So I'm really excited to show you guys that.
True.
One last promo for our the giveaway that we're running. So just sign up for the giveaway. The winner will be announced on stream tomorrow afternoon. We also have sales going on our eStore. Use code CC21 for 10% off of most of our products that are not on sale. And then check the webpage for the rest of the schedule and any more information on panels you might be interested in.
Yeah, and make sure you're watching the stream just because, some flash giveaways might just appear. You never know. Today we gave out a webcam, the PW315, and also gave out a capture card, the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus. And, we were just feeling how the vibe was going and it was going good. So we just decided, you know what, let's just throw in some giveaways at random. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not surprising we had good vibes when Good Vibes Gaming was on. But in any case, Hammer is asking if these panels are going to be on YouTube. I believe we'll just be posting the day-by-day VODs of each panel of each day of the event on our YouTube channel, but then giving the individual clips of the full panels to the participants to post or use as they wish.
Yes.
So the VODs will 100% be preserved. We're really happy that you guys who have been watching the stream have been able to gain so much value from the amazing partners we've had on, been able to contribute to the discussions and make this event as amazing as it could possibly be. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all. It's amazing to see the fruits of all 3 of our hard work coming into fruition.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I need to make my Apple Watch happy before I go to bed, and I'm sure Carlo needs to do the same.
Yes, very true, very true. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I think we're gonna try to raid one of our partners. Let me see if it works. I hope it works. I'm following instructions. Should go fine. See you guys. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Say hi. Say what's up. We'll catch everyone tomorrow.
All right. Use just say AVerMedia was here when you come into Nate's chat.
Yes, go say hi to him.
Yes.
Say that we send you guys over. All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Peace out.